What's up, guys? Dad Dash here. So as you can see here, I am sitting in a parking lot in my home zone, and it's the Friday before Easter, and we're doing a little ride along. I've already done one order today. I was out running some errands with my son, and we jumped on an order that we got. Since then, haven't really been able to get anything. Looks like it's very busy according to DoorDash here's app, which I am scheduled to go live at 3:30. I'm getting on early though. So hopefully, I'm hoping we can get something down here. Now that I'm on with DoorDash, I'm on with Grubhub. I just realized I needed to update all my apps. So I've been doing that. But anyways, guys, I'm trying to make that $100 today. That's always my goal. I've got lots of stuff to do. It looks like Tender Shack. That would be, let's see here. Where is that asking me to go? Checo Court. CMAs. Oh, wow. Instacart with Dick's Sporting Goods? Really? Shop and deliver. Okay, interesting. Let's see here. So they're estimating that this order will be done in 15 minutes. I'm just going to go ahead and accept the Tender Shack order because it's right behind me. Is on the right. Order is ready to pick up. So let's go. Tender Shack is located outside of Outback. Anyways, guys, you just heard it. Just accepted that order. I'm going to get it logged really quick, and we're going to get to work. So, like I said, as I was saying, trying to hit that $100 today. That's what we're trying to do. I've got Grubhub up. I've got Uber up. I've got DoorDash up, and we're going to try to do it. I've even got Instacart on, although I think I'm going to turn it off. But there's some interesting orders here on Instacart. I actually had an $85 Instacart order. I did not get a chance to grab it. I would have absolutely grabbed it. It was going 11 miles, $85 for like, I want to say it was like 40 items. Somebody was being very generous, I guess, because of the upcoming holiday. But anyways, $9.40 here for Dick's. That's the thing that caught my attention. That's really, it's 2.7 miles. But anyways, I'm not really that fond. I will do Instacart sometimes. But as a whole, that's not really my preferred gig, so to speak. But anyways, guys, jump on this Tender Shack order. I just wanted to come in here, do a little intro, let you know what was going on for today. Be back, guys. Report on this once we get this order completed and done. Talk to you in a minute.
Cheese, are you really playing right now?
What? I'm totally killing it.
Cheese, who was that?
Nothing. I mean, nobody. Cheese wins. Cheese it.
As soon as I walked into Magic Kingdom, I started bawling my eyes out because of all the magic.
It just make you feel like a kid again.
I'm here for Fantasmic. Tower of Terror is my favorite.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
This is just a really special place. I love it here.
What's going on, guys? Dad Dash here. So back with an update. So as you know, I got that Tender Shack order, and I wanted to let you guys know that as I was pulling out of Tender Shack, I got an $11 1.4 mile order for a sushi place that was right around the corner that I was literally going to be driving right by. So I took that order thinking, well, I know there's long waits there. One or two things will happen. Either there'll be a long wait and I can go deliver this order, which is like 5 minutes away from the sushi restaurant, or I'll pick the order up and then, have it in my, and decide which one I'll deliver first. And then I've turned this into a $17 order, multi-app stack. So, unfortunately, the order wasn't ready. They said it'd be probably about another 6 minutes. I project another 10, which should fit in perfectly with this. Now, what's happening is obviously I had to give up a few minutes of the value that I was going to have in that 625 order, because obviously taking the 625 order, I took that order because I said, well, I want to make that I wanted to get better value out of it. I'm not going to. In fact, I'm going to probably deliver it at the exact time DoorDash wanted me to deliver it, which means it's a $20 an hour order. Now, what I'm counting on, and this is how you can do this when you're pulling together orders, is that $11 order obviously has a lot of value built into it and probably would have had the wait time built into it. But what I've done now is I'm on this order. So I am essentially using that, taking that wait time and using it towards delivering this order. And what I'm hoping is that because I know that order is only a mile away from the restaurant, that I'm going to be able to increase the value on the next order that I'm doing to offset the lost value of this order. So my gamble here is that I can utilize that next order because of how good of an order it was. $11, 1 mile, should be able to be done relatively quickly. That by being able to do this order that I'm on right now, and maybe there's some extra money on here, I don't know. It's a $30 order. I doubt it, but you never know. Some people get generous. It's a holiday weekend. We'll see. But it gave me that ability to have this order right away, right after I was done. So it's, we'll see how it all works out. But my thought is, I'm going to do 2 calculations. My sheet's going to calculate both orders individually, and then I'm going to do a separate calculation on the overall value as if this was one order, and look at it from a time perspective and say, okay, I made $17 in this amount of time, and did it value out and come into a blended value proposition? Did I increase? Did I better myself? Obviously, there's no way to know what I would have gotten if I would have turned down the Tender Shack order, and maybe if I would have never done that, I would have gotten this Grubhub order and then never even been worrying about delivering the 625 order. But hey, to me, this is an opportunity to make extra money and get things going faster. We'll see if this works out for us. All right, guys, hopefully that all made sense. I'm going to get this order delivered. It looks like I'm about a minute away, and then I'll be heading back in the direction of the sushi restaurant. Talk to you in a minute. Guys, Dad Dash back here with an update. So in summary, we did get the sushi order delivered. However, we lost some value in that order because we hit a lot of traffic on the way back that was beyond my control, unfortunately, and I had to take luckily I was able to kind of blunt the damage a little bit, but we had to take a shortcut around the traffic that really it wouldn't have been a shortcut if the traffic wasn't there, but it was a shortcut because the traffic was there. So we got around the traffic, got to the restaurant, picked it up, and ended up delivering it after the original delivery time. The original delivery time for that order was 2:41. We didn't get to the delivery location and make the delivery till 2:46. So we were 5 minutes late, which is still within tolerance of Grubhub, and ended up with an order value of $36.19 instead of the original projected order value of $49.11. One of the rare times we lost order value, and we lost significant order value. We lost like $12.92. Now, on our way to the restaurant, or from the restaurant to the customer, which was just around the corner, I got an $18.36 Uber order that needs to be delivered by 3:09. And right now we're 16 minutes out from that order. So traffic is killing us today, which was a major cause, because getting back to the Chipotle from the drop off of that customer just took forever to get through all this traffic. And now we've got a rather long drive ahead of us. Like I said, 16 minutes, 11 miles to go do this order and get this order done. So anyways, guys, I'm going to jump off here and focus on getting this order, or getting this order delivered. We'll take it from there, guys. I'll be back to update you on how everything goes and what's going on. Talk to you in a minute. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here, and as you can see, we are in a neighborhood. We made that Uber delivery, and unfortunately, that one, as I told you coming up here, we lost value in that order as well. However, it did maintain an order value above $25 an hour, and that was, let's see here, we got $37.99 order value on that. So it was still a very strong order value, even though it fell from the original order value of $47.90. And again, part of that was because I took it while I was on another order. So when you look at the run rate on that, right? We began that entire sequence at 2:08. We ended at 3:15, which means that's 67 minutes. Now, over that 67-minute period, we earned a total of $38.07. So let's see here, $38.07 divided by 67, 56 cents a minute times 60, $34.09 an hour run rate on that over that period of time. So by stringing those orders together, had we just taken maybe one of those orders, our overall wouldn't have been as good, I don't believe. Because, I mean, we would have had outstanding singular orders. But if we would have turned off apps, not had the apps running, not picked those orders up, we would have been running way behind. We would have had gaps or times in between in order to do this. Now, it has landed me, outside the, not too far outside, but it's landed me far away from where I began. Let's put it that way. All right, guys, talk to you soon.
We're not writers, but we help you shape your financial story. We're not an airline, but our network connects global businesses across nearly 160 markets. We're not a startup, but our innovation labs use new technologies to help keep your information secure. We're not architects, but we help build stronger communities. We're not just any bank, we are Citi.
Guys, Dad Dash back here. So wanted to give you an update on what's going on here real quick, because I got to get this air conditioning pumping so these groceries are kept in good condition. But anyways, I have a car full of groceries. I got back to my shopping center, parked, was just kind of working on some things. Got a couple, not so great DoorDash orders that came through as usual during this time. And then I got a $27 Instacart order with a $20 tip and a $7 base pay for one of these no shop, just pick up the groceries and deliver. Now the thing is, it did not tell me how many groceries I was picking up, and man, I'm telling you, they're putting me to work. They're making me work for every dollar of that $27. But it is a $27 order, and it's one that I believe I can get done relatively quickly. I started this order at, let's see here, 3:51. I've already invested about 16 minutes into the order, and I've got about 11 minutes, 10 minutes to go, and it's probably going to take me at least 5 to 10 minutes to unload at the customer's house, which means I'm looking at let's see here, it'll be about 4:18, probably 4:20, 4:25. So we're probably talking about a 30-minute order for $27. Can't beat that at all. And so I grabbed that up. Jump off here. I'll be back on to tell you how this whole thing goes. I threw a picture in there of that cart of groceries. Wow. When I saw that, I was like, oh man. But anyways, we're getting it done. Talk to you in a minute. I'll be back then to update you, and hopefully it goes well. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here with an update. So the Instacart order went well. Well, it went well. However, it was interesting because when I got there, I knocked on the door, and I guess the lady that ordered was not there. Her son was there, and he was a young man who clearly had, his own take on how you act. He was cussing, and he was like, "What the H is this?" And what? Oh my God! I start bringing the grocery. What the? Oh my God! And I basically kind of calmed him down. He said, "I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry." I said, "Yeah, I said, I'm with Martin's Direct." And then I guess he contacted his mom, and she said, he said, "Oh, I just didn't know it was coming." I said, "No problem." Then I had to get 2 cases of water and some soft drinks out of the car, and he shut the door before I got those. So I put those out. I know he was going to probably be pretty upset that he had more to bring in. I shut the door. I knocked on the door, left those in front of the door for him. After that, I went across the street. I had to stop off, get some gas, and then headed back to my house. As I was coming to my house, I got a 625 Dairy Queen order, which unfortunately did not go to pace. I had a 6-minute wait that threw everything off. So unfortunately, that was kind of a little bit of a drag on the pace of the day. The good news is that we are only probably about $18, $19 away from our 100, which should be no problem in getting that through dinner tonight. So guys, appreciate you coming along with me today. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Hopefully you're enjoying seeing how to break down the order value and all that good stuff. And we'll see how this day turns out, guys. Talk to you soon.
If you sell on Amazon, you need to start using AI. Tools like Sellozo use AI to help sellers grow. It can automatically optimize your ads based on your target ACOS. Easily customize your automation with Campaign Studio. Link campaigns to automate harvesting new keywords. Use dayparting to run your campaigns during the most optimal time of day. It even has its own community of sellers and experts. Book your free demo today.
All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So you may see that I'm actually at my house. So I did not get a chance to film a wrap-up video in my car because I had to go do some things once the shift finished. But I did want to go over what happened and how the day went. Since we talked last, so you probably saw all the footage, obviously, and saw the different orders that we took. But I'm just going to kind of give you a slight rundown of everything that we saw. So when I last talked to you, we just gotten done the Dairy Queen order, which was not a very favorable order, but we just gotten it done. And I took my son up to his practice and decided, knew I was going to have some time to go out and do some business. And the first order I got was a $15.93 order. Now it left me only $2 shy of hitting my 100. So I was pretty happy about that, but that one turned into a very, very, very long wait. We had a wait time at the restaurant of nearly 17 minutes, but I knew I had 23 minutes to finance, or 23 minutes of wait time that order allowed me for, because the projected value on that order, the projected value was $23.31. However, I knew that I was basing everything on hitting that $25 mark. So I knew I had literally 23 minutes that I could wait at the restaurant because I was very close proximity to that restaurant. So I used up and burned up some of that. And we ended up still adding value to the order of almost $6.56. So we ended up, even with that wait time, we ended up with a $29.87 hourly value, or order value on that. So very solid order. Next, I followed up with an Uber Eats with McDonald's for $12.81. Now that order we picked up on our way from the restaurant to the drop-off. So we lost a little order value again. You see that, today was one of those type of days where we picked up really high valued orders, including them in a multi-app stack. And this order was valued at $54.90. However, at the end of the order, we ended up with $42.70 instead of the $54.90, losing $12.20 of value. Now, following that order, we picked up a Taco Bell order. It was a through order, meaning I was going to be going past that Taco Bell and right through to close to the vicinity of where the drop off was going to be anyways. So I picked that up. We added $12.05 of value to that order. It was projected at $17.07 based on DoorDash's projections. We turned it into an order value of $29.12. So again, it was an excellent order. And then my final order tonight was a Sheetz order, $9.75. That literally took me right beyond where I had to go pick my son up. And it all just kind of lined up perfectly. And that particular order actually had some hidden tip, as well as we got it there a little quicker and sooner than what we thought, what it was supposed to be. They were projected 38 minutes. We got it done in 23 minutes, adding 7 plus with the hidden tip that was on there. We added $17.87 of order value to that order for a total order value for that order of $33.26. So at the end, before the break, when I went on break, we were sitting at about $22 an hour gross revenue. Because of how well that hour and a half went that I worked, we ended up raising that amount to $24.28 gross revenue for the day. And we had an astounding $34.22 delivery, average delivery rate. So gross revenue generated. So we worked, and I always count it as two things. The labor rate, which was 232 minutes of labor, that's time we were actually out working. And then the time we were out available to work was nearly, let's see here, how long was it? It was 200 and, no, sorry, it's more than that. Let me see. There it is right there. I apologize. 327 minutes. So we were available to work 5.45 hours, and we only ended up working probably about I'd say it was a little under 4 hours. But we ended up still with an average earned hour time for the time we were out was $24.28 gross revenue per hour that we were out. So really good day. 107 miles driven for $1.24 per mile. So, and we did 10 total dashes or deliveries. So it was a great day. I'm happy with the results. And again, it was another day that we did a great job. Just paying attention to order value and continuing to increase, and that nice $2 to $3 increase we saw after the break for dinner time, exactly the way we wanted. So guys, I'm gonna go ahead and roll the financials now, so you can see the financials for today. In the meantime, while I'm rolling the financials, go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you enjoyed this video and you're not yet a subscriber. Share this video. Like this video, and say, and if you know somebody who's in the gig economy, show them this video if you think there's some value in it. I appreciate you watching. Let's roll those financials.
For the terrifying trick-or-treaters. For the scary good bakers. And the horror movie marathoners. M&M's for all fun kind.
What's going on, guys? Dad Dash Industries here, and I am out on another ride along. So guys, today we are going to be going out on a ride along and doing a dinner. So we are on our way into the market. It's about 4 o'clock. We're going to go about 4:30 to about 8:30. I'm scheduled to go on live with DoorDash about 5 o'clock. I've got Uber Eats powered up. I've got Grubhub powered up. I did get a Grubhub order as soon as I powered the app up, but it was definitely not worth it. It was $5.94 for 5.3 miles. So it did not meet any of my minimum guidelines. So we're not going to consider that. But we will continue watching, see what comes up as we drive through my home market to get to the Charlestown market where we will be working this evening. So I will be back to update you guys periodically and take you along the way, show you what's going on. Today, the goal, as always, is $100 for dinner, since we're just doing a dinner. So the goal is to try to make our 100 as fast as possible. And then, of course, once we get through our first 100, if we have time, we'll try to make a second 100, or at least some of a second 100. We'll see where it goes. The last couple Wednesdays have been very profitable days. I don't expect this will be any different, but we'll see. Gas prices, of course, are still all the rage. I did put out a video today. Hopefully everybody has watched that, enjoyed that, and understands what was said in that. And I'm going to expound on that a little bit more as we're going. As we're doing orders, we're going to be talking about that, talking about how to look at the orders and see, hey, look, is this a profitable order? How did this order do? How did it perform? Today, the metrics I'm looking at is my goal is to try to get at least $12 or more in order. Okay. That's my goal. My average order size this year has been $13. And that would, if we did 2 orders an hour, that would put us at $26 generated revenue per hour. But we're going to be looking and targeting orders at about 12 to $13 an hour, probably, or $12 to $13 an order. And we're going to be looking to do mileage of, if we can get it, 8 or less miles. Okay, 8 or less miles. If we have to do a little bit more, at least $1 a mile, we'll assess it, see how it goes, take a look at the profitability standards on that, and go from there. All right, guys, I will be talking to you. I'm also going to be getting some updated data on my gas mileage, because I did just have oil change, things like that. So I am doing a tracking, where I've been tracking. I've got about 94 miles left to my next fill up. So I'll be able to adjust my miles per fill up, and we'll see. And I'll take you through the process of that as well as we're going. So anyways, guys, lots going on today. Hopefully we can get a lot of good information flowing, and we'll go from there. All right, guys, I will be talking to you soon. Let's hope we get some good orders, and we'll go from there. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash back here. So wanted to give you an update here on things. It's been quite eventful. We got started about 5:15 with our first order, I believe it was. Double check that. Oh, sorry, 5:05. So it's been about, we're just about 4 minutes shy of an hour, but we've been working steady. So we started out with a DoorDash order of $7. I suspected there could have been maybe a little bit of extra tip in there with a pizza order. I thought there was probably maybe an extra dollar, or it was going to be like $7.50 and something like that, maybe $8.50 or $8. I don't know. I was thinking $3 is the minimum up here for DoorDash. Turns out it was straight $7. However, ended up with about a 30% expense ratio on that. So we collected about 70%. Now, while I was picking up the order at Pizza Hut, I got an order for Grubhub as I was pulling out, and it was $7 going 2 miles. I said, yeah, I'll do that, absolutely. So then, as I'm about to go drop off the DoorDash order, I get an add-on for $9.68, going another 1.2 miles. Of course, I took that. So, that was for Popeyes, which is right next to the Wendy's that I was picking up at. So I went, got those 2 orders, got those done, drove about a total of, actual miles was about 5 miles. But as you can imagine, very, very good orders in terms of miles to money. So put that first hour in the books for well over $25, because as I was dropping off the first half of that order, I ended up getting an $11 and I think it was 38 cents or 48 cents California tortilla order going 7 miles from where I was at. So some of those miles were included in the next order, so I was okay with it. So I accepted that for $11. So now I'm on duty with that order, heading to California tortilla. So it has been a very, very solid day so far. Very solid start. Good flow. Grubhub's been definitely on fire. Uber Eats came at me with a $13.10 order, but it was going 7 miles. And I wasn't going to cancel or get out of the Grubhub order for that. So I went ahead and just left that on the cutting room floor. Grubhub, I ran into one issue on the Grubhub, well, the DoorDash / Grubhub. First of all, DoorDash's directions were totally off. I actually had to go find it myself, and luckily I was able to do so. Delivered it right to the customer, handed it off to the customer, and confirmed that I was at the right address. However, that did set me a little bit behind on Grubhub. However, I think Popeyes bailed me out from getting into any trouble, because Popeyes, the order was not ready at Popeyes, so I got to flag that in my app, and I think that covered me for the lateness on the first order. I'm not 100% certain. We will find out, obviously, if anything comes up in the next couple days with an account violation or something like that. I would dispute that heavily, because Popeyes wasn't ready, and the Wendy's order wasn't completely ready, but it was ready within like a minute of me getting in there. But the Popeyes order took about 10 to 12 minutes, because it was not, even though I got a flag that it was ready, it was not ready when I got in there. And I've had that happen before with Grubhub, where I've gotten notified that something was ready and it's not. So anyways, guys, I'm going to jump off here. I've gone over a little bit too longer than I wanted to, but I wanted to give you a big update there on everything that happened and where we're at. So tonight, like I said, so far everything is looking good. Ratios are looking good. Money is flowing in at a steady rate. So we will see if that continues, and I'll take it from there. All right, guys, I will be talking to you soon. I'll be back with an update. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash Industries here with another update there. So just got done delivering the California tortilla order, and things have slowed up a bit. No orders. Of course, I did get slightly outside of my market area, but no orders yet to follow. I was hoping I might get something along the way and have something to ride right into. However, like I said, it was a great start to the evening. I'm hoping Uber Eats will jump in here and get involved. But this order ended up being about 7 miles. So not bad. It ended up being exactly 7 miles from the customer's house. So I'm guessing those 7 miles that were showing, Grubhub was figuring it from my drop-off point. I wasn't certain 100%. But we did get $11.43, so it was over $1 a mile, so it was not bad at all. So that puts us at about $35, about 35% of the way to 100, and it's about 6:30. So we've got about 2 hours left. Hopefully we can get some decent size orders to head into the next 2 hours, and we'll see what happens. All right, guys, talk to you in a minute. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here with another update. So when we completed the order there, after I talked to you there, I said it slowed down. We got back to the shopping center and ended up getting another Wendy's order for $9.98 going 3 miles. So that was excellent. Took that order, got that delivered. Then we get another Grubhub order. Well, first we get a Grubhub order for Applebee's, which was, I think it was, I want to say it was $16 for 19 miles or something like that. And I turned that one down promptly. Then we followed up with a stacked order from Grubhub for IHOP and Taco Bell, which I just got done picking up, for $20.22 going 11 miles. Now, I went ahead and picked that up. And I'm going to give you the breakdown on this order and show you why I picked it up, because with the 11 miles, that creates a nice tax deduction, even though we are riding some miles. And then on top of that, it was big enough, in my opinion, that the profit margin on that is going to be big enough that we're going to make a nice profit. So far everything's going well with the order. I'm about, it's a 13-minute drive to the first drop-off, and I think about a 2-minute drive from that drop-off to the next one. So I'll be back at the end of the order to go over the figures with you, discuss with you exactly how to process that order, and then we'll do kind of a comparison to, say, one of the smaller orders and look at it under the time frame on a minute-by-minute basis and see, hey, did we make more or less, or how did this thing turn out for us? So this is going to put us at about $65, so we're going to need about 35 bucks. Hopefully we'll be done with this order by about 7:30, and I'm hoping we can begin looking for our next order and maybe get something on the way back into town if all works out. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. I appreciate you riding along with me. If you're enjoying tonight's video, if you're enjoying the discussion, enjoying me taking you along, please hit the subscribe button, share this video, and like this video. All right, guys, talk to you in a minute. Going on, guys? Dad Dash Industries here, and I want to come back in here and let you know we did just complete the order for the double order there. We are heading back towards our market. Ended up being a $35.68 value on the order, but I wanted to discuss with you the expense ratio on this order. So this is exactly what I was talking about. Earlier today, we did a $7 order for, I think it was like 3 miles. And the expense ratio on that order was about 30%, meaning the expenses, taxes, driving, the driving costs or gas mileage cost, and of course the wear and tear on the car, all amounted to about 30% of that order. However, this particular order, because of the larger, because of the larger amount of miles, the taxes ended up only being about $3.54. Once you added in 84 cents for miles driven on top of the 50 cents that we allocate for each order for car maintenance, it ended up only being about a 24% expense ratio. So it fell right in there, right in the pocket of about 76% take home. So not bad at all. And you can see that was a larger order, and the expense ratio on this order ended up being stronger than the smaller orders. And we ended up walking away in that scenario with about $16 to the good. It was about $15 and I think 58 cents. So the time we spent on the order, now if you look at this and you say, okay, time we spent on this order was about 34 minutes. So if you look at that $16 per minute on a per minute basis, it was like $15.50 divided by 34 minutes. It was about 45 cents a minute. Now, if you take the order from earlier, we did 21 minutes, and we ended up with let's see here, about $4.90. So divide that by 21, we ended up with a 23 cent per minute cost on that order. And that was because, of course, it ended up taking a while. So that tells you, even though you see these small, the big problem a lot of drivers have in making money is you're taking orders that are too small. And that's a blaring example. I took that order, $7, 3 miles. But by the time I dropped it off, by the time I picked it up, by the time I waited for the order, got going, the expense ratio was higher, the time on the order was higher, the dollars per minute take home was higher, and it ended up being, in my opinion, a lesser valued order, even though if you just looked at the miles and said, well, that's $7, or you say, okay, well, that's $7, completed it in 21 minutes, I can roll around and get another order, and I'm right there. This order that took me a little farther out of the pocket ended up smoothing out and making the ratios better. We got paid better by minute. We had more in our pocket, and it ended up being all around better value of an order. Just take that into consideration, and these are the calculations you guys should be doing as well when you're looking at your orders. Now, guys, I'm heading back in the market. Looks like Grubhub is hitting me up with another order. I'll take a look at it live with you guys, and that is AWOC. Looks like they want me to go to another town over. It's 11.7 miles from where I'm at right now. I have to pay on pickup. I have to put the order in, and that is not going to happen. So we are going to offer too low for distance. And now DoorDash is getting involved. Brothers Pizza. And I'll show you that one there. And that is not going to work either, because that one is $5 for 8.8 miles. Not going to do that. Too small. Definitely not a good value in those orders. So anyways, guys, the orders are going to hopefully start pouring in here. Hopefully we get some action. Would love to get some Uber Eats action. I'm waiting for it patiently. The only thing I've gotten was I did get a little attention earlier for the McDonald's order. Now it looks like Glory Days Grills in Sheets. It looks like it's a stacked order from DoorDash, which probably is the Sheets I just passed. It's $11, 7 miles. And nope, it looks like it's going to have me go to the Sheets right on my route. So, this is a difficult one, because if you look at it on a by order basis, it's about $5.50 on, for 2 orders, but it's $11, 7 miles, but I got to stop at both places. I don't think it's a very good value. Order too small. I'm looking at it on a by order basis. I recommend you do so too, because those are the type of orders that look decent if it was going to one place. But remember, you've got to go 2 places. You've got to wait 2 places. One of those is known for very long, extremely long wait times. So definitely not enough value in that order to do that. So anyways, guys, I'm going to jump off here. Hope you guys are enjoying tonight's ride along. I'll be back with an update shortly, and hopefully we'll get another order going. Looks like we got an Applebee's order, $8, 7.2 miles. Wow. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and jump off here, and we'll see what we do here. I'm not sure if I'm going to take this or not. I will let you guys know. Thank you very much. Yep, you did. All right, guys, Dash back here with another update here. So we ended up getting kind of got some controversy going on here since we talked last. Basically, started out getting a $7 Wendy's order that looked like it was going to be decent because it was only 1 mile. However, got to Wendy's and the drive-through was literally all the way out into the street. So I thought, well, the lobby's open. I've been in the lobby earlier today. Walked up to go in the lobby. It was closed. As I'm walking back to my car, I get a $10.49 0.7 mile Uber Eats order. And I'm like, okay, I'm getting out of this Wendy's order because there's no way I'm waiting for $7 for in this long line that probably would have at least been a 20-minute wait or longer that was going out into the street. So I canceled the Wendy's order, went on the Uber Eats order, which I have since completed. And then I got a DoorDash order that was $7. I think it was one that was offered to me earlier, but I'm not 100% certain. But went ahead and took it. It's moving me around the market. It's not taking me too far. It's actually keeping me in the market, but it's moving me around, hopefully attracting some other offers and paying me at the same time. So I don't believe there will be probably any extra pay in this because it's just one pizza. So I believe it'll probably be, if there is extra, it would be just a flat $5 tip with a $3 base pay. But I think more likely than not, it'll be $4 and $3. But anyways, I'm going to get this order delivered. This will put us at about $82. So again, we will be looking for about $18 once this order is done to push us over the $100 mark. So I'm hoping maybe Uber jumps in there, maybe something else comes in from Grubhub, or maybe DoorDash sends us an offer following this order. So we'll see what happens. Now looking at the ratio on this, I did a pre-calculation on this. It's about a 25% expense ratio on this. But we collect, the negative part of it is we only collect about $3.82. We only collect about $5. I think it's $5.20 after expenses. And when you put the time into this, now we'll see if the time holds out. I was doing it at 23 minutes, which is what DoorDash was estimating the offer at. We're talking about 19 cents per minute, which is not great at all. We talked about that earlier when we did the larger order. It came in over 40 cents a minute. So anyways, guys, again, these smaller orders, you really got to watch. You want to watch your expense ratio. They don't press the expenses down like the larger orders do. And, they appear, they're good for miles, but they don't do a good job of covering you. So anyway, just keep that in mind. We'll see how this order turns out. And of course, I'll update you when I'm talking to you here in a little bit. All right, guys, I'm going to jump off here, focus on getting this order delivered, and I'll be back with an update soon.
If you sell on Amazon, you need to start using AI. Tools like Sellozo use AI to help sellers grow. It can automatically optimize your ads based on your target ACOS. Easily customize your automation with Campaign Studio. Link campaigns to automate harvesting new keywords. Use dayparting to run your campaigns during the most optimal time of day. It even has its own community of sellers and experts. Book your free demo today.
All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So just completed the final delivery tonight. Boy, was it an interesting one. I will review that in a minute, but I did want you to know we did hit our $100. It's we hit about 102 bucks, so we ended up averaging about $24.47 an hour while we were out of gross revenue. So it took us a little bit longer than 4 hours to earn the money, unfortunately. We were on a great pace early in the day, but it kind of faded off. But basically, since I left you last, we ended up picking up Well, we ended up delivering the DoorDash order that I was on, and that ended up being extra tip. So we did get an extra tip on that order, got $5 tip, $3 base, and then we headed back to market. I was getting ready to possibly leave the market, head towards my house, and see if I could pick up the remaining $16 that I needed. And I stopped off to get gas. While I was getting gas, I got a $9.58 Grubhub Mart order, which is basically a virtual 7-Eleven store. Went, delivered that order. As I was delivering that order, I got a $9.58 Brothers Pizza order, which put me over the $100. Now I was kind of trying to hustle to get this done, get it all moving fast, and but I did end up delivering it slightly after. I guess I delivered it at 9:17, about 12 minutes after 9:05, which would have been exactly 4 hours. So we ended up working about 4 hours and 12 minutes tonight. Now, the interesting story I have to tell you about the final order is I delivered the order, put it down, got in my car, started driving off, and my phone rings. And the guy's like, "Did you just deliver to such and such address?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Well, no, you didn't, because it's not in front of my house." I said, "Well," I even had my GPS lined up where it tells me my GPS tracking, puts in the picture. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm just around the corner. I literally was. I pulled a UE, came back, grabbed the order, was still out front, and it turns out they were the house next door. So this time, instead of going to no contact, I knocked because I wanted to make sure they got their food. They were very understanding. I was very apologetic, and we got that done. Now, as for our overall evening, where did we fall in at? We ended up driving at $1.18 a mile. We did 87 miles. So just to kind of give you the calculation that I've been talking about, and that I talked about in my video earlier today that I put out as far as profitability, how profitable was this shift? Now, I spent about $40.87. So we have fresh numbers on gas. I drove, divide that by 509, that's about 8 cents a mile. So I'm now having to move my metric up to 8 cents a mile based on gas and the price of gas that I got. So at 8 cents a mile, 87 miles. So if we take 87 miles, times it by 8 cents, that's $6.90, $6.96 gas cost for the night. Now, we also are going to say 0.585 for times 87. So 87 times 0.585 is $50.89. So we take $50.89 and subtract that from 102.79. So 102.79 minus $50.89, and that's $51.90. And we just set aside 25% of that. So that's $12.97. So now we've got $5, I believe it's $5.87 if my memory serves me right. I'm not writing any of this down. And plus the taxes. And then we did a total of 9 orders tonight. So $4.50 for car maintenance. So that means $23.34 was our total cost for the evening. And we divide that by 102.79. Divided by 102.79. And we had a 22% expense ratio. That means we are collecting about 78% of our money is coming home with us that we made tonight. So a 22% expense ratio to me is very, very good. That is actually outstanding. That's far better than a lot of times what you're getting when you're having withholding taxes and stuff like that. That's setting aside a good amount of money to cover the wear and tear on your vehicle, covering reimbursement of the gas that you used, on top of taxes to cover your taxes that you're going to be having to pay and should be paying on a quarterly basis, weekly basis, monthly basis, however you want to do it. But that's how I do it. That's how I look at it. To me, this was a profitable shift, definitely a profitable shift when I'm taking home 78% of the money, and that's my profits right there. So, guys, I appreciate you watching tonight. I'm going to roll the financials. You're going to see them come up. You can do your own calculations. Take a look at them. Take a look at all the metrics and ratios. If you, I apologize for being so dark, but that's just the nature of the road. You know, hopefully you guys made some money if you were out today. And hit that like button if you enjoyed the video. Share this video with anybody that you think it could be helpful to. And of course, if you're not subscribed, get subscribed so you can join the network, join the discussion, start sharing some information, and becoming a better gig business operator. All right, guys, I will be talking to you soon, and I thank you for watching. Let's roll the financials.
Google Ads helps you turn curiosity into customers who are interested in what your business has to offer. Now you can reach people based on what they're curious about. Google Ads. Turn curiosity into customers. Visit ads.google.com to learn more.
What's up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you today with a video. I just wanted to take a short time to talk with you here and give you some thoughts as we're going into 2023. On about whether or not gig work, DoorDash work, whatever you want to call it, whether or not DoorDash, gig work in general, whether or not it can be a job for somebody, or whether or not it can be a way to make a living. Let's call it that. Make a living, run a business, etc. And who should consider it or who shouldn't consider it. So the first thing is, could you do gig work for a living and make a living? And the answer is absolutely yes. Anyone that tells you you can't isn't being honest. Maybe has their own agenda. Yes, you can do it. However, the question is, should you do it? And is it right for you? And that is a question you have to answer. And you have to understand that there is a certain type of individual that it's made for and a certain type of individual that it's not. So if you're someone who enjoys having someone make decisions for you, if you like being dependent on others, if you want someone to tell you when to work, what to do, handle your taxes, handle your benefits, and you just want to say, hey, you know what? I show up, I get direction from my manager, I go to work, and there it is. Maybe, you know, if that's you, if that's something that you're like, you know what? I don't want the responsibility of doing everything else, then gig work's not for you. I mean, maybe you can do it as a side hustle, but even then, you're going to probably run into some problems because you're going to have to do all those things and for a very small little return, and then you're going to begin asking yourself, well, my God, I got to keep track of all these things. I got to keep track of all these records. At the end of the year, you might be messing up on your taxes and a little bit that you earn. It's probably not going to be worth it. That is not you. But the thing you've got to understand is a majority of people will fall into that category. And that's not a bad thing. That's not a knock on anybody. That's just that is the type of situation that they're used to. They don't have the capacity, the time, the ability to handle the frustrations of being involved with all those things. They would just rather show up, put in their 8 to 10 hours every Friday, every other Friday. Money magically appears in their bank account. It's all allocated for them. And essentially it says this is what you can spend. And the only responsibility they have is to make sure that they can pay the necessities of life. And once they do that, the rest is fun money, right? Now, if you're someone who says, you know what, I don't mind the challenge of handling all that myself. I don't mind the challenge of finding money myself. I don't want to have somebody tell me what I got to do every day. I don't want to have somebody have that much control over my life. And I want the freedom to be able to just say, you know what, I'm doing it myself. And I'm going to take care of everything. So my taxes, my health insurance on, right? And what we would call that person, that's a person who's an entrepreneur, right? Someone who has a belief in themselves and their own abilities to create something. And whether that's creating money through gig apps or something else, if you're an entrepreneur, it's perfect for you. It's a great way to be able to have the ability to generate revenue anytime you can. And once you understand what it means to be an entrepreneur, once you understand what you need to do when you're someone earning money outside of the normal place, which is do another business. And if you know how to do your own accounting, you know how to do your own books, you know how to do all of it, it's not a big deal. If you've gone out, researched the software that's going to fit your situation, and you have the software to collect what you need to collect and get what you need to do and pay your taxes and understand quarterly taxes and all that stuff, you're good. Gig work is going to be great for you. The issue we have right now is that the apps themselves don't do a good job of helping someone understand whether it's for them. They just tell them it's for everybody who has a cell phone. Sign up, start doing it, that's it. And that is a problem. That is not true. That's led to what we see right now where we have a lot of saturation. We have a lot of people out here doing this. We're going to have a lot of people doing it because supposedly we're going to be heading towards the big R. I'm not going to say it on YouTube, but we're going to be heading towards the big R, right? And supposedly. And the idea is that people, if they lose their job, are going to flock to gig work, and they probably will. It's being marketed on our television, on our football, on sports, on the, all the mediums, YouTube, wherever you're at, you're going to see the ads. You're going to see the stuff going on. You've got people that are customers. You've got people that are becoming acclimated to Grubhub because they're an Amazon customer. And they're going to be looking deeper into this, especially if they end up losing a job. But the thing is, if you're someone who's coming out, hopefully you're finding a video like this. Hopefully there's other people that can speak honestly to you and tell you that no, it is not a solution necessarily for you. If you are not someone who can handle the stresses, handle the uncertainties of doing it yourself. And that's the biggest challenge you will have, is the uncertainty. And for some, they thrive on it. It motivates them. It doesn't bother them. It allows them. And for others, it causes paralysis. It causes you to not be able to go forward. It causes you to be riddled with worry. And it causes you to then make desperate decisions when you're thinking you're in a desperate situation that you're not. And it takes away from your ability to analyze and your ability to really know. So my suggestion is you really need to look at it from those two perspectives. If you are not someone who's ever had an interest in going out and being on your own and having all the responsibility fall on your shoulders, then don't think that suddenly you're going to turn on the gig apps and you're going to start doing this stuff, and then you're going to suddenly have the capacity to do what you need to do to be successful. It is not for everyone. In fact, I would say it's for a small percentage of people out there who have the mental capacity, the ability to handle the biggest thing, and that's uncertainty, because you don't know. The biggest thing that you have to understand is when you come out, you don't know. You may be, when you show up at work, you have a guaranteed income. You're guaranteed to show up at work during the time you're scheduled and to walk away with money. I might want to work today. I might have every plan to work today. I'm ready to earn money. But if people aren't ordering, if the apps I just decide to turn on don't have the business volume, and I don't receive the orders, the ability to look at the orders and see, or the orders I receive are not ones that I think meet my value standards and are not worth the time for me to go out and work them, then I may have zero work for today. And that's going to have an effect mentally, one way or another. And if you're not able to deal with that and not able to see through that and not able to have the confidence that, it might not have worked out here, but that you can develop and you're going to develop and you're going to work on developing the strengths that will see you through that and get you to a point that you will end up reaching where you need to be at in due time, then it's not going to be for you. And then you're going to end up in a very bad place. So anyways, guys, hopefully this helps. If you're somebody out there, if you have questions, please, my channel is about this. This is why I wanted to bring people along, to show you what it looks like, to give you perspective, and to help people who are considering this line of work, considering making this investment, to see what is going on out here in my market, to see it from one driver's perspective and be able to use that to challenge your thinking. I'm not telling you it's going to be the same experience you see from me. I'm just saying, I'm wanting to challenge your thinking, challenge your mind, and get you thinking. Hit that subscribe button, guys, if you enjoyed today's video. Share this with at least one person that you think could gain value. And I'll talk to you soon. Stay safe, stay profitable. And I'll talk to you in a little bit.
We're giving students the tools they need to achieve their dreams.
What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and wanted to come to you today with a little message here before the holidays. First of all, just to say happy holidays to everybody. Hopefully you get out and enjoy Thanksgiving. Either enjoy making money because of the increased business leading up to and following Thanksgiving, or just taking some time off and enjoying that time with your family. However, the message I wanted to send out to you guys, all right, is this. Remember, this is a great time right now to really hit up your shopping apps or sign up for a shopping app, because this is the time when when people are going to be using them heavily. So just a little word of the wise for those of you who might be DoorDash burnout or burnout on food delivery apps, or maybe you're just looking for something new. Give it a look. Instacart, Shipped, all of them. Spark, all of them are flying off the handle. Roadie is teamed up with Walmart. A lot of money to be made, and it's a great time to get involved. It's a great time to get paid, really, and do something at a little different speed than the norm. And at the same time, too, you will be adding to your repertoire of apps to work, and that's always a good thing, because as you know, if you follow this channel, I am a huge proponent of selection and choice, and being able to have as many options to work for at any given time. And I will tell you, it goes up and down. Those, the shopping apps have good and bad days, good and bad months, but it's always nice to be able to have those running in the background. And as you will learn, if you're checking out Instacart, Spark, all of them run the same. You don't get, you don't really have, in my opinion, you don't have an acceptance rate per se. They're just constantly pushing out batches of orders that you get to sort through and look through. And if something catches your eye, you hit accept. Most shoppers see all of them. Now, all of them have their own little plans. Instacart's got its little point system that allegedly you'll be able to see orders before others, etc. The biggest issue in that particular area is there are bot apps out there that will accept orders for people, and it's sometimes tough if you're not watching the app or looking. You miss opportunities. But look, as you get better with these, don't be intimidated by them. It's just like shopping for your own groceries. In fact, you get better at it. I was never a great grocery shopper myself, and as I've slowly worked on my shopping abilities and using the apps and using the maps and developing little tips and tricks, and again, using what I believe is the greatest gig delivery tool in the market, and that is a Samsung Android phone. The more tips and tricks, the more ways you get creative with using it. One of the ways that has absolutely increased my ability to shop and gotten my shop times in line and made me more efficient as a shopper is split screening the store app with the Instacart app. And some of the stores like Martin's, Wise, when you pull that up, you can immediately, as you pull up an item, if you're not certain where that item's at, you type it right in below. It'll pull it up, give you the aisle number, sometimes the exact shelf location, better than inside the apps. You can use it with your DoorDash shop and deliver apps. You can use it with, now Walmart Spark is the best by far, in my opinion, for shops as far as bringing you directly to an item. But it will allow you to be more efficient. It will allow you to get the shops done quicker. And that is really, really, really huge if you're going to try to do the shops, because you can sometimes, get what looks like a absolute banger of an offer. And then you get in there and it just goes haywire and you don't know where anything's at. And I'll tell you what, there's nothing like being in a store trying to find peanut butter. Every store has it in a different area, different zone, different pantry. And, something that I have, always remember seeing peanut butter everywhere until I wanted to find it as part of a shop. So it's just funny. It's kind of unique as you deal with those little things. But anyways, that's my message to you for Thanksgiving, for the holidays, ramping it up. It's a great time to get involved right now, because as we have back-to-back holidays in Christmas and in Thanksgiving, your shopping is going to be big. The ability to deliver packages, Amazon Flex. If you're not signed up for Amazon Flex, sign up for Amazon Flex. They are going to be having huge opportunities because of the holiday shipping and holiday stuff, that they're going to be wanting to push it out through their Flex area. So this is another great time to do that. So guys, anyways, that's my little message. Look, those of you DoorDash heavy, start branching out. Now is a great time. I can tell you right now that the screen is back in my area. It wasn't here. It left for a while. Now I'm back to the new screen with no item counts. Hate it. And I'll be honest with you. I have not done DoorDash in almost a week. And the last order I did was a large order program order for Panera Bread. And honestly, it just pissed me off because the customer, I watched the store pack this order, and the DoorDash customer contacts me and says there's missing items. And I'm like, are you shitting me, man? Come on. And I asked them what items were. They refused to tell me. So I called support, made sure that my ratings were protected, which, by the way, you should always do. And talk with them, and they said you won't be rated on this order. And I wasn't. And but I was like, I wanted to let them know. One of the things I wanted to let support know was I actually watched the store pack the order and check the receipt, and initial off on the receipt, to which I checked the receipt and it matched. So I don't know what was missing, but that was my last DoorDash order, and I'm sitting at 1,899 orders, and I have one more to hit 1,900. I was going to do a big deal about that, but I started thinking, what? I got into the shops, Roadie, Instacart, Spark shops, and you know what? I haven't had to do it. And I made, I've been making $50 an hour doing shops, guys. $50 an hour. And I'll do an earnings review here soon to go over how things have been going. But it's been really, really good. And I've been earning money really, really fast. And that's why I thought, I want to spread the word here, because there are so many people that are involved with DoorDash, and they think it's the only thing you can be doing out here, and it's really not. And that's why you've got to just be able to flexibly switch. And I'm not saying I'll never do DoorDash again. Don't get me wrong. If DoorDash sends me a decent order, I'm on it. But they haven't sent me a decent order, and I'm in the diamond zone now, and I got the new screen, and maybe there won't be a decent order that comes to my phone for a long, long time. If there isn't, I'm prepared for it. So anyways, all right, guys. Well, I'm going to jump off here. Hit that subscribe button if you enjoyed today's video. Hopefully you got something from it. If you did, hit me up in the comment section. Also, I was doing, and I did post up, and I'm still working on it, the multi-apping video that was requested of me. I got it posted. It started running, And then I realized there were some problems with the video and I had to take it down. So it's coming. It's in production. I am so sorry to anybody that was looking forward to it. And it will be up. I promise you it will hit. And I will be doing that video, which is a live ride-along screen share of the driver utility helper Maxymo and seeing that live and in action. Anyways, guys, talk to you soon. What's up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with a comment reaction video. So I promised Michael that I would come back here, or Mike, with a response here to his comment that he left on one of my videos in regards to what I'm doing with the iPhone SE. As you can see, I still have it. I did not return it. And I want to give you my thoughts on it. I want to tell you, I realized I never really summarized that. I never really let you guys know what was going on with it. Now, I want to remind you that this phone, I had picked it up originally on a deal from AT&T because there were some customer service issues with my account in regards to my iPad purchase. And they were giving me a discount where I was going to get the phone for basically $100. Well, that all got messed up. And ultimately, what AT&T ultimately ended up doing is they gave it to me for free. They actually ended up taking the $100 that was going to be owed and just made it so that I was completely whole, and they gave me the phone. Now, I did, you could say this was right, wrong, whatever, but I wanted to have a line over on Xfinity. So I moved that line over to Xfinity Mobile, which actually ended up getting me a $400 credit when I moved over. And I took that $400 credit and applied it to my S22 Ultra, which pretty much paid that off. I think I've got like 4 payments left over on that. So I was able to parlay that into a free iPhone and an almost a virtually free, because I got like, I think it was $200 off when I signed up. I got like $200 off on the S22, and then I got another $400 off, and I think there was like $199 left for a couple payments, and actually that should be paid off here within like the next 2 months. So then I will own my S22, I own my S22 Ultra, I own my iPhone SE all outright. Anyways, I know that doesn't get into the answer about the SE and how I feel about it. So the answer is I didn't return it because they gave it to me for free, and I wasn't going to return this phone because it was given to me for free. It's a great phone. As I said when I did the review of it, it had what was the previous flagship chip inside this phone, which is the body of a phone that came out now, I think 8 years ago. So this phone is lightning fast. Whenever I use it, I always get, great, great responsiveness. I'm able to do anything I need to do. It's snappy, it's quick, it does a great job. The only downside to this phone right now is that it is battery. Okay, the battery life on the phone is a little bit spotty because obviously it's not a big phone and it doesn't have room for a big battery. But even, I will say, Apple's done a great job with some of the chip things that it's done with it to help regulate battery life. So I can pretty much get a 4-hour shift out of it with no problem if I use this phone exclusively, and it's on running at maps, all that good stuff. Now, the place that I believe this phone is really greatly marketed at, right, is not as your primary phone. I would not say, I mean, you could run this as your primary phone if you wanted to, but I really don't believe that that's the ideal spot for this phone. This phone is ideal for a backup phone. If you have an Android and you want to have a backup iOS phone, and you can get a great deal on this phone, do it. If you have an iPhone and you want to get a backup iPhone to have 2 screens, which I recommend you always should do, and I put out a video on how to do a multi-screen setup with iPhone and get the most out of it, I recommend this phone is a great one to pick up if you can get a good deal. The ideal spot of this phone is the idea of price. $429, no, I would not pay full price for this phone, but if you can get it for free, like I did, if you can get it for $199 or less, or sub $300,
great. Go for this phone. It's a great entry point. If you're somebody who really likes the home button and you're not wanting to give that up, great phone. Now, the question was posed here, how am I using driver utility app on this? I am not. The answer to that question is I am not. A lot's happened since I made the videos first of last year when I first got this phone, and this phone had come out, and I was pretty high on this phone, and I thought, okay, it had just come out, and I was like, you know what, I'm looking for that third iPhone. I got it. I was intrigued by the old, nostalgic form factor of this phone. So shortly thereafter, as I mentioned, I have an S22 Ultra that I got through Xfinity Mobile because I wanted to, I got curious. I had only experienced Android on a Z Fold, and the Z Fold experience I did not find very satisfactory. But I had heard about Driver Utility Helper, I had heard about Maxymo, and I really wanted to experience that. So that's what prompted me when I signed up for Xfinity, and they were able to give me a deal with discounts and things that pretty much was, less than what I was paying for my cable and internet at the time. Adding in this phone line for the S22. So I began that journey with Android using this phone. I was so impressed when I got this phone that I said, I want to try out the best. So I traded my Z Fold for this guy right here, which is the best experience you're going to get on an Android, and for the S22 Ultra. And I got rid of my Z Fold 3, traded for this. I even have tried the Z Fold 4. I tried the flips. I keep coming back to this. I really love this phone. It's a great phone. It's fast. It's got 12 gigabytes of RAM. It does everything you need to do, and it runs all the apps great. Tonight, I'm running, as I will do occasionally. I continue to try to use this because this has the lesser RAM, and this is a phone that's closer to what most people are going to be willing to spend to get into an Android. They're not going to want to spend $1,200, $1,300. So I continue to test this and continue to try workflows out on this and see how they work, which is what I'm doing tonight once I get done with this video. But that's the answer to that. I don't use iPhone for it. You can't. Hopefully, maybe something comes out. I will tell you, Para is coming, has functionalities, and I'm going to be doing. I'm optimizing a setup, and I'm going to be doing a feature on Para and on how to set up a multi-screen approach, similar to what you get on Samsung with auto decline enabled, because Para will allow you to auto decline, will allow you to flag. A lot of the functionality I really like can all be done through the Para app for iPhone users. It's not perfect. The one issue right now is there is nothing that links DoorDash in there, but it will let you do that with Grubhub and Uber Eats, and can really help with those apps and take a little bit of the pressure off, so you're allowing those to be automated in the background while you're dealing with DoorDash. And really what helps with the multi-app setup. So that's covering that issue. Now, the other question was, should you buy the iPhone 14 Pro? And my answer to you is, if you have the money, if you have a deal, yes, 100%. I love this phone. This is my favorite iPhone for gig work. There's a lot of stuff, and again, I'm not going to get into all of that in this video here, but I am going to be doing further videos on the iPhone 14 Pro and how you can get a multi-app setup. I've done the multi-phone. I have a 14 Pro and a 13 Pro, and I've used those together. If you're an iPhone lover, if you're an iPhone user, if iPhone is your preference and you will not consider putting an Android in your repertoire of phones, or you just don't want to buy one because this is all you can afford, this is a great phone. This is the phone you should go for. Absolutely over this phone. This is a backup phone, guys. This, I have to say that. This phone right here is the best you're going to get right now. Now, I have not used the 14 regular, which is the one that all the phone carriers are giving away because nobody wants to buy it. I can't tell you that, it's going to, that you couldn't get the same experience and the same things you see me do with this in my videos on a 14. You probably could. Again, it all comes down to money, but if you can afford this phone, if you have a deal where it's free, like right now on AT&T, you can get this phone for free with $1,000 by trading in an old phone. And certain phones you won't get the full 1,000, but you may get close to it. Then you should absolutely pick this phone up. It is 100% worth it, and that is the phone you should be getting 100% if you're going to go with an iPhone. And I fully recommend the iPhone 14 Pro over the Max. I had the Max size 12s, too big of a phone in my opinion. This fits perfectly in the hand. Everything lines up just perfect. Screenshotting lines up perfect when you're doing the buttons. Back tap, everything about this phone is perfection as far as size, screen, everything. The only thing it lacks is the multi-apping capabilities or the multitasking capabilities that the Samsung phone has. And there's a lot of stuff on this phone. I've done full videos on it that just makes this for gig work still the king. But if you're an iPhone user and you don't want all the craziness of an Android, perfect phone right here, paired with the Para app, paired with an iPad Pro. And I'm going to show you all of that in the coming days. I'm waiting for equipment to come in so I can get this rigged up, and I'm going to be bringing it to you because I know a lot of iPhone users are out there wanting and lusting after what you can do on Android. I'm going to show you a comparable setup using the Para app, using the iPhone Pro, and we're going to see how it works. I got to test it out myself first, and then I'm going to bring it to you, and then I'm going to show you what the pricing and everything is on that. So with that said, guys, I'm going to conclude the video. Hopefully, Mike, this helps you make a decision. Go with the 14 Pro. If you can afford it, go with the 14 Pro. The dynamic island's only going to get better. It's going to, I think, continue to be exceptional. I think it's going to be Apple's answer to drop downs, multi-screen, float over windows, and all that stuff. So go with the dynamic island, iPhone 14 Pro, if you've got a good deal. If you don't have a good deal, don't be afraid of the 13 Pro either. I use it all the time. It's a great phone, and it will carry you just fine. And if you're absolutely cash strapped and you need to go with a lower end phone, going with this phone will absolutely not be a bad experience. It's just not going to be the optimum experience that you're going to have. If you like the home button and all that stuff, fantastic phone. I still recommend it. I still use it. I still jump in and out of it. And you really can't go wrong with it. I stand by it that this is a phone that you could buy right now as a secondary phone, and you will have confidence it will be a valid, relevant phone for the next 5 years. I absolutely believe that. Making it the standalone favorite as a backup iPhone to have, so you can run a multi-screen deal if you're not wanting to spend $2,000 on getting, or you can't get, or you don't want to, say you're getting this for free, and you say, you know what, I want to run this one, and you want to go pick it up, and you have ability to do it. Great, grab it. You can spend $400 on the Apple Store, or go on right now Amazon, or pick it up on the secondary market, and you can get it for, right now I've checked, you can get it for as low as $329, or even as low as $300, depending on the model you go with. And you can't go wrong with it. Great secondary phone. You can hotspot it into this phone. I'll probably do some videos on that now that I'm talking about it. And this is a great companion phone, companion device to this, letting this run everything for you. Anyways, guys, jump off here, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, share this video. So anybody else that has questions over the iPhone SE and the iPhone 14 Pro can get them answered. I'm using them. Any questions you have, put in the comments. And any questions you have about any other devices that you've seen me talk about, put in the comments. Let me know. I'll do a full video on them if necessary. Talk to you soon, guys. Thanks for watching, and stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you in a little while.
What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with an update on my top dasher situation. So right now things are still pending, but I wanted to share with you the craziness of what it's like to deal with dasher support. Now, I also want to give you a tip as well, because as I got some feedback from a lot of you, there was a lot of feedback stating that DoorDash was going to give me the runaround, and they were attempting to, but I continued to fight, and I'm going to share with you the conversation I had with Dasher support today. That was the breakthrough conversation. So let's jump into that.
Hi, thank you for waiting.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Hi, I appreciate your patience in this one.
Sure.
So yeah, going back to your concern, the reason why it showed for the month of July, your acceptance rate for the month of July is 67%, and as for the month of
Wow, just got disconnected again. All right, let's call them back. We are not giving up.
DoorDash support. My name is Kim. How can I help you?
Yes, I was calling in because I was just on the phone with Jace and we got disconnected. He had put me on hold for probably about 15 minutes and he was in the middle of giving me an explanation and it just cut off. So I'm hopeful we can get back to what he was telling me, because he was trying to figure out an issue, because I'm having an issue with my app right now that I've been trying to call in. I keep getting disconnected and disconnected and disconnected in the middle of the conversations after long holds. So it's a bit frustrating, but hopefully this time we can get it solved. But the issue I'm having with the app is my app is not, I guess, I discovered it yesterday when I was on the phone with a separate issue, but there's an issue with my ratings on my phone not matching what's in the system, and we've been trying to get it figured out, and nobody can quite figure out what we need to do to get it figured out. So I'm hoping we can figure it out. I guess the first thing I wanted to do was, maybe he figured it out for me. I don't know. I wanted to just confirm what my ratings are on your end, and then try to figure out, see if maybe he updated. Like I said, he was in the middle of explaining some stuff, and it just cut off.
Oh, God. Okay.
So I guess.
Let me pull up your.
Yeah, absolutely, certainly. Whatever we need to do that.
Okay. So about your request to check your ratings first, I see also that you've called us about this, and I see also that you've provided screenshots.
Oh yes.
The ratings.
Yep.
Waiting for this to load.
Yeah, like I said, I've been on like troubleshooting call after trouble, because like I said, what happens is it's like where I'll go on hold and we always get to the point where there's about to be an explanation, or we're trying to work through an explanation, and then the call cuts. So I don't know what's going on.
Only when you're calling DoorDash. Okay.
Yeah.
So your rating. Okay, so customer rating. This is what's showing on our end. Let's start first with the customer rating.
Sure.
4.99, and
okay.
the screenshot you sent me, it's the same thing.
Okay.
Acceptance rate, it's 67%, but on the screenshot you sent me, it's showing 70.
Correct.
So that's where the discrepancy.
That's the discrepancy we've been trying to figure out, because now the gentleman previously, what we were working through was, he said he had gone in and saw that it was 70 for July, but he was seeing 67 for June, which of course creates a whole nother set of questions, because I haven't dashed since June 23rd. So, but he said, then he went in and said, upon looking, that's what he was trying to explain to me. But what we're trying to figure out, I have sent video of it, and my app reflects, the troubleshooting we worked through was deleting the app, which I did, clearing the cache in my app. I did. I have a personal iPhone, so I downloaded the app on the iPhone, went in and opened it up. It says 70% on the iPhone, because that's what one of the reps had me do, just to see like if it was different on one. It still says 70 on my iPhone. I deleted that app, re-downloaded it, of course, as one rep had me do. It still said 70. on this one, and every time I log in, it gives me the greeting of, congratulations, you're at 70% and have first priority. And that's kind of where this whole concern is centering around is, well, number one, I want to be able to know that my rating screen is correct and accurate, but two, you know, am I getting priority or not, or what's the situation with that? You know, and on one of the things. So it's just bizarre because my app, when I log into the system on my side, whether it's an iPhone or Android, brand new download or not, it's still showing 70. And then on your end, I'm told it's 67. And nobody can seem to figure out, or at least I don't know, the last gentleman, like I said, he was off for 15 minutes. He said, talking to somebody, and was literally about to give me an explanation, and then we got disconnected. Then I'm like, oh my gosh.
Okay. I got it. So nowadays, there's actually not really an issue, but it takes actually some time for the ratings to be updated on the app. So it's going to show real time on our end, but it's going to be different on the app.
Well, I guess the issue that I'm trying to deal with here is that this has been the ratings since the 23rd of June. That's what
23rd.
Yeah, so it's see, this is the unique situation that we're in. This is why this is kind of like stumping everybody. I happen to be out of town. I went on vacation with my family. So the last time I dashed, and as I always do, I always will take a screenshot because I've been trying to keep at least 70% or higher because of the priority thing, right? So I always take a screenshot at the end. So I did that. So when I got back in yesterday, was when I arrived back home. I was out of the country. Besides one day I logged in on my iPhone just to double check everything, make sure everything was good. That was a day I had bought internet while I was out of the country. And but I haven't dashed. I haven't logged into the app at all. So this is literally, my app has stayed at 70%, and I have the screenshots from the 23rd and then the 24th because I did not end up dashing that day at all. And I taken a screenshot that day. That was the last day I was available to do it. I wish we just kind of using DoorDash. Haven't dashed in a while. So I'm like, I want to get back, but I also am not wanting to get back until I know that the rating screen is accurate. And I don't want to have to be calling support or chat every hour and say, what's my acceptance rate? And
yeah, which I do get your point, because when I'm also checking your ratings for July, and technically since July started, this is the ratings that you're going to work for, especially if you want to be a top dasher for August. There is a discrepancy, because in July, like what I mentioned, this is the ratings you work in June. You ended up at 67%, and then July, even though you haven't dashed, which I can see here, last time you dashed was in June 23rd.
Right.
It went up to 70%. So I guess that's also the ratings that you.
Well, see, that's what the.
I'll just be doing these. I'll be submitting a follow-up on this. I'll be sending an email. At least you have something.
Yeah, because see, that's the other thing I'm missing is the emails that I was referencing for you were all just a request for the screenshots. So I have yet to get an email like I had before. Like when I had a contract violation that had to get looked into because they were dinging me for when I left the restaurant, and I knew that, and then they went in and looked at it, and they're like, yeah, you're right. I can see where you arrived at, like 12:06 and left at 12:13, and yet the contract violation said I arrived at 12:13. And, I got like an email confirmed, this has been escalated, but in this case I never did. So then that was also part of my concern was like, is this being escalated? Because I don't want this to just get fallen by the wayside, because I think we really have something that needs to be looked at here. And like I said, in the meantime, I'm not dashing or doing anything. So, I know it takes time, but I'm like, I want to make sure it's not just sitting there and, I'm going 4 or 5 days without dashing because we're trying to get this worked out.
and I want to preserve the state of the account. Because I think it's best for them to look at it as it is right now.
Correct. And I also sent you the email. Can you please check if you received it?
Actually, yep, I will right now. I'm in my email. Let me go up here at DoorDash. So it says, thank you for reaching out about the issue with your ratings. I understand the importance of resolving your concern, and I've escalated your case to our DoorDash escalations team. The escalations team will need to verify your account to proceed. So, all right, so you need these, so you need me to send that back right now then, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, I can do, yeah, no, nobody sent me this. So whatever, this is definitely beyond what anyone else has sent, because I never got this request at all. So maybe, I guess, they didn't escalate. Maybe they were waiting.
All right, guys, so that concludes the call. After that, I filled out that sheet or the form that you saw, and then it was submitted, and she advised to check back within 24 hours and to keep track of my email. I wanted to share that with you because that was the first. Every other time I've been in contact with support, they've claimed they were escalating. They've had me send XY. I believe that email you saw, if you're not getting that email, then you are not submitting a true ticket. So, moral of the story is, if you have a support issue that deals with anything that support actually needs to be looking into, that is what you need to be receiving. If you haven't received the email where you have to verify your identity to get it to the escalation team, then you have not been escalated, which is probably why a lot of you have said, I've called, it's this, it's that, I'm waiting. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if this is any different than anything else. So far, it's been about 4 hours and I've heard nothing. She said they were going to rush it and and try to get it rushed to get me back on the road, and they haven't done that because she did advise, as you should have heard in the video, not to dash until this was worked out. So anyways, guys, that's the latest update. I'm still waiting, and I have not dashed yet. I will not dash until this is worked out. I apologize for the noise in the background, but I wanted to jump in here, give you this update, and the next time I talk to support or I get an update, I apologize. Or the next time I get an update, I will come in and let you guys know what is going on. Hopefully it will be that I will have got this situation worked out and resolved in my favor. As you heard in that video and should have heard, she acknowledged that my acceptance rate right now on their side for July is in fact 70%. Yet showing for the 30th of June, it's 67. And I haven't dashed since the 23rd of June, and they cannot explain to me how my acceptance rate actually increased without me dashing. So we'll see where this goes. Guys, thanks for watching, and leave me a comment on your thoughts on the latest, and stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon. What is going on, guys? It's Dad Dash back here with another Dad Dash recap, guys. It's been a little while. I'm sorry I haven't been posting. A lot going on, but I wanted to get back and do a little recap of yesterday's dash, take you guys along on a Spark order. We're doing a little Spark pick up and deliver, $25, 8 miles. That's value, guys. A lot of discussion going on in the community that I see out there. A lot of it's circulating around what's profitable, what should you be doing, and what constitutes good orders. What I'm going to tell you is find your value, right? Your value is different from every other gig business operator out there. You need to be you need to have a business-like approach. That's the way you've got to do this. Whatever works for you to make your money is what you should be doing, and you've got to figure that out. What works for me is multi-apping and having multiple apps available to me to look at and work for on a daily basis. If I don't have that in my market, I am not going to be getting the best value for my time and thereby I don't want to work if I'm not getting the best value for my time. And you never know, you know, who's to say if you are getting the best value, sometimes there might be something more valuable out there, but you've just got to try to have the approach that you can find that value for, you know, that find the value that works for you. So for me, what I do is I set everything at a minimum standard of $25 an hour value. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking to be able to do. And essentially that means I want to be able to complete the order on a time basis of where it would equal a $25 an hour or more value. And I find that if I work towards that baseline and I am nearing it and close to it, there's enough things that happen during the course of a day that will push me over that amount, especially if I'm multi-apping and looking at multiple opportunities. So wanted to go over that with you guys, and I want to go over yesterday's numbers while we're driving. So as I mentioned, we're on a Spark right now. I'm going to take you along for that and bring you along. We've already picked it up. I've got an order in my back seat, got an order in the trunk. All right. So yesterday's numbers, it wasn't a bad day at all yesterday. Again, I'm back to doing what works for me. I'm off of the DoorDash train. I'm off of the Top Dasher train. I'm off of the experimental train. And to me, I'm just like, I need to go back out, start making money, start getting serious again. It's, you know, time for the end of the year push to get the numbers up. I have a goal of $24,000 this year. I need to get to that. That needs to be what I need to do. That's what I set out for myself. And it's time to make up the ground that I lost because I was out here messing around, doing experiments, trying to do, you know, and again, I got a lot of good information out of it, but it's time to get back to what works. What works for me is a multi-app approach, targeting $25 increments. And my goal is to make $25 every hour that I'm out. And I focus on it. And some hours you do, some hours you don't. Yesterday, we did a pretty good job of doing that. We worked, I was out for a total of 496 minutes, or about 8.27 minutes that I was available for orders. We made $201.99 was the total pay that we received. And I had a value for the time I was out of $24.43, just slightly under the $25 value that I want to have for my time when I'm out. That includes sitting in the car, that includes twiddling my thumbs, that includes any time I'm out and away from doing something fun. But that really is not the true work value. The true work value is in the time you're working when you accept an order to the time you get done with the order, right? So I did 392 minutes of work, and my real work value, my real work time, the real labor value was $30.92. So I want to always make sure that that is at least 30 or better, $30 or better, and then that's going to ensure that I'm getting properly compensated and I'm earning at a proper amount of time. So I make sure that if I'm allocating 8-9 hours out, I want to make sure I'm hitting 200, 225, 250, because I need to earn that money fast so I can get other things done. Yesterday, I could have had a really monster day. The first part of my day, I earned $125 between 9 o'clock in the morning and about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So with some breaks in between, but that was the first time I was out. The first part of the day I was out. And then I spent the evening time, I had to go do some dad things, and I ended up out from 6:30 to about 9:50 at night. So about a little over 3 hours at that time. So we had almost $150 during the first part of the day. And then the second part of the day obviously was a little slower, but it was also the time of day I was out. I got mired in a couple of Spark situations, and then I ended up getting out of it because the wait was just too long at this Walmart, and I found a $25 Grubhub that absolutely was a much better value for me. So let's look at the stats, guys. 151 miles driven on $201 paid. That's $1.34 a mile. For me, right now, my mileage cost is about 6 cents a mile. Okay, so my total cost out today or for the day was only $12. Gas, okay, $12 gas. That's not bad at all on a $200 day. And then you figure I had an $88.50 mileage deduction, so that gave me savings on the tax side. So you know, it's not for me driving a Prius. It's not bad at all. Now, for other people, if you are driving 100 and some miles a day, that could be really, 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 really expensive for you, and that could be $20, $30, $40. It could be a much greater cost. But my gas percentage, right? My percentage, the gas mileage percentage to money ratio, which I like to look at, is, let's see here. Was 5.98%, which is excellent to me. My goal is to not go above 10% of, you know, that I want to stay in the range of 5 to 10%. If I'm below 5%, then you know, that's even better. But there might be that might tell me that there's an opportunity that I could possibly be pushing it a little bit more. But 5.98% money to miles ratio, gas money to miles ratio, the actual gas cost to money ratio is really, really good in my opinion. So I ended up with an average per order basis of $18.38. That was my average accepted amount, and that's an important number you've got to pay attention to. And then the other great thing is I only did 11 orders to earn the $201 that I earned yesterday. So for anybody out there that says you can't do 10, 11, 9, 8 orders and earn, you're just not focusing on extracting the most value, and you're probably not focusing on having enough apps in front of you while you're working. And that's just fact. So anyways, guys, that's the numbers. I'm happy with it. And you know, I felt like it was a good day. Put your thoughts in the comments. What was your day like yesterday? And the day I'm speaking about would be the 8th of October, on Saturday, the 8th of October. What did you make over 8 hours? What did you make over 10 hours? What did you make over 3 hours? I'm curious to see, and put what market you're in. So anyways, guys, I'm about to come over here and make this delivery. So I'll take you along for that. And we'll come back and I'll go over the final stats of this order. This is the first order of the day that I'm doing today. So, and then I'll try to get back on track with these daily recaps starting now. So anyways, guys, I'll be back. As soon as I get done delivering this, I'll try to take you along for that process, and then we'll be back to talk about the final value. And then I will go on with the rest of my day. You go on with the rest of your day. Be profitable, be safe. And guys, I'll talk to you soon. Be back in a moment. All right, guys, Dad Dash back. We got that order delivered, got it finished. And here were the final stats for the order. Obviously, there's no hidden tips or anything like that on Spark. Of course, we have to wait 24 hours to see if the tip finalizes. But the tip was $7, and we ended up with a $40.17 order value. We traveled 9 total tracked miles, and ended up taking 38 minutes. So it was a great order. That is exactly what you need to look for. That's why you need to expand. You've got to have multiple apps. You've got to be able to go out and find orders that are valuable enough to do, that represent the value you need. We knocked out my $25 hour goal in 38 minutes, and that left us 22 more minutes to go find another order and really make this hour a big one. So we are on the hunt right now. I'm down at my Power Hub right now, and hopefully I have a good day and continue building off of what we've started. So guys, I will be back tomorrow, hopefully with a recap of today and going over what will hopefully be a fantastic day. And in the meantime, you guys stay profitable, stay safe. If you're out there working today, find your value, know your value. And remember, no value, no trip. That's the only thing that counts. It's not tips, it's value of the order. If you got a valuable order, if the dollar figure makes sense, do it. End of story. And then you will make money. Don't give up valuable orders because of tip situations. You know, it's coming from the customer one way or another, and that's just what it is. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. And like I said, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you in a little while. Now, my thought is, and this is how every driver should think of it, is base pay is not relevant because you should be making your determining factor off of what the total payout is, tip and base pay. So for me, if a offer comes in at $4, I'm not doing it, period. $7, I'm not doing it, period. It's not worth going in, standing in line, driving to the customer's house. It's not going to meet my time standard, my value standard for the time, right? So I'm not going to ever be worrying about a base pay only order. I'm going to look and say, what is my bottom line? I want at least, in my opinion, at least $15 to do a shopping pay. That's how I feel. Some people may disagree. I don't have a problem finding that. But if I'm going to be getting out of my car, if I'm going to be driving to the store, although a lot of Instacart drivers sit in the parking lot now, but if I'm going to be driving to the store, going inside, shopping, waiting in line, driving to the customer's house, and unloading, I want at least $15. That's going to cover, if I'm looking for $25 an hour, that's going to give me at least 35 to 40 minutes to do that order. And that's me being guaranteed to get another order. If I need a little drive time back and I think I can get the order done in 25 minutes, that gives me a 10 to 15 minute buffer to find that next order to be able to complete the order out. And it also gives me the guarantee that I know if that order ends up taking me an entire hour, at least I'm making $15. And for me, that's worked well. And of course, I have food delivery apps that I work, which allows me to jump on food delivery apps as soon as I get done and try to make up some of that money as I'm getting back to the store and the locations to find other shop delivers when I'm out working. Now, many shoppers are coming to a conclusion working for Instacart probably isn't worth it. So this article is saying that many shoppers are coming to a conclusion that working for Instacart probably isn't worth it. Well, for $4 an order, if you're not getting tips, yes, I would agree with that. Daniel Danker, Instacart's chief product officer, told Insider that the company pays guaranteed batch earnings that are 2 times higher than other app-based companies. Let's address that. If you're going to tell me that you're competing with DoorDash delivery $2 base pay orders, where all you do is drive to the restaurant, get out of your car, grab a bag that's already been prepackaged for you, get back in your car, and then drop one bag of food off at someone's door, well, I don't think that's really a fair comparison when you're thinking about bagging up. In some cases, you're sitting there bagging up your groceries. You're carrying bags, sometimes heavy water, sometimes multiple things of juice, all the way up to someone's door, multiple trips. I don't think you can compare the two, Mr. Danker. So maybe it is 2 times, 3 times. But if you look at DoorDash's shop and pay, if you look at Spark's shop and pay, at least in my area, they are higher than $4. Okay. I have not yet seen a $4 base pay for shop and pays in my area. So Instacart, if they do drop all the way to $4, $5.55 I saw, and I shook my head and said, what are they thinking? I don't think that's a great argument to be making, sir. But shoppers point out that many Instacart orders aren't just about driving groceries or other retail goods to customers. They also involve navigating grocery stores and communicating with customers about second choices when items are out of stock. That's exactly correct. But we have to remember that's where the tip comes in as well, right? So some of that is covered in the tip, and again, there's a case to be made that Shipt has the absolute best format for shopping pays. I think it does. I don't do a lot of Shipt because my market, it's wonky how they have my market laid out. I have stores as far as 20 or 30 miles away in my market. So the stores that are close by, there's only like one Target that's close by, a Target and a Wise. The rest of the stores are all 20 miles away. So I'll see orders I like, but I'm not driving 20 miles down the road. It doesn't make sense. But Ship will give you they offer you base pay. That's it. They offer you base payment to compensate you for your time. You will get your tip, even if it's pre-put in, although most of the time it's after the fact. You get that after the fact. You get that a day after when you get to see the tips. And, to me, that's the way it should be, in a sense, I think. Because part of that interaction, that customer service, that impacts the tip that the customer will leave, which I do believe should be industry standard for shop and deliver. It should be based on a percentage of the ticket cost. Unlike food delivery, I think you can have great justification. So if you have a $200 or $300 or $400 grocery order that you're picking, there's a great justification that says you should be receiving 20 or 30% of that, depending on the effort you're putting in, whether there's substitutions, the effort you take to substitute, get the right items, the quality of the items. And I do believe the customer should have the opportunity to assess how things were done. What was the quality of the shop? What were the quality of the items? So I don't have a problem with that. That's why I think shop and deliver, it is the future of gig work. It's something that we have to learn. And it is more skillful than delivery driving, just picking up a bag of food. There's a lot more responsibility on the person that's doing the shopping. And I think, it also warrants greater pay. And if we want to get paid more, these are the things we have to do. Let's get back to the article. Some workers said in the wake of the base pay cut that delivering restaurant orders for a service like DoorDash makes more financial sense. In a TikTok video posted last week, one worker shows an order for 11 items that involved driving 1.6 miles, but had base pay of $6.30 and no tip. So I agree. Listen, this comes right back to the discussion that we just talked about, okay? It comes right back to the discussion that we just talked about. You shouldn't be on an Instacart app, you shouldn't be basing the payout if they're going to show you an upfront tip. If you're going to get tipped up front, then you should be basing your decisions on all of the factors. And you should be asking to be paid an appropriate amount, which forces the app to fill the gap. Meaning, if you're not willing to do less than $15, then they're going to either have to come up with $15 base pay, or they're going to have to go get a tip that represents base pay and tip of at least $15. Now, on something like Shipt, you will see $15 base pay. You will see $18 base pay. You will see $26, $30. I've had $30 base pay on it, and then I've gotten a $40 tip on top of it. And I've never really, looked at Shipt, like I said, as one of my heavy hitters because the opportunities in my area aren't as abundant. So it's something I will do when I see a good opportunity come up. But that really creates a lot of opportunity when you're getting a solid base pay, right? And you're getting good base pay, and then the tip that's going to be coming your way could be really, really big. And on Shipt, it tends to be. If you follow Shipt content, you see a lot of people talking about how good the tips can be. And it also, sometimes with Shipt, it is a little bit of a gamble. If you don't take care of yourself, if you're not covering your bases with the base pay, and you're depending too much and too heavily on the tips, sometimes you can get left without a tip. But a lot of the shoppers, and this is the thing I don't like about Shipt, is sometimes you've got to wait 2 weeks or a week because the tip or the Shipt customers and tipping after the order, and they will tip when they do their next order. So the next order that comes in, they're going to add the tip for the previous order, and then they're going to pay for the upcoming order. So it's a little bit different. I'm bringing up Shipt a lot because I do think Shipt has a good format. in comparison to Instacart. So if you're an Instacart shopper right now and you're working for Instacart, consider adding Shipt in there, see what you think. And if your market is vibrant and good, you know, or like me, I have to travel to get to the good markets for Shipt. And when I get there, it gets really good. It becomes a big player. You know, look into doing that. Look into getting signed up. Go on a wait list if you have to. Anyways, on a Reddit page for Instacart. Oh, hold on a second here. Sorry, I jumped the paragraph. You know, I don't complain about this stuff, he says, but $6 to shop for 9 items and DoorDash pays the same amount for not even that much effort. Come on, man. I hear him. And that's exactly right. That's why you shouldn't be taking $6 orders on Instacart. You should have food delivery. You should have some other form of opportunity for yourself. So there it is. It's your responsibility. You are a business operator. As a business operator, you have to have a business ownership mentality. Well, not necessarily owning a business, but you're operating a business. You have to operate like that. So you have to have the other revenue generation opportunities available to yourself. On a Reddit page for Instacart shoppers, some workers say a traditional job is starting to look more appealing. I was making $30 an hour for 2 years with Instacart, one post reads. Now I'm literally making $17. McDonald's is paying more. Wow. I mean, you know, that's an interesting take. If you want to go back and if you feel like having your pay guaranteed is something that's better suited for you and how you work, then go for it. Let's continue on. Lower base pay is just the latest challenge for Instacart shoppers. Workers have told Insider that they've noticed more people trying to claim orders on the app. Over the last 2 years, Instacart has also told shoppers that they're more likely to get orders if they wait near stores. That's led some to wait in parking lots, sometimes for hours, just to find an order that's worth their time. Alexia Hudson, who shops and delivers orders around Charlotte, North Carolina, told Insider that she started working for Instacart after losing her job early in the pandemic. Initially, the pay was good enough that she made working for Instacart a replacement for her 9-to-5 job. I don't have to call nobody and ask for PTO, she said. It was pretty convenient. So let's break this down, guys. So starting here at the top. Lower base pay is just the latest challenge for Instacart shoppers. Workers have told Insider that they've noticed more people trying to claim orders on it. Of course. Listen, this is the key here to understanding things. Yes, more people are going to become shoppers. Yes, there's a low barrier of entry. If you don't understand these things when you're coming into gig work, if you don't understand that these are the challenges, so what you have to do, gig work was never a one app deal. Gig app is designed around one job at a time. One job at a time. They're not guaranteeing you to make anything more than the one job that you've accepted currently. Everything else isn't guaranteed. You have to create that guarantee. You have to go out and create the opportunity. You are responsible for you. And if you don't understand that, well, you know, that's where some friction exists. But this is what happens when we end up with drivers not understanding this. They wait near stores for 2 hours, or it says for hours, sometimes for hours at a time. Hours at a time, you're waiting in a. Why would you wait, drivers? Why would you wait? Why? This makes no sense to me. Why would you spend hours in a parking lot waiting when orders are not coming in? Why would you not change parking lots? Why are you not spending that time? If you're spending that time, see, what happens is drivers will spend that time getting angry, getting mad, when they should be trying to get on other apps. They should be trying to get on the wait list of other apps. I don't understand. I really do not. I mean, it's your livelihood that's on the line. No one else's. Not the apps. No one else's. You're going to sit in a parking lot for hours, and then we have poor Alexia, right, who shops and delivers. Says she started working for Instacart and it was good enough to replace her 9 to 5 because she didn't want to have to call anyone for PTO. But here's the problem. You don't get PTO. You don't get vacation time in gig work. So although you don't have to call anyone, you have to understand the reason why you don't have to call anyone is because this isn't a job. You are working for yourself. You are accountable to you. You are accountable to you. And this is the part that drivers don't recognize or understand. And then they want other people to address this for them. And the problem is when you are entering into being accountable to yourself, running a business yourself, your own operated business, there isn't anyone else that's going to be accountable for your earnings, not the apps. The apps are providing you opportunities. It's your job to accept or decline those opportunities, determine if they're going to make you a profit, complete them, collect the money, and be done. Let's proceed on. But after the cut to base pay, plus competition to claim the highest earning orders in her area, she decided to start looking for a traditional job again. Other gig options like Walmart Spark or Amazon Flex don't pay enough either, she said. I've tried all of them, and I was like, no, I can't do this. So, well, what do we have here? That's the end of the article, guys. But what we have here is a lady that is claiming, I guess, essentially that Flex alone isn't enough, Spark alone isn't. Here's the problem. She tried to do things alone, right? She wanted to focus on one app and have one app to provide her with her income. The gig economy doesn't work like that. I'm sorry to tell you that a majority of drivers, and I'm talking about a majority. I'm not talking about the isolated few that can do it. There is going to always be a few that can do it, that are willing to put in the gigantic amount of hours and time that you have to do that you have to put in order to be able to make enough to survive. You have to have multiple opportunities available if you want to survive. That is the only way you will survive in the gig economy. And that is the flaw that Miss Alexia here has missed. She doesn't want to have to manage multiple apps. That is the price to pay if you want to play right now in the gig economy. And you're going to have to manage shop and deliver apps. Those are going to be the bread and butter. And you're going to have to learn to build around the shop and delivers because they're going to be the highest paying. You're going to have to learn how to build around those and utilize your food delivery to complement your shop and deliver apps. That's my opinion. And then, of course, you can also utilize things like Amazon Flex to also make money and build your days around a multitude of options that provide you with, big payouts. Like Amazon Flex in my area will pay you $130 for 4 hours. So if you can get $130 for 4 hours, and then you can build around that, get it 70, 80, 90 bucks before you go in a couple hours before, you could have a 6 or 7 hour day and make 200, 250, no problem whatsoever. The only problem with Amazon Flex in my area, from my perspective, is you never know the miles, but you do know the payout ahead of time. And once you get to know Flex and once you get to know how it goes, it can be a pretty easy situation. But guys, give me your reaction. What do you think about this article? What do you think about what was said in this article? What do you think about the driver perspectives in this article? Do you think shop and deliver is the future? Leave some comments. Let me know your thoughts. And guys, I will be back soon with more ride-alongs, more gig news, more tips and tricks and strategies, and more lives. And of course, also check out the latest here, Dad Dash Streams. It's a daily streaming of content, of gig-related content. If you'd like some content of your own to be up on that stream, let me know. I will arrange for it, and we will promote your channel and get your channel promoted and do a community post for you, and you'll be promoted to the Dad Dash community and beyond. And let me know, and I'll run your content. It can be a playlist, it can be a video. I've got to preview everything to make sure it meets community guidelines so I don't get in any trouble or issues. And we'll get it up and running for you. So my goal, as always, is to build a vibrant community around a good, positive gig community for us to come and discuss issues, discuss strategies, discuss tips and tricks. Anyways, guys, as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and Dad Dash will talk to you soon.
Hey, wake up. The words in your head, you're the only one that can hear them. Say it. Yes, I can. Move. Feel it. Hold on to this feeling. Yes, I can. Yes, I must. Watch me.
What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you today with a video, a very important video about a new DoorDash thing that Dad Dash was asking for a long time. Maybe it makes a difference, maybe it doesn't, but it's something to be aware of on the customer side of things. DoorDash has adopted a more Uber-like approach, and the reason why I'm calling it a more Uber-like approach is because I've seen other creators talking about this as if DoorDash is adopting the no tip, no trip people. No, they're adopting what Uber does, which is prompting the customer to understand the impact that tipping can make on their order. One of them being you getting your order quicker and faster because you tip well. And essentially, it makes sure that the DoorDash algorithm doesn't have to really figure out how to magically make your order appear 10 miles down the road when you're tipping $5. It will say, hey, include a tip. Now, this feature could be enhanced even greater now that DoorDash, again, one of the things we have to remember about DoorDash and all these apps really is they are infant apps. What do I mean infant apps? I mean, they've been around for less than 10 years. I mean, you do not have a 10-year data run on these apps. They don't have a 10-year data set yet, although they might be getting, I think they're coming close to 10 years, but they're not quite at 10 years. They're still in their infancy. So for a data set, until you can get 10 years of data on something, it's very difficult to be able to really say, all right, we have some really decent, decent predictions that we can make. Now, even that 10-year data run is still loaded up with lots of noise because of the pandemic, because of the things that occurred that would say some of this data is skewed due to conditions that would not normally exist. But when you stretch it out over 10 years, it flattens out some of that noise and makes you be in a position to make bigger and better predictions. One of the things that DoorDash can do with this feature, and I hope they do, and you're watching Tony's shoe, I don't think you probably are, but you never know, maybe you tune into Dad Dash and stuff occasionally. If you're watching, the next evolution of this feature needs to be, when they put in a tip amount, it tells you an estimate based on the tip amount on what they believe they can deliver your order. In other words, say you put in a $5 tip, they'll say, your order could be delivered between 45 and 55 minutes. Increase your tip, and it will get better. So you put 6 in, and it drops. Maybe it's 42 to 52. And then next thing you know, they get up to $10, and you see 20 minutes or less, which is where you want to be at. It's one way that the DoorDash algorithm can actually help influence and basically say, look, these are the tips we think are worthwhile. If you can't afford it, you're going to wait longer. If you can't afford it, your order might be paired with another order that tipped better or that is heading in that direction. because of the fact that the compensation to the driver will not reach a level that is going to allow this order to be selected quickly. In other words, they're going to have to wait until something is heading in that direction, to which they can predict, probably with some good efficiency, especially with the data set that they have now. They can make those predictions. So, anyways, this is a good start. Uber is doing something similar to this. On the back side of it, Uber also does the tip after the fact, obviously, and they show you, and they will encourage the customer if they're going to do a 5-star rating, if the order came in before the expected time, they will encourage
Total miles 10.6.
the customer to reward the dasher with a higher tip. Or I guess it's not a dasher on Uber, but the driver. So this is something that DoorDash could also adopt. Once these type of things start to get adopted, you're going to be able to weed out the people that are going to say, hey, you know what? Screw it. I'm not tipping my driver at all. And I think then we will have a better, more optimum system that will say, you know what? When we see a no tip order, we would be well within our rights to say, you know what? I'm not taking this order, because guess what? This customer is truly not worthy. They've been prompted. They've been given the opportunity. They fully understand it. And if there is a driver out there who is willing to take a stack, and that will be the only way a no-tip order will ever get delivered, is packaged in with an order, a stack, and it may get packaged in several times, because there will be some drivers out there who will recognize it and who will then unpackage that order and say, you know what, I'm not delivering the no-tip order. And then there's going to be a lot more drivers out there that would say, okay, you know what, I like the total that's being offered here. I'll do both orders. And since DoorDash does a good job of hiding what the amounts are for both orders now, you can't tell. It'll just say it may be less. You don't get to see it. So anyways, but listen, this is a good start, guys. I wanted to let you know it's out there. Let me know what your thoughts are on it. Do you think this is...
Total miles 10.5. Earn price $18.25. Price per mile $1.74.
Do you think this is correct? Do you think this is a good thing? Do you think this is a bad thing? Do you think that DoorDash should be prompting customers and reminding them, hey, your order might take longer to get delivered? Let me know in the comments. Let me know what you think. And guys, as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon. All right, guys, welcome to my live. So I decided to go live today because I wanted to bring you in. It's a slow night. I'm actually heading up to the Hagerstown market because I couldn't get on in my market here, so I decided to dash along the way, and it worked. You know, I'm going to change it. Sorry, guys. I think I got anyways, so I decided to change it up and use the cheat method, where I got on essentially because I was able to dash in this market because I'm dashing away, and I knew it was busy. It just wasn't showing. And sure enough, I got a decent order. I got like a 975 order, going 6 miles exactly along the way of the direction I want to head anyways, or I'm going to head anyways, and see if I get anything else. But I got a contract violation. I want to go over that too as well. Why not live? What happened? It was again related to my phone malfunctioning. I think I was at doing a large order program, and if somebody watches this and they know, I don't know if your ability to participate in a large order program goes away for 100 orders if you get a contract violation or not. But if it does, I guess that's what's going to happen to me, unfortunately. But essentially, I got a 1025 order. I recognized it right away because of the little floating widget that it had over $100 subtotal.
and picked it up, got to the restaurant about 4 minutes past the pickup time because there was some traffic. There, you know, it was just, you know, one of those situations where DoorDash gave it to me like 2 minutes before pickup, but I knew there was going to be a wait at this restaurant anyways. But anyways, I got to the restaurant and my Samsung phone was glitching and not allowing me to mark arrived, and it kept telling me my GPS wasn't matching up, and I'm like, okay, you know, which I was having problems up in this area with cell phone connectivity. So I cleared the cache, got out of it, got back in, whatever. Eventually I just had to force it through, and I ended up waiting at the restaurant for probably about 8 minutes for the order. And it just so happened I was just actually at the restaurant messing around, flipping through my stuff, and I went in to go see what, if, you know, thinking about my customer ratings. So I can check today to see how yesterday went, and then I'm contract. You know, and interesting thing is, it never even notified me of a contract violation. So I'm sitting in the restaurant, literally typing the response while I'm on there, like, I can't believe you all gave me a freaking contract violation. It claimed I didn't arrive until, I guess it was like 13 minutes after. And I don't know, man, it just really pissed me off. It gave me the contract violation while I'm standing in the restaurant, claiming that, let's see here, I got an add-on to this order of $8.32. Is that worth it? Why not? I guess why not? We're good out there. Anyways, so I don't know. It's just frustrating. So I typed in my responses, got all that done, and then left the Charlestown market because it was very slow up there. Now, like I said, I'm dashing along the way to go to Hagerstown, where I have to go pick up something later this evening anyways for my wife. And I thought, you know what? I'll dash along the way, see if I can pick a few orders up. And that's what we're doing. So I am pulling into Cafe Del Sol right now. I'm going to run in here, grab this order, and I will be right back. And then we've got to go pick up a Wingstop order as well. And go from there. But it's just highly frustrating. So this order was, I believe, highly frustrating. It really is to get a contract violation like that. And it's just, you know, my perspective on these Android phones is they've caused me a lot of problems. I still think with the driver utility app, they're worth it, but I do not have I've never had this many issues with my iPhones. It's just they don't have the ability to participate in some of these apps that really does help your functionality. So whoever's in chat, hello. I got a contract violation for being late tonight to a restaurant, but I was actually there on time. It was just my Android phone was when I went to go check in. Hello. I went to go check in. It was not allowing me. It was telling me my GPS wasn't matching. So I kind of forced it through after trying to clear the cache, reset my app. I was having some functionality, but essentially at the end of the order, they ended up giving me a contract violation. I'm like, are you kidding me? I was at the restaurant like 4 minutes after I was supposed to pick up, but I actually ended up waiting on the order for an additional 8 minutes when I arrived. And I'm just like, you know, this is nuts. So I responded, provided them all the information, details, and know from experience, it's not real. I just wanting to know if anybody knew out there if having a contract violation affects your ability to participate in the large order program, which I just got into, and I was actually doing a order for the large order program. And when I did this, it was a large order. It ended up being a $16 payout. It really wasn't that big of a deal. But I was just curious if that was going to affect my eligibility for that program, but I don't know. So if you know, put in the comments if you know. And then I'm actually at a pickup right now. So I'm going to go in here to this restaurant. Hopefully the order is ready. And make this pickup. It's a $9.75 order for Cafe Del Sol, and then we got an $8.32 add-on for a Wingstop that's right around the corner. They do a pretty good job getting orders ready. So it's like a $17, $18 order right now that we're on. So I will be right back. All right, guys. So that went pretty good. No wait there really. It was ready to rock. And when I got in there, so I'm very happy about that. Yeah, it's been out here today. I agree with you on that. Today I was out and did, I think, probably maybe $60 of what I made. I made over 200 yesterday, and it was I was out for about 6.5, 7 hours. And a majority of what I did was from Uber Eats. I did some little bit of Spark, and but a majority of what I got was from Uber Eats, Grubhub. DoorDash was just, they had a lot of orders coming through, but it was just garbage as far as just, they were really low. They were like $6.25, 14 miles, or $5 for, 5 miles, or it was a lot of bad stuff. I got a few orders that were decent. I did not get any large order program orders yesterday at all while I was out. And I was out from like 10 a.m. to probably about, I went out 10 a.m. to about 1 at first. And then I went out for the dinner from about probably 4:30, 5 o'clock to about 8. And I did not get any good stuff at all from DoorDash, really. I got a few shorter run orders, but it was really, overall, was a disappointing order flow from DoorDash. So I think, of course, it was a Wednesday, so I chalked it up to that, because sometimes on weekends here, DoorDash has gotten better. But all right, we gotta try to get over here. Unfortunately, this Wingstop shares a parking lot with Walmart, so it is always a zoo over here as far as you got to navigate and watch. They got trucks to camp out here, and it's quite ridiculous. All right, let's see here. Let's try to cut through here. And hopefully this Wingstop always does a pretty decent job. There's the Wingstop I deal with in Hagerstown, Maryland. I do not deal with them at all because they never have their orders ready. This one normally has their orders ready. So, I'm counting on that right now. And if they do, then we can grab his order and get on the way. That's actually, I can't park there. Park here. All right, guys, I'm going to run in here See if this order is ready. Log myself here. So say 6:32 p.m. All right, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Food was ready. Thing is, they made me, which this place does do, they have you get your own drinks. I don't know what your all's opinion is on that. I do it. I don't care. I just was like, okay, no problem. And I ended up, like I said, doing it, grabbing the food and coming out. So not bad at all. It interesting thing I found in there that I always think is interesting. I said thank you, to when they handed me the order, and the girl ended up, it was like she was shocked. And so I don't know if Dashers put in the comments whether you say please and thank you for your orders, but it seemed like it was like she was surprised and she got a thank you. And I thought to myself, we shouldn't really be going into businesses and establishments and not being, thanking people for doing what they're doing for us. I mean, I kind of consider myself like I'm the customer, but I'm just a virtual person. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I just thought it was interesting because it was like she was almost taken aback. Oh, wow. Well, you're welcome. And I'm thinking, okay. I mean, you were, I guess, I'm sure, I know in my area, I've watched Dashers, as I'm standing there waiting, come in and just be absolutely ridiculous as far as being rude and angry. Come in and they have a little bit of a wait or whatever, and they're just, going off. And it's like, what are you doing? I mean, maybe that's how they act when they come in as a customer. But the way I feel is we go in there, we're just being a proxy customer for, we're standing in place for the customer. So when we are in there, they have a requirement to treat us like we're a customer, and they should prioritize us just like anybody else. And, wherever our order comes in place. So if the customer was standing in front of them, that they should be treated the same way. And we should act the same way when we go in there. I mean, yes, we do have, times and things we've got to get things done in, but there's no reason why we can't act like polite human beings. But so we are on our way here. Let's see here. All right. So we are 9 minutes from our first drop off. And hopefully all right, so we got 5 minutes. 5 minutes from our first drop off. It said 9 minutes. I don't know why it said 9. I just dropped right to 5. No, we do not have to place the orders ourselves. Absolutely not. Nope. The orders are already placed. Now sometimes you do. Okay, sometimes my market is in, or are you talking to Steve? I was going to say, my market's Martinsburg, West Virginia. I'm in Martinsburg, West Virginia. I work Martinsburg, West Virginia, Charlestown, West Virginia, Hagerstown, Maryland, Winchester, Virginia. Those are all very close markets. And, but no, we do not have to place our orders at this wing stop at all. Nope. The orders are primarily in my area. I actually have very few orders that I have to place, and most of the time there's restaurants that are just coming into the program, and then normally within about 3 to 6 months, DoorDash will have them on board. And there was a restaurant, a Thai restaurant, a very nice restaurant. You can get, and you still do get very nice big orders from them, over $100 tickets most of the time. Well, that used to be something that you had to do, but that was before DoorDash has gotten as big as it has. But that's one method that DoorDash will use. If they don't have the restaurant on their platform, they will have you use the order and pay. And there is a couple restaurants in this area that you still have to do that with, but they've actually really tried to make it really difficult for the Dashers in that process. If they recognize you're part of DoorDash, they will. And some of the restaurants in my area have actually refused to fulfill the order because I guess they don't want to be a part of the DoorDash platform. Because the issue that the restaurants have, and this is on Grubhub too, and in fact, we were the other night, my wife and I, looking at a Grubhub, or we were going to place a Grubhub, and I pulled up the website, and I noticed that there was a $3.50 markup on every item. And I think they're doing this, especially Grubhub, because they're giving away their delivery subscription now to the Amazon Prime people. So what they're doing is they're increasing the prices on the menu, marking it to recapture some of that what they're giving away, and then they charge all of them will charge a fee that's not related to delivery costs. It's just their maintenance costs. It's a maintenance fee. Hello, how you doing? And they will, so they're double dipping in effect. They're charging the extra on each item, and then they're driving up the cost of the order. Yep, and then and then restaurants get upset because it upsets the customers, or customers won't order from the restaurant, especially some higher dollar ones, as the price is so high. So the restaurant won't participate, at least up in my area. And then what Grubhub or DoorDash or Uber Eats will do. Uber Eats is what is pretty actually famous for, right? Because they're not as big in my area, so they give you a little card. They will get around it by having somebody order for it. Let me know. I just realized it wasn't coming through strong, but is it popping, Matt? Huh. When I was doing a video yesterday with my audio, I don't know if this is actually a new iPhone. I'm wondering if maybe there's something wrong with my microphones on my phone or something, because I was having issues yesterday and couldn't figure out why. So I apologize. Of course, it also could be too my cell phone connectivity. So let me know if there's any connectivity issues or buffering issues, because this area that I'm in, AT&T goes up and down, and that's what this phone is on. So it's that's why I actually use I always will have my apps, try to log them into my AT&T account and that's what was crazy today was when I got the contract violation, my phone was acting up. It should have logged me as being there. Just the sound seems to be popping. Okay. Move that away. I don't know if maybe it was resting on a microphone. All right, so we're going to turn around up here so I can get on the right side of the road. Let's turn it around. All right, so we are delivering the Del Sol Cafe order first. All right. Let's see, 230, 192, 202. There's 230. All right, good. All right, guys, we're at our first delivery. I will be right back. Please do not knock. Let's go. All right, guys. That dash in here. We are live on a live ride along. I thought I'd jump in here, say hi to everybody. I think we've got 3 in chat. We are on a live order. I wanted to go over something that happened on this order that I think is something that everybody should be aware of because it's an important tip. So if you're watching this in the playback, I might even clip it out, make it a short or something because it's something that is going to become more relevant as completion rate requirements rise. And in my area, if you wait in a restaurant, whether you're on a stack or not, you can get off the order without any impact to your completion rate if you wait 10 minutes or longer. And it just happened to me right now on this order, and I improved my order, improved my payout, and I did not have any impact to my completion rate. So what did I do? How did I do it? You want to go into your chat feature on your phone and chat in, and it's going to put you into a chatbot chat, not a live chat with a live person, but it's going to put you into a live to a chatbot, and you will select I want to unassign order or cancel order, and then it will ask you if the restaurant's asking for it or you want to, and then you click further into it, I want to, and then you click again, hey, I want to do it, and what's the reason? Long wait, and then it will basically analyze the order and come back, and it will feed you one of 2 messages. It will either tell you that you will not get paid, but your ratings will be affected, or it will say, we recognize that you've waited 10 minutes or longer. You can now unassign the order, and there will be no impact to your ratings, but you will still not get paid any money. Now, you might say, well, I'm not going to wait 10 minutes on an order. Well, you don't necessarily have to wait a full 10 minutes. What you should be doing is when you get to the opportunity and you're pulling up to the restaurant at the earliest opportunity, go ahead and hit arrive. Your clock in the restaurant starts at that moment. So I was in the restaurant only because I know I was filming stuff. I was in there for about 7 minutes when I went into the chat bot and said, well, let me see if I can get off this order because it looked like it wasn't going to be prepared for some time. And sure enough, lo and behold, it popped back with me. Hey, you've been waiting for more than 10 minutes. So I went off of it. As soon as I went off of it, the app re-offered it to me at $14.50. Okay. $14.50, and it added the Chinese restaurant next to me into the order, an order right along the way. So I went ahead and hit accept. So I improved my order from $9.75 to $14.50, and I'm only going about a half a mile more than what I would have been going in the original order. Still going same direction, just a little bit off the path. So this is a little tip, because as things change with DoorDash and the completion rate requirements change, and they're going to change nationwide, it's going to go all across the nation. It's already in a lot of markets. If you're not aware of how to manage your completion rate correctly, you're either going to be stuck in restaurants waiting for long amounts of time, or B, you're going to drop your rate and get deactivated. And then I don't know if that's a permanent deactivation or if that's a situation where 90 days, 120 days later, they let you back on the platform. Regardless, you don't want to get deactivated because of something foolish, and you don't want to lose money trying to prevent a deactivation. So keep this tip in mind. This is Dad Dash hot tip right now of the day. And it is a good one because it's going to save you money and time and effort if you apply it correctly. And there's a difference between knowing something and applying it correctly. And that's the point that many people didn't understand about the glitch. Just simply knowing about the glitch doesn't necessarily mean you're going to make any major headway using the glitch. You got to know how to use it in a way that can benefit you. So, and that's what this is about is, hey, listen, there's a chat, but you got to understand if you waiting 10 minutes or more is probably going to be inefficient. So understand what you need to do. It all starts with when you arrive, hit that arrive button. So anyways, I was in there in Flex's ride along live today, and he was playing back some stuff. I don't know what in the world these guys was talking about. The Dad Dash has a payroll. What? I assume it was some sort of satirical joke or something. I don't know. They were responding to something that Jeff Thomas Black was saying or something. I have no idea. It's absolutely insane. Dad Dash does not have any payroll. Dad Dash is a regular human being, and you can see my little live poll I put out here in this live right here. A majority of people said either I'm a real person or they don't care because my content is so good. So that's a good thing. I appreciate that. I appreciate everyone's sentiments on that. That's a good thing here. Now I gotta see if I can get my chat up. Actually, I just realized show chat. There it is in full screen mode. Because I'm in full screen mode on this phone that I'm showing my ride along on, and I'm using a different phone today because I'm using my iPhone today to run the business, and I'm using my S23 Ultra as my streaming phone. That's the one I like to do my live streams on and everything. As far as using as a camera, and sometimes I'll set up my Z Fold 4 as a monitor, but right now I just got this thing on, the S23 Ultra, so bear with me. In full screen mode, new private chat messages will appear in the corner. So I don't know if I'll be able to see the chat at all. I assume I will. I have no idea. I can't see anything right now. Let me exit full screen mode. Let's get the comments. See if anybody's in there. Okay, good. Nobody's coming in. I want to make sure I'm not missing anybody in the chat. So this order we're on right now will put us at $21.75. I'm only going to 6 tonight as far as riding out on the road. So I've been out now about an hour. So the first hour will be $21.75. So middle of the afternoon, that's not bad. And like I said, I improved it because I can tell you if I would have waited a little bit longer on that, I probably would have finished the hour out at about $16. So it's all in what you do. It's all in how you work it. There is things you've got to do. There is ways you've got to think about it. It's not complicated, but you've got to always be thinking how you can apply things in your own favor. And watching how others do it is always a good thing. That's why GigTube exists, to help other people change their thinking and help them with their thinking and help see what others are doing out here. And anybody out here that doesn't think that the Dad Dash is real here, man, you're seeing it right now. I can't manufacture this. I'm showing you outside my car. You can't green screen that. That's why I don't have it turned around on me. You know, this is the real deal here. So again, I don't know where some of this stuff comes. I can't imagine it's actually real. I don't think it's real. I think it's all meant to get people talking, get people upset, get people angry, engage people. And the only way you can defeat that is just not engage at all. And focus on what we're supposed to be focusing on. That's making money out here. That's figuring it out. That's why they don't want us to do it. They don't want us to make money. They don't want us to be successful that side. They've all been unsuccessful. They don't want to have to do the things you got to do to be successful. And it's not fun. It's grueling. It's a grind. This is a grind. You know, there's no two ways about it. It's why we create live streams. It's why we do YouTube. It's why I do YouTube, because it's a grind out here. You got to have something to do and someone to talk to when you're in your car. And it's a grind day in, day out. And when you, if you don't have an outlet, if you don't have some place to go to help get that mindset back in line, man, it's tough. So that's why I've created this little space here for people to stop in. It's not meant for you to hang out all day, man. I mean, just stop in, say hi, and check it out. Gloria, how you doing? Thank you for stopping in. I don't know if you were in there or not. Put that up on the screen. Hopefully you're still there and hearing me. If not, and you stop back through, know that I'll put a comment in addressing that when I can, but I'm driving right now, so I don't think it would be safe to try to start putting comments in the comments. So, but I'm glad you came in when I was live. And again, this is how this format's going to go. I'm going to keep the stream up, it's meant to give you guys something to do while I'm delivering because I do value my customers' privacy and security. So when I pull up in a live, I don't feel like I should be broadcasting all their private moments, their private house, their private residence. So as far as just sitting there in their driveway and watching their house, it's different when I have a curated tight shot on a ride along, because I can bring that in. It's their sidewalk, but it's different when you're showing off somebody's entirety of their house. So that's why I'll cut it to the stream. Delivery in progress. I have a little banner that will come up. So if you see that, you know it's delivery in progress. Dad Dash will be back to interact, talk, go over what's going on with whatever anybody wants to talk about. Yes, I'm having a good day, Gloria. I am. It's a great Friday. We're about to go into the weekend. I've got my son's final football game of his season coming up on Sunday. I'm excited about that. Not happy the Commanders lost last night. That was an embarrassment to the organization to lose 40-20 to the daggone Bears. I mean, really? I don't know what is going on with the Commanders and right now, but that's upsetting. But other than that, we're good, and we're making money, and we're going to make some money for the next couple of hours, and then I'm going to call it, and hopefully have a Friday night at home with my wife, and that'll be fun. I know she was lobbying for me to not even come out today, but I said, I got to go out and make a little bit of money, but I'll cut it short because tomorrow I'll be working all day. Tomorrow will be a full day, and then Sunday is off. Sunday is a football day, both NFL and watching my son. We have to travel a little bit to get to the game, so I'll be monitoring games. But again, my team already played, but I do follow the Ravens as well, so I'll be, watching. And I like to see. I'm a Bucks fan too. I was a big Tom Brady fan, so I got into the Bucks football, and now I like Baker Mayfield. I like Bake. He's doing great down there. I love to see my son hates Baker Mayfield, and he hates to see me cheer for him, but I think Baker's still got some potential to do well. But so it'll be a good weekend. But now we got to focus on making some money while we're out. So already got money up on the board, so that makes me happy. And then so we got the first drop off here in 2 minutes. And the beautiful part about this is I was wanting to head to Charlestown. It's almost as if DoorDash's app read my mind, and it's taking me. It's not the perfect route to Charlestown, but it's taking me there where I'm going to be able to get off this order. And unless they give me something that's just absolutely eye-watering, I'm going to probably end my dash and then just head down to Charlestown, because I want to get down there and get a few hours in delivering down there. I've heard from Grubhub a little bit today. It's not been great. I've heard nothing from Uber Eats. Uber Eats was my bread and butter, although I haven't turned on my destination filter for Uber Eats. I probably should do that, letting them know where I'm going. That tends to help a little bit when I'm working Uber Eats. Okay, whoops. Okay. So I'm not a dasher, but use the service, and I want, to be honest, I have a tipping question. Okay. We are in New York, so in this house, my husband is a Giants fan. I got you. So what is the question there, Gloria? I just saw those comments. Go ahead and post in the comments there. I don't know if maybe I'm behind in the comments. Sometimes I don't see the scroll, but I see. The last thing I saw was my husband's a Giants fan. I'm sorry he's a Giants fan. No, actually, they're of course a division rival, but I have no real hard feelings towards the Giants fans. I mean, you guys have had to have your experience there with old Daniel. Oh, wait a minute. We're delivering to the jail. Okay. Interesting. All right. So we're going to go ahead and cut stream here. I don't think they would appreciate me broadcasting. I'll broadcast all the way into the I should take you guys in, but I'm not going to risk getting in trouble. I wouldn't want to go in for delivery and never come back out. Here we are. Wow. Must be a busy day out here. business must be good. And here we are, and there it is. This is the Eastern Regional Jail and Correctional Facility. So there it is. Wow. Somebody will cut this and say, that Dash is going to jail. Oh, I just saw him turning himself in. There it is. I'm turning myself in, guys, live on stream. Yeah, I think that's a good tip because you're going to also pay, yeah, I think that's a good tip. Yes. I mean, what I would tell you, a good rule of thumb, if you're looking at a tip on a delivery, on a grocery, I would say go by percentage is what I would recommend you do. That to me is a percentage tip, and then do it, have a base tip, maybe 15%. And then after the fact, if you like the service and they did really well, took care of your produce, all that stuff, you could bump it to 20. But I think that's really a percentage tip. And then if they really don't give you great service, you could lower it to 10%. That way you're sending a message. I think grocery delivery is one of those things where you want to put a tip on there on the upfront. I think 15% would be a good place to start, and then adjust it based on how you feel the shopper did, that they communicate, because there is a lot more components in that than picking up food. All right, guys, I'm going to throw you back to stream. I will be right back. And then if 15% equals $5 is less than $5, I would just default to $5. Anyways, I will be right back. Android, I think that if you're out there, I would recommend right now that if you can, if you have $100 to spend on a phone, on a second phone, if you can afford to do it, get the Samsung S10e. Okay, in my research, I'm going to pick one up and test it just because I like to do stuff like that eventually. But right now, my wife has had enough of me buying phones. But the iPhone S10e, right now, you can get the updates as they are right now. You can have full functionality of the UI. It's got 8 gigabytes of RAM. It will run driver utility app flawlessly, and it will do everything you need. So to me, $100, if you can spend $100, you should get 1 more year of security updates, meaning you could get 2 years of use out of it. And for me, $50 a year of use, and you could probably go beyond that. You're just not going to have the security updates to protect the phone. But if you're just getting it for gig work, to me, that's a great deal. And you can get one on eBay right now for like $115. So if you're looking to, I would recommend it. To me, it's well worth it just to have the driver utility app, access to it, and having that there are times that I've had, iPhone issues, and I was able to pull up my Android, and I've had Android issues and been able to go in and use especially when DoorDash locked me out of my Android, and I was able to go right into my iPhone. So consider that. And I know $100, I mean, it's not a small amount, unfortunately, but I think it's just, if you have the ability to generate $100 and put it towards that, I just think it's definitely, you're going to get your money's worth out of it, especially with the access to Maxymo. If you work Grubhub, Uber Eats, and DoorDash, game changer. And it would be better than spending $100 on like a truly cheap Android, because you can, the functionality of the iPhone S10e. And again, I want to test it out myself to see, but everything I researched on it, that is the best route, because I've been thinking to myself, I'd like to put out content in support of driver utility app, but also how can an iPhone user get into that app and get the best experience. All right, guys, I'm going to run in here, pick up this order, $6.50 order from McDonald's, going basically about a half mile down the road on the way here. Most of the miles, it was listed as 3, but most of the miles we're getting here. So I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back, and order was successfully delivered. It's always an easy delivery in there because they have a table set up. You can just put the food on and then get out of there. Oops, my bad. Gotta turn off the music. All right, let's see here. Where are we going? Yep, we are going. And again, like I said, this is actually just in the way this worked out. It's the perfect range. I think sometimes DoorDash knows your preferred market, and they kind of will direct you in where they think you're going to go for the day. That's what they did here for me, I think. All right, let's get on this road. So you guys will start to see some nice mountains. But anyways, yeah, Gloria, on that, I think definitely when it comes to shops and things of that nature, I think that, to me, that's what I believe. Now, some people might say 15, 20, 25. I mean, it's all in your own opinion, but my opinion is 10 to 20% of the value of the shop. Default at $5. I mean, that's just that's just my own personal approach, what I do, and that's just what I think makes sense. And then that way, I think you'll always have your shop done, because I don't think anybody is going to have a problem doing that. And if you're doing DoorDash is going to do a little bit of elevated base pay. Plus, with you being in New York, well, I guess you're not. I guess that's only in the city. I was going to say they have the guarantees. So, depending on where you're at, that can make a difference as well. But let's see here. Is this the? I'm wondering. Okay, reload. I'm gonna reload, guys. Hold on. All right, guys. Hopefully you can hear me. Oh, I just realized I was on the desktop site, which I think I had loaded up at one point just to see how it went. So now this looks a whole heck of a lot better. Anyways, so I'm thinking I give a good amount because if it gets packed up in under a minute. Yep. So they're doing the shop, correct? Like they're not just picking the groceries up in this instance. You're saying you're paying the driver to go into the store, shop, etc. Okay, good. All right, excellent. I'm glad I could help. I mean, like I said, I think that there is a delineation there between if they're shopping or picking up. And then you can kind of evaluate. All right, so we have 7-Eleven, Kearneysville. Where is that going to head back towards? That's going to head back. Grubhub has just sent us an order. There it is, if you can see it. And they are offering us $8.76 for 6.9 miles, but it would require us to go backwards. So we are moving forward, not backwards. I want to go to Charlestown. Offers too low. Done. That's declined. So if that would have been going towards Charlestown, I would have absolutely done it because that would have made sense. But I'm not going to go. There's the 7-Eleven they wanted me to come pick up at is right up here, but then I was going to go all the way back down, and I'd rather just get up to Charlestown and get moving in that market. Because like I said, I'm planning to end at 6 and get back on the road home around then. So, okay, so they shop it. Good. Yeah. Okay. Well, no, then everything I said is invalid. But, all right, we're 2 minutes away, guys. So we need to get this order done and behind us and get on to the next order. Oh, no problem, Gloria. Anytime. Anytime you have a question, always come in and ask if I'm around, or if not, leave it in the comments and I'll answer it. I'll try to answer it and get back to you. Because I try to check the comments throughout the day, even if I'm not in, because I'm going to run the stream even when I'm off the road, just to give content and place for people to come in and say hi. And I like to have places to drop into. I don't stay forever, but I'll drop in, say hi, especially if the driver's there. Have a little chat, talk about whatever's new and going on. I think Chef Thomas Black is live as we speak right now. I had checked him out briefly before I came on, and he was singing to himself. I think there was like one other person in chat, and he was singing. It was kind of a weird situation, but I think that was just the warm up. He was waiting for people to go. I'm not sure if he's got more in there or not, but you enjoy terrible karaoke, head on over. It was at least worth a laugh. And then he's doing Dad Dash impersonations daily. So go over for some contrast. All right, here we go. We're going to kill the stream. Hold on a second. So guys, I was actually right about what it was. I don't know if you guys can see that. I'll just tell you, it's probably going to be hard to focus it on the camera, but the payout ended up being $225 and $5. So I was wrong to think that it was going to be a big up order, but that does happen more than the higher order around here, at least. But I'm happy that in this case was the case. So I will add in the financial figures when I get up to the stop time. But that wasn't a bad order at all, really. It was actually pretty quick in terms of I had to deliver it in 15 minutes to make that at least a $25 higher order value. And we ended up doing it in 15 minutes. So let's see here. And then of course we've got the extra tip, so that's going to increase the value of the order to us. So that ended up being a $29 order value. So that's actually not bad at all for a little small short run McDonald's order. Now we can continue on to Hagerstown. And now here's the interesting till 7:41. And I was only scheduled to dash till 7:30. So I don't know if they're letting me dash a little bit when I get up there or not. We'll see. It'll be interesting to find out. If that's the case, I hope they do. I know they've got availability at 8:30, but I think I'll probably already be done by then because I'm only going to be able to dash till about 8 tonight. So just in case you guys are wondering, I've made tonight $74.79, and I've been out since about 3 o'clock. So it was very slow at the beginning. Like I said, I went up to Charlestown Market, so some of that time is travel time. but I pretty much dash for the most part all the way up to Charlestown. So it's not been a great day in terms of steady flow, because once I got to Charlestown, I did basically 2 orders up there, and one of them of which got me my contract violation. And then after I got that contract violation, I was like, you know what? I sat for a little bit. I went to a spot where it was really bad. It was really slow. So I said, you know what? I'm out of here. I'm not hanging around. Sit up here. Nothing was popping off on Grubhub or even Uber Eats. So that market is literally hot or cold. So then I started heading back down here and realized I couldn't get on in Martinsburg, and I still had to go to Hagerstown anyways. So I thought, you know what? I can dash along the way to Hagerstown, and it worked out well. I've actually made on my dash along the way, which has been since we've been together, I made $25.32. So that's not bad at all for a dash along the way. And we began this at 6:18. It is now 7:18. So we, in an hour, oh, here we go. Dollar General. How many items are you asking to pick up? 18 items for $12.25, 6.2 miles. We will decline that. No, not at dinner time. Give me some sushi action from the sushi restaurant up here, and I would absolutely do it for $12.25, 6 miles. But I'm not going to shop 18 items at the Dollar General. Most of the Dollar Generals, I don't know if you guys have them in your area, but they have a very hard time keeping inventory levels where they need to be at, and it takes a long time because you end up having to interact with the customer. My fill rate normally is like an average of 98% fill rate over time. I've gone in and looked at that data. So I do a good job normally of trying to find substitutions or actually, trying to find the items that the customers request. But all right, guys, I am back. We are back on stream, and we are now heading in the direction of the Charlestown market. So as you see there, earnings are updated, $21.75 for the day so far. So no offers yet. We're back. We're actually online with DoorDash. I'm going to go ahead and let Uber know we're going to Charlestown and put in my destination filter for that, which is always a good thing to do so they know where you're going. Charlestown, West Virginia. There we go. 9.4 miles away. Hit navigate. Let's go. Oh no. Shoot. Well, we gotta get to the end of this. Good night. We gotta get the heck out of here, man. All right, here we go. Woo! All right. So I've got my destination filter on for Uber, and I've got DoorDash going as well. And of course, Grubhub's on in the background. Let's go into Spark. What's going on with Spark? What do they got for me? Anything? I guess I would consider going backwards if there was something decent. There's a $41.16 stop deal going 32 miles. Or no, 18 stops. That's crazy, man. And where did they want me to end at? In Shepherdstown? No way. All right, we're going to change markets. Here's well, look, we do have a shop. 1.7 miles, $16. It's an apartment, but I know where the apartment's at. 8 items. Oh man, that almost makes me want to turn around. Jeez. Oh. I wouldn't even take 20 minutes, man. That would be an easy book shot. Then I'm gonna give up Charlestown. I'm almost here. All right, let's change. We gotta get the market changed. We're gonna go with the plan that we originally had. Yeah, so I just saw Spark Shop come up. I love doing shops for Spark. They're very easy. If you're wanting to do shops, Shop and Delivers, the best place to go get your training is in the Spark app. They have the absolute, in my opinion, best setup in terms of how they lay it out, and they can bring you directly to the item you need. I can do a shop. I did like, I don't know, what was it, 36 item shop yesterday, and it was easy. I could do a 50 item shop. It's easy. It's just a matter of obviously how many items you got to shop, how heavy they might be, how big they might be, making sure you've got room to fit everything in one cart and not have to cart 2 carts around the store. Just some logistical things that can come into play. But they also pay very well, in my opinion. I mean, you're talking sometimes as much as $20, over $20 base pay for a shop, which is really good. That's ship level, but I don't think Ship's app, in my opinion, lays things out as well as Walmart's app does, which is why I like to try to get involved with their Spark shops. So we are now in the Charlestown market for Spark. Let's see if we have anything going on a Friday afternoon. So it's having me relog in. That's interesting. All right, because I switch markets. Incentive program, your zone. Let's see if the zone did get switched. Looks like the Walmart's in red, so we might see some good activity, guys. And up here, they do well tipping, so that's why I like to come up to Charlestown, and they do well tipping on Sparks. I've been able to come up here and make really good money real quick, and that's what I'm looking to do here. Since we have only got a few hours left and I'm not working the high times of dinner or lunch, so we gotta get creative in a way. Let's see about Instacart. Anything popping on Instacart? They had a $55 shop earlier that they offered up, but I was on the it came through after I'd already picked up the DoorDash orders. It was the three shops, 50 some items for Wise Markets. Gloria, you have a great day as well. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate that. Stop by anytime. Check in. Much appreciated. Have a good day and have fun with the fish tank. All right, so I'm noticing that there's a little bit of lag in the stream. Chat in if somebody's in there and you're watching. Let me know if there's any issues. So this could be a mistake coming up here to Charlestown because we've got a lot of. It can be slow up here, but we'll see. We're gonna test it out. We're gonna see if our status will get us some orders and see where things stand. So guys, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and throw you guys back on the screen because this is boring to be just sitting here watching. And when I get that first order, I'll come back in, we'll talk, and we'll go over things. So let me throw you back in, and thanks everybody that's come in today. Thanks for participating in the poll if you did. And we are going to throw you back in. So we're seeing, and let me just zoom in on that. Yep. It might be going to my wife's work, actually. That's kind of interesting. I don't know. We're sick. That would be crazy. So DoorDash offered that to us at a $20 order value. So I find that interesting to see what are they valuing my time at, and that sounds about right up here. We're gonna exit it. We're gonna arrive at the store. We're going to look at we got strawberry lemonade, couscous mac and cheese, bone-in wings, and broccoli soup. It's definitely not a high value order. So this person is just being extremely generous. Orders, let's see here. So let's see if we can see the value, the order info. Nope, they're not showing us the price. I'd say it's probably probably $45 for all of that here. BJ's knowing the pricing scheme that I know. So I will be back, guys. Let me go in here and get this picked up. Hopefully it's ready to go. How to add taking a screenshot to my verbal commands. Oh, public, if you're still there, how did you do that? Let me know. That would be cool. I'd like to set that up on my iPhones. I just saw the chat. I apologize. I'm not sure how to get it to come up all the time. So I can see it, but I guess I have to come through. All right, I will be right back. All right, guys, back. So let's head to this customer's house here and get this delivered. All right, so it does not look like we're going to my wife's work. All right, so yeah, just to give you guys an update on what was going on there. There was a little bit of a wait. Obviously, anybody who was here when I went in would, probably clocked in about a 10-minute wait, 8 to 10 minute wait, which is on par with what I remember having dealt with this particular restaurant. And they've actually changed up their to-go area. They used to have a really nice little area where they put all the orders at. I'm assuming, as a lot of restaurants, that's in reaction to probably an issue with people grabbing dash orders and them getting reports of orders not being delivered. I don't know for certain, but I think that's probably a potential possibility. But there was a little bit of a wait, so I sat there and picked out my dinner for you. I have to send that to my wife. So took that opportunity to look at the menu for the restaurant we're going to be eating at, and that'll be one of my stops up here to pick up on my way back out of here to DoorDash for herself. Save myself some delivery fees and everything else. But yeah, so it was a little bit. I made it productive. But we'll see here. The key to this, as I was saying before, I took this order. It's $15. There's a good volume of money in the order right now, just on the face. I probably don't think that I'll see anything extra, although I could. I was wrong last time. So guys, if you're just joining, I just saw somebody join. We're working a $15 BJ Brewhouse order. I don't think I'll see any extra, but I could. This market's base pay, unless they raised it since I've been up, is $225. So I'm assuming, due to the fact that I'm driving a little bit, that there's probably going to be an increase in pay. So I'm thinking I'll probably be seeing a $3 base pay, maybe a $12 payout, or maybe I'll see a $10.50 payout and a $4.50 base. I don't know. We'll see. This area is one of the areas that tends to have increase in base pay because of how poor the tipping is. But in this case, it looks like we have a pretty good tip on here. I'm going to turn it around so you guys can see the highway, since I can't really be seen right now. And then when we get done with this order, due to the lighting conditions, I'll probably go ahead and just end the screen, but I'll take you guys along with me so you can see the final payout. And then, like I said, this puts me at about $90 for the evening. And it's looking like we're going to have $7.58, and I'll have about 2 to 3 minutes to get another order. So, as I said, I'm not going to take an order past 8 o'clock. And then I'm going to have to call my wife as well, talk to her about some things. So I'm going to definitely have to end the live stream and go from there. So you're going to notice right away when you're looking at this market versus the market we were just in, it All right, guys. Well, we have some bad news here. I got an order, but man, we got some drama before the order that really is a shame. This order in the whole day right now, I'm at 0 for the day based on what just happened. But I'm very fortunate that I had a person that was empathetic and a very nice individual. I accepted a Panera Bread order, $5 1 mile. That wasn't a big deal. And that wasn't a big deal. But what ends up being a big deal is a police officer was right next to me as I got an Uber order and decided to turn it down. I picked my phone up off the charger, hit decline, turned it down, and I looked to my left, and there he is sitting there. So he didn't react right away. I was hopeful that maybe we would, he would just let it go. But sure enough, I turn into the Panera Bread parking lot, and lights go on, and I'm like, oh man. So he comes over and he says, hey, what happened? I was honest. I said, hey, I got a notification. He said, are you delivering? I said, yes, I am, sir. And he said, all right, give me a few minutes. And I had all my paperwork ready. And he said, I'll try to get you out of here as fast as possible. And he came back and he said, listen, I don't want to cost you a bunch of money, but so I'm going to give you a seatbelt violation for $25, and instead of charging you with anything else. And it's a seatbelt violation. It's no points, no impact to your driving record. And I said, thank you very much, officer. Very fair. But he said, I think that's what it's worth in terms of, making sure you remember not to be picking your phone up. And I said, understood. So instantly, with this order, that would have put me at $26.75. I now am at $1.75 because I've got to call in now. He said, call in on the number, which I'm going to do. He said, please call in within the next couple of days and get this paid. So I think I'm going to call in here in just a moment and get it paid. And I'm not going to play with it. I was wrong, and I gotta do better with that, And it's funny I brought it back on the iPhone because most of the time I have driver utility helper operating. I don't have to touch my phone much. So I'm back on the iPhone today, having to pick that phone up, having to screenshot, having to remove it. And in my state, if you pick the phone up while you're driving, it's a citable offense. And there we go. So Dad Dash joking about being a criminal earlier. Now I am one until I got to pay my fine now. So anyways, we're here. I will be back, guys. I'm going to send you back to the stream for a minute. They are going to constantly try to get you to take orders that are against your own benefit, while sometimes giving you orders that benefit you. But there's going to be orders out there because they're really, the thing about it is I think people complicate things greatly because the reality of DoorDash is, there's not holding queues for orders or anything like that. DoorDash is interested in one thing. And my wife has a DoorDash account. We went out dashing a couple times together, and I found it very interesting because we were dashing from the same vehicle. And we were kind of just doing a deal where it was like, take whoever has the better order, will take it, turn off the other app, pause the other app. And I found it interesting that DoorDash would send me the order and send her the order. And it didn't matter. I mean, there were certain orders that didn't come through to me, I think, because of the fact that I have a little more experience. And she didn't have her shop card at the time. She now does have, so we got to go out again and see how it goes now that she's got her shop card. She wasn't getting shop and delivers and stuff like that, but it was bouncing just between us. Sometimes I'd get it first, sometimes she would get it first. And that really, because there was a couple times I wanted to try experience, and I said, no, I'm not interested in it. And really on the ones that were these small orders, I actually saw DoorDash increasing the amount when it would go to her and then go to me or go to me and go to her. And it didn't matter about maybe it does matter a little bit about ratings, but I think people are overcomplicating what DoorDash is doing. And it's really about where you're at, your proximity to the restaurant. And all right, guys, I'm back. And we got a McDonald's order. I don't really like this McDonald's, but we're going to go ahead and do it anyways. $8, 4.4 miles. It all keeps us within the same vicinity. There we go. I got it. I will handle my numbers when I get to McDonald's. And we're good from there. Wow. So we got to now we got to make money today, man. We are way behind the 8 ball in terms of earnings now. I mean, we are now with this order. I haven't updated it yet, but I will here in a minute. But with this order, it puts us at what, $26.75, and then I've got this $8 order on top of that, so that'll put us at that will put us at I guess $34 minus 25, so $9 for today. I wonder if you can write off a citation as a business expense. I doubt you can. I'll have to check on that. I doubt they'll let me deduct it. You know, look at it like a toll or something, especially since it was a seatbelt offense. So, anyways, lesson learned. We're going to be more careful. We're going to make sure that we keep our head up and make sure that we're keeping awareness of who's around us, what's going on. Make sure we don't get into problems, any more problems. But day was going very nicely, and then that happens, and you're like, man, that stinks. It's terrible. But it could have been a lot worse. I am very thankful that police officer had sympathy for me and empathy for me and didn't just lower the boom on me. So anytime that happens, you want to make sure you're extra careful and you're not, throwing a gift horse in the mouth. There is that police officer over there, man. I guess he is patrolling this area. It looks like probably looking for people looking to give out citations. I guess it kind of met both of our means. He gets a citation out of it, and then you know what? No, we're gonna stay in this lane. And he gave me a little break, so he was still able to get that citation. But man, oh man. You know what? I realized I didn't adjust the layout here. That's all right. It'll be fine. I'll adjust it here in a moment. I'm not touching the phone while I'm driving. But that is something to be said about that, is the fact that you've got to say that one of the features of an Android phone is the fact that you can do a lot more hands-free with the Android phone than you can with iPhone. If you got a screenshot, you could ask Siri to screenshot if you trust her doing it. But you can't get the declines. You're sitting there. That's why I know. I remember back when I used to use exclusively iPhones, I would feel pretty stressed at the end of the day, because it was like I was going through and I'm declining all these orders and doing this, all trying to manage while I'm driving, and would miss orders and miss screenshots because I wanted to get screenshots to understand my market. And I'm like, man, this is crazy. And then I got Android with Driver Utility Helper, and everything changed. The game changed. All right, guys, I'm going to throw you guys back in. And get in here and pick this up. I'm going to end the live once this order is done. So I appreciate
appreciate everybody that comes in and out, and anybody that's watching right now. Now I have one watcher, so whoever you are, thank you for watching. Just continue to the end. Say hi in the chat, or say bye in the chat. And you know, like I said, we're about 3 minutes out, and you know, like I said, frustrating night to a degree. Didn't make nearly what I wanted to make. And then, of course, I'm taking home a contract violation. And again, you know, if it's something I did, you know, rightfully did, I can live with that, you know. But when it's something like what happened to me, where my phone is not operating, and again, I know it's my phone, so I guess in the end, it's my responsibility to make sure I have hardware that works. But I mean, you know, these Android phones, unfortunately, is great as they are with functionality. Sometimes I guess it's that extra functionality, what allows them to be as functional as they are as tools for us, tends to sometimes be the very thing that ends up hurting us in the end. So, you know, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? So the good news is I guess this will be my 4th order, I think, since the contract violation. So I am now 96 orders away from getting rid of the contract violation. I got to do 100 clean orders with no issues, with no functional issues, which is kind of scary, because it's like when something like that happens, it's beyond your control, and you're like, okay, well, I'm going to go out and try to do this, and then it's like, well, what happens if another one happens? You know, I hope it doesn't, you know, but certainly makes me want to use my iPhone instead and just say, you know, is it really worth it? And I don't know. I think it is. I mean, I love the experience that the Samsung phones have given me with gig work, and especially with the driver utility app and the Maxymo app and the way they effortlessly work together. But there are some concerns I've had about whether or not, sometimes one of them being connectivity issues. I feel like there seems to be sometimes an issue with connectivity, and you know, I've somewhat proven it when I've run my iPhone with the DoorDash app, but I've never run them on the same, you know, network, because it's always a contrasting network. So I can't yet conclusively say it's not the phone network. All right, let's see here. God, it's dark. I'm going to turn you guys into the car just out of privacy. Oh, there we go. All right, good. Jesus, it's dark out here. Thank God that was easy to find. All right. So let's exit out. Leave lights on before you leave on grill. Leave on grill. We can do that. And complete blur shots. Oops, get back. Get the camera app up. All right, guys, let me go get this delivered.
Delivery completed. Base pay $4.50. Customer tip $10.50. Delivery total $15.
And talk about knowing your market, guys. That was you just heard, should have heard the final order. I predicted extra tip number one, or not extra tip, extra base pay. I was correct, and I pretty much predicted the exact payout. It was and $10.50 tip. So order value wise, $3.40. Wow. So $35.45 order value. And Uber just shot us an order. Uber's big up here. In fact, I hadn't gotten an Uber order yet, but Uber's huge up there, and it is absolutely one of the worst Uber markets I've ever experienced. They are some of the lowest of the low ball orders. So let's see here. Let's make sure I got the screenshot of that. I don't know if I did or not. I can't remember. Allow, save. Got it. All right. So, and here we go, guys. Wow. Okay. And this is the example. I'm going to leave the live stream here right after this, but here I am, right? It just somehow. All right, guys, we're back, and I got food in the car, and we are a 7-minute ride from the customer. If you're just joining in, I don't know if you were here earlier, but if you're just joining in, I'm going to update you on what's going on. And we are on a McDonald's order. That just had a disaster happen on the last order, and that was he got cited for having his phone in his hand by a police officer, but the police officer had mercy on Dash and only gave him a $25 seatbelt citation. So that was very nice of the officer, very much appreciated. But given the fact that I've only made $26, this order we're on is $8, so we'll be at $34. Kind of put the drag on the earnings for today. So we got to make some money back here to make up for that disaster that's happening, or that happened there for Dash. So anyways, just a disaster in that regard. But it could have been a bigger disaster because the officer said, if he would have cited me for having the phone in my hand, I think it's like $100 deal or something like that. And he said, I just didn't want to cost you a bunch of money, but he wanted to make the statement. So statement heard. All right. Gloria, I saw the message there. I don't know if you're still in there or not, or I think that was dropped a little while ago. Prior to all the drama with the police. So hopefully that's the last interaction we have with anything like that for a very long time. We've learned our lesson. But I think it's also coincidental that it comes on a day when I'm testing out the iPhone again. I made the decision to use the iPhone today for my gig work. And one of the things that I have said is a problem with the iPhone is it causes you to have to interact with the iPhone while you drive. Every state's different, but in my state, you can't interact with your phone at all. So the fact that you have to do that, I interacted with my phone, picked it up to take a screenshot and decline an Uber order because I just accepted the Panera Bread order. And lo and behold, police officer to my left, and I'm like, man. And of course, I immediately tossed the phone down, pulled into Panera Bread, and thought, well, maybe he won't get me. And sure enough, he got me, man. Sure enough. It's like, man. What bad luck. I just was like, man, couldn't you just let it go? I mean, it wasn't that big of a deal, but he did help me out a little bit. So I'm happy about that. I'm fortunate about that. I'm very, very grateful. Very, very grateful. We have a 5-minute ride to the customer. And as I mentioned, this will put us at about $34. And we got about an hour and 50 minutes left of the day before we're going to start heading home. So, unfortunately, I knew the hours I was choosing to come out today were not going to be the strongest of earning hours. I knew, you know, stretching out the landscape and heading down here was going to also have its own impact. Technically, I dashed all the way down here. I was just hopeful that it wasn't going to be a big problem, but it wouldn't have been that bad, I don't think, until we had the $25 expense, which that is something I'm curious about. There's another police officer right over there, sheriff deputy. So hopefully we don't interact with them. Good Lord, that would be a disaster. To have 2 interactions on the same day. But I've got to pay this citation. He asked me to pay it as soon as I can. I guess so it doesn't get forgotten and cause any problems. So I'm going to call in. There's a number I can call. I think I can call this afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. The clerk's office might be closed. I don't know. I'll probably call on Monday. I asked if you could do it online. He said you could, so I'll check that out too. See if there's an online option just to get it done, taken care of. I'll take it right out of the day's earnings. I use my Dash or Direct card since everything I've earned today's been on DoorDash. And that way, it's just like gone. You know what I take home, that will be taken out, and then I'll set aside the rest of the money, and it'll probably be a few pennies left over based on how today's going, because it's not been a tremendously huge day. Now, I will say that, you know, it's a little bit, I don't know, perhaps it's psychological, but I feel like, you know, it's difficult. Like right now, the difficulties I have is like, if I wanted to look and see what's going on my, you know, say Spark app, I have to interact with my phone. I have to swipe left or swipe right. When I'm on my Z Fold, or even if I'm on my S22 Ultra, if there's a particular app I want to have that I'm monitoring, like Spark, I would monitor Spark all the time. And Spark's the type of deal where, you know, stuff pops through, people can accept it. Instacart's the same way. So there's times that I'll have my DoorDash app up because I'm doing the order on that. I know that Maxymo will bring to screen my Grubhub and my driver utility or my Uber Eats, and I can have all those up. Or better yet, the way I like to do it is have my Z Fold having 3 apps on one and then my 3 delivery apps on the other. So, you know, iPhone, if you're working one app, go for it. Go for it. But I don't think we're in a world anymore where one app is going to get it done much longer. I could be wrong, but I think for a majority of drivers out there, they need to have multiple apps. Look, again, one of the things that I've said is we got to approach this like a business. And that's not just in how you're selecting orders. That's in investing in yourself, investing in your business, making sure you have the best hardware to go out and make money with, within reason, of course. I'm not suggesting you get crazy like Dad Dash has and buy yourself, you know, 5 different phones, 6 different phones. You know, Dad Dash is also doing that for wanting to test things out, wanting to. I enjoy technology, so I don't mind testing things out, checking things out with different phones. So for me, it makes sense. But what I would recommend you would do is have a personal phone if you are an iPhone user. And with days when you just want to work your DoorDash and you don't want to work anything else, just fire it up on your iPhone. It'll be a great experience. But when you get out to get serious and you're like, hey, I want to get serious, I need to turn on multiple apps. Get your Android out, start using that. And that phone is going to give you better results because you're going to be able to see all the apps. And there are apps out there, especially the shopping apps, where it works better if you can have your eyes ability to look over and see what's going on. And if a shop comes up, you can snatch it real quick. Boom. Now, obviously, Instacart has, Spark notification wise, they will pop through, but they will not always pop through if there's multiple ones in the queue. It'll just tell you there's one there. It's not the same as seeing it because by the time you go to load it up, it could be gone. So, and a lot of the big paying orders on Instacart, at least, they go fast. You've got to be able to snatch them up quick. And if you're sitting there waiting for your phone to load, you may lose the opportunity. And you don't want that. This is a game of minutes. This is a game of seconds. All right, here we go. McDonald's order about to get delivered. I'll be right back. That is the gig world. That is, in a nutshell. And then on top of that, think of it like this. Players wake up to this one day and they go, wow, oh my God, this is a scandal beyond. You know what? I have a solution. We will not sign those contracts with them. We want a fair share. You will get 20% tops. That's the fair share. We're getting 80%. And you know what they do? The agents come back and say, not so fast. Guess what? We did something else. We had an agreement with the team that the equipment we were giving you, that we could give you the equipment. And the equipment we provided you, the helmets, the pads, it tracked your movements. It gave us the data we needed to create AI football players that we are now going to sell to the team because we own them and they're cheaper. We can sell them at a cheaper cost to the team. Instead of having to give them $1 million contract, we're giving it to them for a 10 or 20% pay cut, which the teams think is great. And guess what? That pay cut is what they were giving you anyways. But now now once they get the teams to agree to use AI robots and they say, hey, we're going to maintain them, we're going to keep them up. It's the same bargain basement plan. It's cheaper, and then they can raise the prices on the teams, and they can own the labor that the teams will use. And once they get the teams to agree to that, and the businesses to agree to that, they effectively own the labor force. That is exactly what DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats, long-term game is. They are taking our labor. They are taking the portion that they're taking from us, which they don't deserve, and they are reinvesting it in research and development to create the labor force that will replace us, which in their eyes is driving cars. I'm sure, there'll be several of them, but basically AI driving, self-driving cars, bots, robots, whatever, you name it. But they're using us. They're taking from us an unfair portion of our labor while harvesting our data, while learning about us, while learning how the best of us work. And then they're taking that, using it against, with the plan being one day we will wake up. One day people will wake up and see this. And when they do, it'll be too late because they will already have in place what they need to replace us. So the key here, guys, is we wake up before they have that. Now, maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't think they do, or else I think it probably would have. But if we wake up too late, all right, guys, I'm back. It was supposed to be a leave it door. Of course, the customer comes and snatches it up from me, opens the door just as I'm about to take a picture, and I end up having the market hand it to me. I had it on tape. I always record my deliveries by hand, so I have it on recording if I needed to bring it up, but that happens from time to time. No orders, nothing jumped, DoorDash didn't jump back with an order right away. Neither Uber hasn't got back to me on anything. Grubhub had sent me an offer while we were at McDonald's. What was it? I think it was pretty sure they did they not? Yeah, they did. maybe they didn't send it to me. I don't know. I thought they sent me something at McDonald's. I might be wrong on that. But we are some Instacart action. Speaking of Instacart, we have 1125, 11 miles, 6.2 miles for Audi. Not crazy about that offer. Then we've got $18.14, 12.1 miles. Not crazy about that one either. There's 36 items to shop. That's going to be a lot longer. And Grubhub is in the action. Let's see what Grubhub has. $15.61. Where do they want us to go? All the way to State Line. Papa John's. 11.6 miles. Problem I have with that order is just like all Grubhub orders. Now the thing is, you could get a stack on it. It's possible, but they could let you stack it, and that would be great. I'm getting an offer from. Okay, here we got a good offer from DoorDash. We're taking that one. $13 for 5.7 miles. We will let Grubhub go. DoorDash is on, and offer's just too low. We're just gonna go with that. So, all right, excellent. Live acceptance. So we are now only $13, 5.7 mile DoorDash order for Papa John's. We were considering a $15 11 mile. We really weren't considering it, although Grubhub's back probably with the same order again. Nope, they're back with a Five Guys order, $6.79, 2.7 miles. We're gonna reject that. Offer just too low. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to turn Grubhub off. We're going to pause offers for 10 minutes. Give us a chance to get over here to Papa John's, pick this order up, get it in the car. I got to stop off, I think, and get a bottle of water. I'm really thirsty, man. But I feel like I need water. So, anyways, where were we at in the conversation when we pulled up? I was just talking about, the place in the lineup, I think, for iPhones, I think are good single app. I mean, you can multi-app, of course, people are going to say you can do it, but it's highly recommended you would have multiple phones for certain if you're going to try to do an iPhone multi-app situation. And, to me, rather than buy multiple iPhones, make a good investment in a quality Samsung phone, and Samsung is the one I would recommend. I know others like Pixels and stuff, but Pixel phones, from my experience, and I've tested them out, aren't. They don't have the feature set that allows you to. That allows you to do the things Samsung can do. And Samsung's the big thing that Samsung does. There's two things that Samsung phones can do is you can customize gestures that will help keep your phone on your stand so you're not getting in trouble like I did earlier today. And two, you can create pop-up bubbles with your apps, keeping the apps running. And those can interact with the helper apps like Maxymo and Driver Utility Helper, but it also makes it quick again, where you can just very quickly, once you set up the gestures, you can create a gesture and that app will pop down and you can see it. And then you can create another gesture and it closes. And you can really eliminate having to touch the phones completely. Other thing you can do on Samsung phones is create a gesture for screenshotting. That is extremely helpful. So you're not having to grab the phone or do anything like that. You can also use the button there. You can make it so that you can create the power button as a screenshot button as well, which I have that in there just as an extra spot, especially if I'm holding the phone. But what Android really brings to the table is not having to hold that phone. And that is important because if you're in a state like I'm in, you can't hold that phone in your hand. That's how I got caught today. And You know, $25 don't seem like a lot, right? Until you're working a 3 or 4 hour shift. And then there it is. That's 1 hour of productivity right out the door, man. Just down the drain. Ruins your whole earnings day. Suddenly you're earning to pay the city. But, you know, it's my mistake. I mean, I picked up the phone, had it in my hand, and it was like, oops, officer, I'm sorry. But like I said, I'm fortunate he didn't actually give me that violation because, as he explained to me, that would have cost me a lot of money. You know, that would have been, a real loss for the day. So I appreciate him having the empathy to not just totally destroy my day, but at the same point, he made his point. You know, and I'm going to be more careful because there is a thing to being distracted. You don't want to be distracted out here driving. You know, and that's also where it comes into to say, all right, you have an iPhone, you got to interact with it, you got to pick it up. You want to get a screenshot, you're going to have to press the two buttons together. You can ask Siri to do it. I have tested out, and here we go. Uber's up. Horrible offer, $6.96 for 12 miles. Woo, Uber. All right, and Papa John's has a delivery truck here, it looks like. So I guess we're going to have to figure out. Oh, man. Okay, well, I have to figure out where I can park. Oh, wow. I mean, come on, delivery dude. All right, I'm just going to pull right up over here. And hope that nobody's leaving. All right, guys, I will be back. I'm going to go in here and pick up this food.
One of the most important concepts that I believe a gig business operator should see and try to connect is connecting the work rate with the delivery order value. And what I mean is that the higher you get your delivery order value and the higher you push your work rate, the more money you're going to make. Had I had a 100% work rate, I would have made $29.71 an hour for the time I was out, which was 61 hours this month so far, and I would have had substantially more earnings than what I had, and I probably would have been sitting around somewhere around $2,000 had I been able to have a 100% work rate, which is very unlikely, but I'm saying that's why you want to have it. My goal is to sit at 85%, and if I would have been at 85%, I'd have probably been somewhere in the $1,600 to $1,700 range, and this is where it comes to working smarter, not harder, to working for better value and not having to work as much, and you can make more. So that's what you want to do looking at these figures. Now, I will take you through slowly here. I'm not going to go through every figure that you see on the page, but this is my weekly, the way the weeks broke down. I will highlight my miles driven and my daily earnings. So I made $236.96 in the first week. And you can see right away, if you're looking and observing the figures here, one of the issues and the reason why I'm not at the goals that I want to be at right now, the reason why I have $1,000 to make over 4 days to reach my $2,300 goal, is because I haven't been out working as much as I would have liked. I have not had as much dedicated time to work as I needed to have, especially with the lower overall order values. And I think the lower values, order value here, the lower actual order value represents the fact that I'm out more during times when I'm not out at the rushes. I'm not out at lunch. I'm not out at dinner rush. I'm sitting out doing more of my work in between those times. And this is what happens to your earnings when you do so. You're not getting the best value for your earnings. So week 2, I made $512.37, and I'll slowly take you through so you can see exactly what the daily figures were. You can see I worked 25 hours that week. That's the most I worked. I was out for 25 hours and delivered 18 hours for 73% work rate. And then you see week 3, I made $385.38, drove 297 miles. You can see I was out for 73% of the time for 17 hours and 13 hours of delivery time. And then you're going to also see here where week 4, which is this current week, I've made $182.50 so far and driven 118 miles. And I've been out 8 hours looking for orders, and I've been working a total of 6. And you can see that my actual delivery minutes are down. That's not good but my time worked is up. So had I had the $30 I had last week so far, and I increased my work rate percentage by 3%, I would have had probably an extra $4 to $5 over last week's, over those 8 hours. So it's a very powerful number to watch, and and something you want to be watching and calculating for yourself. So that's the July monthly totals. Let's look at the yearly totals real quick here before we end this. And you can see right here that so far I'm on, if I were to earn $110 a day for today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday, I would be right in line with the average gross monthly income average for the year of $17,34.41. So, it's not where I want to be at. It's not getting me to the $24,000. That is my goal, but it will get me at least in line with the average, and then we're going to have to adjust the goals again, and I'll get into that when I get into the monthly for August, September, October, November, and December. And it is summertime, so if there's a time when you're not going to work as much, if there's a time when you're going to get a little light on the goals, you're going to put your time elsewhere, this is the time to do it if you have the ability to do so. And then these are going to be the months, starting around end of August, early September through October, November, and December. That's when you're going to really want to kick it into overdrive. Now, obviously, economically speaking, we're into some times things are getting a little bit more uncertain. But again, you've just got to do your processes. You've got to make sure you're accepting quality orders, and you've just got to make sure you don't take any shortcuts when it comes to making profitable decisions. So looking at my yearly total right now, as of this morning, I've made $12,140.88. I've driven 10,681 miles, done 958 deliveries, and had an actual order value for the year of $23.17. So you can see this month is lower than the average for the year. Now the delivery order value was $29.70. And you're about to see here in a second, I'm going to get into the figure that tells you why my actual order value has been higher for the year, yet less this month. And we're getting into that in just a second. Now my value gap, and again, this represents the money we're leaving on the table when we're not working, when our work rate is lower. We have $6.53 between a 100% work rate and the work rate that we're actually at. So we could make, again, an extra $6 an hour. When you extrapolate that out over 524 hours, you're talking about an additional $3,000. We're talking about sitting at about $15,000 for the year. And we're talking about probably, if I looked at it and got into it, we would be pretty much on track. So it's telling you, when you're looking at that number, that is why a focus needs to be. If I could cut that just in half going forward for the rest of the year, I could really improve my earnings, and I don't even have to work more than what I have worked. I can work the same amount as I worked and make 50% more, and that's huge. Now, my miles to money for the year is $1.14. My actual hours worked, as I just mentioned, was 524. My delivery hours 409, and here's the number that tells the story about the differences from this month and last month, and that is the work rate. A 78% work rate versus a 72.66% work rate for the month of July, and that has cost us big time. And you can see, if you look at June here, when you look at the numbers and the breakdowns for the year, you can see the story. In June we had a higher work rate, but our delivery order value plummeted, and that was working the heck yourself market too much and work hard during poor times. And you can see the focus has to be in alignment between those two figures, your delivery order value
All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So, we made that pickup. It was quite a mess getting out of there. So we are now on the way to the customer, 5-minute ride. And, well, I got an offer, $20 offer from Grubhub for KFC, and I accepted it momentarily. And then I decided to get rid of it because Grubhub gives you like a period of time after you accept an order to check it out. And if you want to get rid of it, they let you come. I don't know if people know that, but you get if you do it within like, I think 2 minutes, they will give you the ability to, with no penalty, get out of the order. So I got out of the order because I started thinking about it. It was $20 round trip. Sounds like it's great, but with that KFC, it was going to be probably an hour-long order. And I thought, you know what? And then not only that, but I've got to go all the way out to this DoorDash customer's house, make that delivery. They haven't tracked me back. Grubhub was supposed to be off. It wasn't even supposed to be on. So I don't know why it came back on. But anyways, I ended up getting out of the order because I thought, you know what? No, those are sometimes the decisions you make, and it crushes you down. So I thought, you know what? We'll go back in, we'll get out to where this customer's at, and then we will deal with that position and accept our next offer from that position, as opposed to accepting it from near the KFC restaurant where expectations are I'm going to be over there, et cetera, et cetera. So anyways, that's where we stand. Hopefully we made the right decision. Hopefully we get a decent order after this. So far that's played out well to our favor. Hopefully it continues to do so. I'd love to see some large order program action before we call it a day. I'd love to get up to $100. You know, I mean, it starts to get exciting once you start clearing that first 50, and then you start seeing the horizon there, getting to that first 100. And obviously, working 4 hours today, $100 would be right where we'd want to go. And there's several paths still wide open for us to do it. We're a shop or a large order program away from getting there, so it's definitely within reach. Definitely within reach. So we'll see what happens, because this order will put us at $47.75 minus $25, of course. But I'll have to add that into the expense ratio. That's going to be nasty to know. Nasty. But like I said, lesson learned. To investigate if I can do that online. He said call, but I'd like to think it'd be some sort of an online situation. For it. No. Date of birth? Wow, he put my date of birth with a year 2023. Poor young man, I guess, was trying to speed up the process because he knew I was on an order. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. You know, I do appreciate him making that courtesy. That was a very nice courtesy he extended. I mean, I would have obviously appreciated if he would have just, maybe just acted like he didn't see what he saw, but I understand. You know, that's, you gotta honestly approach things. So I do understand that. I do understand that completely. So I think when we come out of here, we're going to go right out of here, because I do believe that takes us down to a Sheetz, and I am terribly thirsty, and it'll bring us up on the other end of Walmart and maybe give us an opportunity at some other orders and just from another perspective. All right. And see, this is where, like, I want to go in there and see Spark. I made a mistake, I guess, hitting the Spark button. But here I am, it takes me completely out. So I really can't look at Spark. I can't look at Instacart when you're pulling up to a customer, and there might be an order in there that's vital to what I'm trying to accomplish or do. And there's nothing I can do about it. All right, and here is the customer, I believe. Are making that happen in the second part of 2022, but I'm going to start out with doing an earnings review that's going to tell you what I earned in the last 6 months in the running Dad Dash Industries, what we brought in working the gig apps. So I want to remind you before we get into the numbers that the goal that we had set for the beginning of the year was a minimum of $2,000 a month with a hope that we could get, if we got 3,000, we'd consider that excellent, and 4,000 would be superior or amazing. So those are the goals that we're going to be viewing these numbers today that I'm going to show you. And that was what our goals were. Our other goal was to do at least $1 a mile overall and 85% work rate. So I want you to look and keep those in mind as I review these numbers with you. So without further ado, let's jump into the numbers and let's get into my computer here. So let's get the numbers up here. And you can see there, that is my month. That's my breakdown each month. And I'll just kind of scroll over so you guys can take a look and see the general. I'm not going to go over each of those months for time constraint purposes, but you can see that's what I would have been going over. That's what I intended to go over. But I'm going to go over the general overall numbers because that's what really matters in the end. And then I'll go over my profit projections for the first part of the year. So without further ado, let's jump in. So the total income I earned this year so far is $10,823.67. Now we are on target to beat last year's, but remember, I didn't get started in this until May or really April of last year. So I needed to do a lot better than I did last year because I worked a lot less. Now, the total miles I drove was 9,585 miles. Now remember, my miles per my miles to money ratio was $1 or more. So that is $1 or more. I made a total of 845 deliveries for the year. So, I was hoping probably if I was going to hit my goal, I figured I need to have at least done 1,000. I was hoping to do 2,000 deliveries for the year. So we missed that by a little bit. So our average actual order value for the year so far has been $23.38. And our average delivery order value is $29.30. So what do those two numbers mean? I want to remind you, if you've been watching my ride-alongs, if you've watched some of the videos I've put out, order value is another way of stating the hourly value of an order. And I am not an advocate that you pay attention to hourly earnings, but I am an advocate that when you're picking orders, that you ensure that you're picking orders with a high value, and that when you're aiming to complete those orders, that you focus on getting the orders done in the time frame needed to make it as valuable as possible, and that when you're picking orders, that you're picking orders that help you to get another order as fast as possible. And the difference between the time you're waiting for orders while you're out and the time you're delivering orders and the value of those orders went from, acceptance to delivered is what I call the value gap, or the percentage, or as reflected in a percentage. All right, guys, I'm back. Shane Epley. I don't know if you're still in there, man. Thanks for stopping by. I'm not sure who all else is out there. We've had a couple visitors come in. But anyways, thanks for stopping by. We delivered that order. Best order of the day, order value-wise. Only took us 22 minutes, made $13. And then we got a follow-up order right away. We got a $9 Glory Day Grill order. So going 3 miles or 4 miles or something like that. So I scooped that up right away. Why not? Of course, let's keep the miles of money going in the right direction. And we're heading now back to Glory Days Grill, or back in that direction, to get to Glory Day Grill and hopefully get this order picked up quickly, delivered quickly, and keep moving and keep that money coming. So as you can see there, we're at 47.75. This will put us at 56.75. This is what we want. We want that positive momentum. And then all of a sudden, they drop us a LOP, or Spark pops off and gives us a big old shop, or Instacart comes in with a nice size shop that's reasonable, or Uber comes in with a nice order. Grubhub is still off. But those are all the things we're looking for. Those are all the factors. So I really do need to stop off and get a drink though, man. That's the only downside is I need to get a drink and a snack. So again, I haven't eaten much today. It was busy in the morning, and really need to stop doing that. It's not a healthy way to live, of course. But sometimes it's what ends up happening when you've got a busy schedule and you're trying to balance it all together and keep things on the schedule you want to keep. So, to Glory Days we go. Hopefully, again, like I said, there's not going to be a long wait. And this, of course, is right in the area where we had our interaction with our officer friend. So hopefully we don't have another one of those. Hopefully he's moved on for the day. And as I was examining my ticket, I realized he got my birth date wrong. I think that might be something I could challenge if I wanted to. But again, they could tell him the officer was so nice to do that. I don't think I'm going to even do that. It doesn't impact me at all. It's $25. And sometimes you've got to pay something like that, because that reminds you when you see that $25 pop out of your pocket and you're like, what a waste. And you're like, you know what? Keep that phone on the holder. When I start thinking about using an iPhone out here or using my Android, I know what I got to do, but I'm sticking with using the iPhone for today, testing it out, just wanting to see how my day goes. I'll tell you what I notice is I am definitely more tied into one app than I normally am, because it's just easier to stay in there and then you're not seeing the other apps. And what I've always wondered is whether or not those apps go to sleep when they're not active. I know supposedly they don't, supposedly they're still looking for orders, but I always felt like when I would, back in the day, I used to have 3 iPhones that would be operating, because I had 2 iPhone Pro 12 Pros and my regular iPhone Mini. And I'd operate all 3 at one time: Grubhub, Uber, and DoorDash. And then one of them, normally it was Uber, was the one that was not as busy. I'd have that one operate my shopping apps in the background. But during the height of dinner, I'd have them all 3 lined up and open. And when I would do that, man, orders would be coming in left and right. Boom, 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 boom. But when I would just try to use one iPhone, it felt like they were going into a pause, and you'd see a lot less order flow. Now, if you have the one particular app you might be keeping open, might be keeping you busy. And then that was, of course, set me on my journey to try to deal with that issue, because I felt like, well, I'm missing opportunities by not having, because I'm having these apps sitting in the app tray, going to sleep, and I'm not getting found for the order opportunities. We're arriving at Glory days, I'm going to throw you guys back into the screen. I have a debit card that when I'm setting that money aside and I need to go buy tires, oil change, car repairs, whatever. And who knows, there could be a car repair that comes up that wipes my account out, and I might, but again, I'll know because I'll have to go into other areas to pull money out in order to finance that if that comes up. But so far, so good on that, which leaves me with my, what I call net profits. That's after taxes, actual gas expenses, car expenses. I am not including expenses like things that I've bought, where I bought cell phones, cell phone holders, car holders, bags. I have that stuff set aside. Those are all expenses that get figured in on the tax side. So they're going to be, I'm not reflecting those right here in my profit summary, because the way I see that is those are there, and I will look at that on a yearly basis when I get my taxes prepared. I'm keeping track of all of that. And in fact, you can see up here business expenses. I've had $686.53 in business expenses. I have my cell phone bills, stuff like that. But those are things that are being used on the tax side to help with my tax liability side. So I'm keeping that separate and off this, just to keep this very simplistic. But right now, my net profits for the year, $8,215.24. So ideally speaking, if we were to have hit the goal that I wanted, we would have had probably over $10,000 sitting, in the net profit side if I would have hit the 85% work rate and made $12,000. I think I'm not 100% on that, but anyways, point is that that's not horrible, that's not terrible, but I want that to be higher, and that's one of my goals for the second half, is to make more money and make up for the loss that I have for the first part of the year. But one of the things I'm very thankful for is the things I experienced in the first half of the year. I had things I needed to be there for family. I needed the flexibility of gig work, and the fact that I was still able to bring in this money while I was dealing with those things and have the time to be there and not have any issues doing that, and be able to just go do what I need to do when I need to do it. This is the earnings review for the first half of 2022. It is my goal to come to you on a monthly basis, on a monthly basis, and keep you apprised. So the goals going forward is $2,200 a month, and I'm going to increase starting today. I did recently go out, and this increase was not included in that ride along, but I'm going to be increasing starting today $110 a day from $100, and $2,200 a month minimum goal, and then still $3,000, $4,000 for the next tiers. And $1 a mile will still be my minimum goal to get in there, and an 85% work rate. So I'm hoping that by making those three adjustments, we will hit our goal of $24,000 a year minimum to generate out of this business. That's what my goal was for the year, was $24,000. I'm hoping we can do that, making these minor adjustments. And I'm also going to further focus on hopefully closing that value gap as much as I can, which should generate also additional net income coming my way. So guys, I really appreciate you guys tuning in. If you did tune in here, if you've enjoyed the earnings review today, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, share this with at least one person who you think could get some value. Also share your earnings. What was your earnings from the first 6 months? Did you hit your goals? Were you below your goals? What are your goals? Let's get a conversation started. I'd love to hear what your goals are, where you're at, and go from there. And hopefully I'll see you guys in weekly earnings reviews. If this is something that gets popular, if I'm getting more than say 50 views on these videos, then I may decide to open up making them a weekly live, because I'd like to, and figure out a time that would be good for people to be able to show up and do this live with you right here from my living room studio that I have here, and say, hey, look, I'll go live and we'll go over it together, and I'll answer questions and we'll talk about it. And interact with each other, because I'd love to have that interaction. I love to hear what you guys are doing out there, what your goals are, et cetera, et cetera. So guys, thanks for watching again. I'll be talking to you soon. I'll be back with ride-alongs, tips, tricks, videos, all that good stuff. Help me get to 1,000. I'd love to be able to also add some revenue in here from YouTube. That would be fantastic. That would be amazing. because that is one of the things I'd love to be able to do, is be able to make a little extra money on the YouTube side and add that in here. And that gives me the flexibility to be able to talk to you guys more and do more things, along that line. So any help you guys can provide by sharing my channel, getting that information out, would be greatly appreciated. So guys, as always, thanks so much. Thanks for watching, and I'll be talking to you soon. Keep dashing, keep positive, and I'll talk to you in a little bit. Another ride along, guys. We're going to be doing probably about a 1 to 8:30, 9 o'clock run today. We're going to have a break in between. Looking like we're going to start out here in the Hagerstown area and start out our shift up here. So right now it's about, like I said, because it's about 1 o'clock, I'm going to be looking for orders. Anything over $7, that's at least $1 per mile. Between now and probably about 3 o'clock, I'm going to be willing to accept, probably about 3:30, because this is a slower time. So a lot of times you got to make those adjustments. I am hanging out up here in Hagerstown just to see if I can maybe attract some Amazon Flex orders, because Amazon Flex, I noticed the other day, was paying out at about $30 an hour at one point. So if there's something that comes up like that, I'm willing to jump all over an Amazon Flex shift for $30 an hour. If that doesn't happen, it looks like Charlestown has an opening at 5 o'clock from 5 to midnight, although I won't go that long. And I will start making my way in that direction. All right, guys, we're back. We got the food in the car, and we are. Whoop! There comes somebody there. We're gonna pull up here and let them go past. Yeah, somebody is shooting through the drive, shooting through here, not paying attention. Look at that. That's why you always gotta be paying attention, man. She was just flying through, coming right through a parking spot. It's nuts, man. Maybe that's why that police officer was hanging out here. Must be a lot of accidents. But anyways, we got a 5-minute ride. We're going to the subdivision right here behind where the restaurant is. So easy drop off, and that's what makes this area nice, is you can really get a good perimeter working. So this should have a very nice order value and equally nice miles to money, which should start to rebalance that, because we had that commute in. So you know that is one of the downsides to this market. Now what cleans that up completely is if we get a big, fat, large order program order like I got. About a week ago, I got a $50-some order here, and it was nice. It was like 6 miles, $50, something like that. It was crazy. If I got that right now, that'd put me right at $100, and it wouldn't be as profitable of a day as I could have had, but I'd still be all right. But we've got about an hour left, so we'll see what that next hour holds. We'll see if we can get something good. And given that it's Friday night, that very well could happen. If I stayed up here till about 8, 9 o'clock tonight, I could probably make some really good money. Guarantee you we can make $100 over the next 3 hours. But, and there's potential to even make more than that. But that's not what the plan is today. And if you add in maybe a spark or two on there, if Spark gets fired up and starts giving some shops out up here, or some good payouts. The big thing with them is they are very, very disorganized at the pickups, to the point that they've forgot to give me stickers. They've forgotten items, and that I did realize these things, except I realized the stickers.
They don't come out and load you for a long, long time. I mean, it just seems like they've got a lot of disorganization in that store. I did a shop the other day, and the modular numbers weren't even being followed. And I was watching the stocker just kind of throw things on in a haphazard way. And I'm like, man, you can tell some stores are really, really good. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing. I don't know if they have metrics for shops and length of shops, but I mean, how these stockers are stocking directly affects how a shopper would be able to come in and find that item efficiently, quickly, so you can get that order fulfilled and out the door. But I guess that is the side effect of the day. I'll tell you what, I will be looking forward to when I get my iPhone 15 Pro Max. I will be looking forward to being able to just have one cable in the car. Well, I guess I'll still have my 14 I'll have to bring the lightning cable, but man, it will be so nice to be able to just have one cable in the car, two cables in the car, charging everything up. So Necro just went live. Just got the notification. And we're actually returning to the same neighborhood we were just at. That's nice. So we will come out. If we don't get an order right away, we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to turn right down this road and go get a bottle of water. Or if I get a good order, obviously I'll take the order and go. What would be even better is if they gave me an order for that sheets. That would be outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. All right, here we go, guys. I'm gonna throw you guys off here.
On DoorDash's app, once I get done with the Grubhub shift. Now the Grubhub order. Now Grubhub is still showing orange in the Martinsburg area and all over the map. So I'm expecting there's a possibility that I could end up with another order right away. Grubhub, if it's busy, they're going to keep sending you orders. Now, if it's not that busy, then you won't get an order for a while and you're going to have to drive around a little bit. So we shall see if it still stays busy or not. Regardless, we're going to head in the direction of Charlestown and try to get up there. I went ahead and picked up the 5 to 12 that's available up there for DoorDash. So if I get up there before 5 and it goes red, I can get on early. If it doesn't, I'll focus on Uber and Grubhub. And Grubhub up there really is strong as far as producing orders. And then we'll begin the process of, I think I've decided I'm going to try out $12 first. And then if 12 isn't bearing fruit, I may back it down to 11 and then try 10. And then if it gets really bad for some reason and I can't seem to find orders at those amounts, which I don't really think that would be a problem, then I will, continue abandoning it if I'm not making money. But we're going to start it out that way. I'm going to accept any order of $12 or higher, regardless of mine. Make it, and see how it goes. Looking at orders from that perspective and saying, hey, you know what? I believe firmly if you set that order size is, I'm testing out the theory whether or not order size is more important than miles, and I believe it is, because I believe a large order can counteract the miles on any order, because miles, remember,
the more miles you're driving, yes, you're driving up some expense on the expense side. So it also, of course, with me driving a Prius, the cost of miles isn't as high, but you're generating a tax write-off. So the larger your order is, the more tax write-off you have, the more opportunity you have to make a profitable order, because you may eliminate completely your tax liability on that particular order. So anyways, we're going to test it out, see how it goes. All right, guys, I am pulling up here to my pickup for Grubhub, and we're going to get the order and get on the road. Talk to you in a minute.
All right, guys, we made that delivery. $3 base, $6 tip. So not bad at all. I'll update the figures here, but that will put us at, I believe, 56.75. Once I get everything updated. Again, we are not going to do that until we are in a safe location to do so. I think we are now making our way towards the sheets to go hopefully get a bottle of water, because I am very thirsty, and a snack of some sort while we look for that next order. Now, I'm gonna set up Grubhub. Let's do it. Let's get Grubhub back into the mix now that we don't have an order. DoorDash didn't come through. Let's see what Spark has. Looks like there's a $2 mission starting. I guess you get $2 extra, I guess, for every order, according to what Grubhub is saying here. $100% on time. Okay. Did I do a Grubhub recently? 1% off for commitment. I don't do that, man. Whatever. All right. Well, anyways. All right. So it looks like you got to do 2 orders without skipping, and you get an extra $2. If they give me 2 good orders, I'll do it. All right. So China Fortune's up 1050, 6.7 miles. And we will do that order. Why not? All right. But I'm going to, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and stop at the 7-Eleven near China Fortune and get a bottle of water, because I can mark a ride while I'm there. And that will be the perfect setup. So there we have it, guys. 3 minutes. There's a little traffic. It says 1050, 6.7 miles. We're making it work, guys. So that will put us at $67 once we complete this order. Or $68. We're making our way there. Steady but surely. And right now, my iPhone, okay, is about to run out of battery. Like, what the heck is that? I got to plug it in, but dang, iPhone. I thought you had better battery than that. I guess the iPhone Pro is not going to make it through. Definitely would not make it through a day of multi-apping. That's pitiful. I expect a lot more out of iPhone Pros, and battery is a big deal. I mean, now how fast it'll charge. Now, Samsung makes up for it. Samsung's battery can be leave a little bit to be desired, but Samsung offsets that by providing you with fast charging. iPhone doesn't do that. Okay, so we got General Tso's, broccoli and garlic sauce, vegetable roll, miso soup. That's some good food. And when you're hungry, man, it just makes it even worse. It's like, oh man, I want to try some food. Let me run up in here real quick, guys. I'll throw you back to the stream. Come back once I pick the food up.
And it is not pretty. Turn down. Distance too far. Boom. Done. Rejected. Anyways, I'm going to jump off here, guys. Continue my direction home, and I'll I'll be back to update you in a little bit. Hopefully I find the order to do as soon as I'm able to grab this wallet and get back on the road. Dropping off a pizza. I'll tell you the story later, but it's been a crazy order, but I'm going to bring you guys in here. Let's see if we Alright guys, I'm going to get this dropped off. Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, no problem. You have a good one.
You too, man. Get it in the door.
All right, guys. So you saw me deliver that order. I want to give you the breakdown of exactly what happened on that order, and I'll explain it to you here in just a second. So I did accept, after I got my wallet, I accepted a $20 Grubhub order, and it got a little crazy because the order was a double order, but it was actually a mistake situation where, for some reason, Grubhub processed the order twice for the same item for the customer. When the customer contacted me as soon as I accepted the order and said, I've been waiting like forever for this order. I'm really hungry. I'm really starved. Please, put a speed on it as fast as you can. And I said, I will. So, and then I said, hey, by the way, did you order 2 pizzas or 1? He said, I only ordered 1. So when I got to the restaurant, the merchant only had 1 made. So it was pretty easy. I picked it up and then I called support and said, hey, this is what's going on. Explain the entire situation. They canceled 1 order and they left 1 order with me. It appears I've gotten paid for both. So it did end up in my benefit to taking that order for $20. I was concerned they would have, they were going to somehow cancel 1 and not pay me for 1, and somehow I get stuck with the lesser of the 2. My only concern right now is the order they canceled was the one I had marked pickup, and I had left 1 as an open item. So what I'm concerned about is that if somehow this looks like I picked an order up, reported it gets canceled, so it looks like, hey, did I have the food on that order? And then of course I have my second order then that I took that I said I had to say, well, I picked it up and have it. I don't want to get dinged for picking up an order and not delivering it. So I saved all of my communications already with that customer. I documented, as you just saw, pick up the drop off of that order so they can see I dropped off 1 pizza. And of course there's the call in to support. So I hope I have enough documentation to ensure that this order doesn't go haywire. So anyways, guys, I am now heading to Charlestown. I got done with that order. We made about $56, it appears, $56.89 for the first part of the day. I'm going to focus on heading down to Charlestown. I've got to be down there by 5 to get on the DoorDash down there. So far we've got a very good, good position to be in right now to head into the dinner, as we only need $43.11. So I believe that shouldn't be too hard to get, especially considering that we're going to be getting a start on this really right now. I am still up on Grubhub. I am up on Uber Eats. I'm hoping that maybe we get some Uber Eats action finally. It's been very light on the activity here of late, but I'm hoping that maybe tonight we get an Uber Eats order or 2 that are decent. Remember, when we get down there for dinner, we're doing a $12 minimum regardless of miles. So let's see how this goes. See how fast we can get that $40-some. Of course, we can hit the abort switch on this if we need to, if it gets too out of control or we can't find orders that meet our criteria. We're going to see how that works, and I'll continue reporting to you guys as we go. So I'm going to jump off here, guys. I want to jump in here with a little update, give you a little background on what's going on, and we're going to head into dinner. Talk to you in a minute. Guys, I wanted to bring you into this situation. I guess the power just went out. There's no stop lights at all in this town. This is the biggest mess I've ever seen. I did accept an order that I'm on my way to get right now, but man, this is going to really be an interesting situation traveling to get this order, because it is like nothing I've ever seen before in terms of just how this is working. I guess we're going to have to kind of like everybody's just kind of like one car at a time goes, the next car goes. We're kind of creating our own rules out here. So this is nuts, man. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. And I guess, I don't know, man, they need to get the local police out or something, because as you can see out here, I'm showing you what it is. You're seeing there's no stop lights. That's what this has been like all the way down. It just happened like a minute ago. It's like all the lights just they started flickering, and then they just boom, they're out. And this is just insane, man. Like I said, I'm on an order for Grubhub for Grubhub right now. Uber just sent me an order for $7 going completely opposite direction, and honestly, I don't even know what I'm going to do here, because as long as it's like this is not going to be tolerable at all. That's kind of why I took an order that was heading somewhat out of the direction of where I'm going. But I just figured I'd bring you guys in and let you see this incredible scene that's happening and unfolding. And I guess we're going to kind of just, you can see how we're kind of just like let one person go, and then me and my guy next to me, we went, and I mean, it's all the lights, this light is out. It's like the apocalypse. You know, the electricity's just gone. So I don't think this market is going to be the right market to work, because this is going to really create a lot of congestion issues. Somebody must have hit something and knocked out just the entire electrical grid, it looks like, up here. I mean, I've seen looking around at shops, restaurants, they're all dark. This is really an incredible scene. So anyways, guys, I'm going to jump off here. I just want to bring you in, let you know what was up. I'm going to pick up a $12 Grubhub order. I don't even know if this is going to be able to be picked up or not, because it's from a 7-Eleven. Oh my God, could be an accident. You know, I don't know if it's going to be able to be picked up or not. I don't know if this issue extends all the way down to where I'm going, but we will find out. I'm hoping it doesn't. One of the reasons why I took an order outside of this area, and then I'm going to decide what I'm going to do and where I'm going to go from here. So this definitely changes the plans for the evening in a big way. All right, guys, talk to you soon. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash back here, and the $12 minimum experiment has blown up in my face for the first order I took. So probably, definitely, this was a horrible order. So obviously, as you guys have already seen, there was an apocalyptic event due to a rainstorm in Charlestown. So all of the electricity across the entire community just went out. So needless to say, I knew I was probably going to need to find another place to go tonight. I wasn't sure what the ETA on all that was. It was going to wreak havoc with all the restaurants. So I had accepted an order away from the mess, thinking, well, I'll go down and get this order and get back. So I did that, accepted that order. and it was a $12 for 14 miles. So I know everybody's going, what do you expect? Well, it was as bad as it seems, and clearly my thought process about miles, especially when it comes to Grubhub orders, and looking at the landing spot, this landed me in a place that I've gotten no order activity. Now, what I have done, because I understood that this market was potentially dead on arrival because of this whole electrical issue, I am now going to a market that I have wanted to try out for some time, and it's about 19 minutes away from here. And since I'm already this far down the road, I'm going to go. I was able to get a place till 9:30 in that market on DoorDash. I should have the opportunity to work Uber Eats as well, and of course Grubhub will be out of market orders, so they will be limited. So I went ahead and I'm heading now in the direction of that market. So maybe this set into effect, is either put in play events that have led to maybe a more profitable day, or this may end up being just one in many things that led to a regretful day. The good news is, regardless, I always want to make at least 100 when I'm out. I'm about $33 from 100. It's about 5:23. We're not even in the heart of dinner. We should arrive still with plenty of dinner left, plenty of opportunity left to make this work for us and test out this new market, see if it's worth putting on the list of markets to work. All right, guys, I'm going to jump off here, focus on getting in the market. Once we get in there, I'll come in eventually with an update, let you know how things are going, and give you a rundown of things that occurred, and we'll take it from there. All right, guys, talk to you soon. That's right. What you're seeing right
All right, guys, I'm back. Got a bottle of water. I got to try some of these new Taki kettles, jalapeno typhoon. They're pretty good. I'm not going to crunch in your ear, but they're pretty good. And we've got the food. It was ready to go. We had to wait in the line. There was somebody else picking up an order in front of me. It looked like there was a large program order sitting there. I was like, man, what the heck? Maybe if I would have turned that order down, that would have been the next one. So it looked like my order had been put up there first in queue, and then that one had come in second. I thought, you know what? I was just a second late, man. Sometimes that's all it is. This is a game of seconds, minutes, and miles. You know what I mean? And that's what it takes to make money. Seconds, minutes, and miles. 1 second difference, 1 mile difference in position makes all the difference in what you see on your screen. Grubhub's all over me, man. They're just all over me. I guess I missed a couple of orders while I was in the thing because my phone did not alert me. So I don't know, man. It's difficult multi-apping on just one phone, or at least an iPhone. And then I've got the issues here right now with battery life. So it's 5:25. So I think we're going to get one more order in before 6. And then that'll be that. And then we'll start our ride home. I will have been out for 4 hours. Not the greatest 4 hour period of all time, for certain. If this is where we end, so I'm hoping we get something good for our next order because we really need some help here. But it's also a weaker time of day to be out, so that's kind of the situation. You got to know the time of day it is, know what time it is. So, anyways, we'll get this delivered and go from there. Apologize, guys. I was eating some of the chips. I didn't want to crunch in everybody's ears as we were driving. I thought about throwing it back to screen, but I thought, no, you guys, I'll let you guys see the drive here, see the scenery as we pull up here. So Grubhub sent me more orders. I missed it again, I guess. I don't know what is up with that. I didn't hear the thing go off, Grubhub. What? Oh, that's why, because I don't have my damn notifications on up. They got turned down for some reason. I don't know why. It's weird. All right, we are pulling up, guys. And this is a really nice neighborhood here. It's one of my favorite ones to deliver to. People out here tip really well. They take care of their drivers. Shops, food, all of it. If you can get a delivery out here, you know you're getting a good order, because it's gonna, even the lower end out here is higher end than other places. This is a $10 and up place. Doesn't matter what it's for. I've had people tip me out here for $20 on just a bag of Taco Bell, man. I mean, people are very appreciative of delivery drivers out here. So one of the reasons why I like coming out to Charlestown, when you can get it to work for you and click, it can really click. And then there are days like today where really it was a matter of timing and distance. And I could have probably come right out here, but I stayed in Oh, here we go. Now I'm getting notified. All right. Let's see what they have for me. Wow. Okay. 1184 for 19 miles. Heck with that, man. That's crazy. I mean, you can't do better than that, Grubhub. Really? I guess it's because you've got that little mission going on there. And that's garbage, man. My assumption is they might have tried to add something to that, but we were so far away from getting that to good that I wouldn't even trust what they would add in there. But these apps will play games like that. They have an order they need delivered because they know there's not enough in it from the customer side, and they don't want to have to add anything to it, so they're trying to do that to you. All right, guys, I'm going to throw it back in. I'll be right back.
Guys, let's roll the financials, and I will of course be talking to you soon. Hopefully I'll get out soon in the next couple days and try to just erase this memory. But in the meantime, guys, you have days like this, you got to smile, you got to stay positive, and you got to just look and be willing to learn from the day, and use it as motivation to get back out there and very quickly get a good day in the column. All right, guys, talk to you soon. Thanks for watching. What's up, guys? So I am back. So a lot to update you on. Wow. I mean, what a series of events. So the first drop off at the doctor's office, a little bit of drama there, pulled in. There's a long line to get in. You had to go through security, had a little bit of a wait. Lady comes up, it's like, what are you doing? I said, I'm here to drop off food. Very nice. But okay, well, if your food delivered and you got to go over there and walk into the lobby, you know who it is? I said, no, they didn't leave instructions. She said, just go in there and leave it with the reception. So I went in, parked, went in. Ladies in reception are like, what are we supposed to do with this? I'm like, I don't know. This is what I was told was to leave at the reception. I'll send the text, which I did. The lady said she understood, said she would, just leave it there. I said, listen, customer said she'll be out. She said, okay, well, we're fine there. We're going to just put it over there on the table. So I made sure to take a picture. I took video. I've got full documentation that was dropped off. I'm not had anything negative happen from that. Then I literally went like a half a mile next door to a housing development to make my next drop off.
All right, guys, I'm back. And we made that delivery, so that was $3, $7.50. So that puts us at, let's see here. We're gonna update our figures. So that'll put us at basically $67.25 for the day. So we're back on the hunt now. Looks like they've Panda Garden, which is a pretty decent restaurant for large order programs, is lit up. So we'll see what happens out here. Like I said, we've got to make the next order count because we end at 6. So this is when we've got to make up that ground, and we've got this beginning part of dinner. It's a Friday night, so there is potential. And it's very important that when you're out here, you've got to recognize where you're at. So you've got to make sure you're not taking orders that aren't going to benefit what you need. And understand the time of day, understand what your market can provide. All right, I'm going to take you guys and turn you up this way. 67, oops. 25. And we have only done DoorDash today. Oh, kind of a little odd because we've just not gotten anything from, how you doing there, Melissa? Nice to see you here. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate that. I'm not sure who else we got in there. I think Shane Epley was in here a little bit ago. But thank you, Melissa, for coming in and saying hi. I appreciate that. But, yep, so unfortunately, Melissa, to update you, I don't know if you have been watching, but there's some drama earlier. Dad Dash got pulled over and got dinged for having his phone in his hand. But the officer was nice enough to only give me a seatbelt citation. So it's only going to cost $25. But so when you're looking at my numbers, that is really $52.25 on the screen. And then it's funny because I'm actually testing out my iPhone today, which that means I don't have the hands-free features I normally would, and that was the issue. I had reached over to screenshot and decline an order, and the officer was sitting right next to me, and next thing you know, blue lights, and I'm like, oh man. So, lesson learned. But key now is to try to go get in order, preferably a large order program order, if we could will that out, but get something. I'd like to see $15 or better. I mean, I'd like to get over $80 for the day, at least make $20 an hour, especially given the time of day. I mean, right now we're like 16, 17. Which is not great at all. We needed shops. We needed something big to get us. I'd even take a shop right now, get me through here. But nothing's up on Spark right now. Nothing's up on Instacart. Grubhub's course, at odds with us. I'm wondering if maybe I should consider that shutting down the dash and opening it back up, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm pretty certain everything would be red. And we're sitting at an 84% acceptance rate. You'd think we'd be in a position to get orders right away if something's out here. So you got to have faith in that part. We got all full bars. So, of course, these are the things that make a difference in your day when you've got these gaps, which we're experiencing right now. And we haven't experienced one for quite some time because we had gone pretty steady for a little bit. But, that's where things kind of start to go at odds with themselves, because if you're taking smaller orders, you've got to just keep a flow going. Otherwise, you get hammered when you don't get those orders right away. But this was also an order that was much farther out of the way than normal. The previous orders we were on, here we go. Papa John's, $7, 3.6 miles. They didn't even try to spruce that one up. So we're gonna throw that one to a decline. Controversially, keeps it at 84%. So we're gonna go ahead and use a decline on that one and see if we can get something better, because we need it. All right, and then they hit us with that garbage. Tractor Supply, $7.50 for 15.2 miles. We're declining that. All right, so now we're down to 83%. So what are they gonna hit us with next? So we've declined two. One was not a diamond order. I don't know why. That must have been somebody that I'd done business with before. And of course, there was also the possibility too, I guess, in a sense that maybe since they forgot to add the diamonds on it and it was a $2 or better a mile, maybe there was something extra there. Maybe there was a plus that was supposed to go there that never got added. Probably should have taken the Papa John's. Now we got Alfredo's, $7.25, 7.3 miles. So they are just punishing us now. We're dropped down to 82%. So here we go. Let's see what happens next. 3 declines in. And 650, 3.4 miles for McDonald's. I'm not doing McDonald's right now. No, we're going to decline that one. Now we're at 81%. Let's see what happens here. What's next? And Grubhub jumps in the mix. Does Grubhub give us something decent? No, they don't. 9.68 miles to the mountains. 955.2 miles, Great Wall. Going out behind the Walmart. It's better than all the other ones that we've had. It's just barely under $10. We're taking it. Great Wall's right up here. We're taking it. Now I gotta get over. Jesus. All right, we can get over here in a second. We're gonna have to kind of speed up a little bit. We're gonna have to go through my favorite stopping point here, Sheets. And maybe what we'll see happen is they'll stack us up. It is busy. There is other orders floating around. They have some other things they may want to package in. So we're gonna go over to Great Wall for $9.50. 545 probably will be the last order of the day. Most likely. But we'll see. And then we're going to go Grubhub, which Grubhub is now mad at us because guess what? We, once again, didn't accept or decline the order. We looked at it. We let it go. We let it time out. They don't like that. I understand. Maybe they got their own little glitch there too. But there it is. So we knocked off, what was it, 3-4 orders? Probably maybe the one we should have taken was that $7 one, maybe. That was only 3 miles. Now we're driving 5 for 10. Almost the same miles to money, a little bit better cash flow on the order. And I like the restaurant better too, in a sense, because it's just, I don't know. I guess that the Papa John's there isn't that bad, but we've got some potential here for bigger and better things. Will we realize it? I don't know. All right, guys. I'm going to throw you guys back into the stream while we go pick up this order. I will see you in a little bit.
I am going to arrive slightly later than I was looking at what the original ETA was, but of course I did notify Grubhub of the adjustment that was made in Grubhub's system when there was a wait, because it does notate that and then it will adjust it. So I think we should be okay with that. I don't think there should be any major problems or issues with that. Drop off was kind of a little bit awkward because this was to the city commuter bus center, and I pulled in and like the first entrance was not the right entrance. So a guy came out and was like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm trying to figure out where to drop this food at." And he's like, "Oh, gave me the directions how to get to the place where people are." And then I pulled up and the lady came out front, picked up the food. So it was actually a pretty decent sized order. So I was a little surprised with it only being $7, but it's a $2.50 base pay, which means there's a $5 tip. Maybe there'll be a little bit more. I think the food did get there kind of quick, and Uber does a great job of pointing that stuff out and saying, "Hey, you want to increase the tip a little bit?" We'll see. Of course, we won't know for an hour, but no big deal if it doesn't, because again, this was a created stack order by myself. So ultimately, we're going to get like $17 on it. And so far, let's see here, we ended up absorbing. So the first part of the stack was about 5 miles. And then we've got about another 4 miles. So it should be about 9 miles for about $17. So that should really, really help the miles to money ratio on this order. So hopefully we can get this delivered. I know the Grubhub order that one's already locked in. That's pretty self-explanatory. That one is $10.85. So it's $6.85 delivery pay and a $4 tip. So I thought it was $10.53, but I guess maybe there was a little extension of the base. I don't know. And a $4 tip. So I've already got that logged. I just logged it, but it's that's already pretty much in the bag. So there's no question about what that will be. So we'll see. Like I said, it'll just be a matter of how quickly I can get this order over to them and where the hourly and stuff comes in at. So anyways, guys, I will talk to you here in a minute. I'll come back on, give you a final summary of exactly what happened with this final order, and then I'm going to call it. That is for certain. I am not taking any more orders unless I get something that's like going right next to my house. If that happens, I'll certainly come back on and update you. All right, guys, thanks for watching today. Please hit that subscribe button if you haven't. I will talk to you very, very soon. All right, guys, so I completed the final order there of the stack. Went well, dropped it off, no problems whatsoever. So this does appear to be the last order of the day for me, or not the day, of the shift, hopefully not the day. Like I said, I am going to be back out for a dinner shift. So I appreciate you guys riding along with me. Ended it well. wasn't bad for a lunch shift. We had an hourly of like just over $27 an hour. So I cannot argue with that. That's fantastic and phenomenal for a lunch shift. It ended up at $27.62 per hour for our timeout, and then $28.89 an hour for our delivery time. So I have really been trying to focus hard on figuring out the times to go out and the scheme and places to be in my market to try to close that gap between delivery time and timeout, and I'm doing a good job of it, it seems, here of recent. So anyways, like I said, not bad at all, and we only drove 53 miles and made $67. So it was like $1.20, I think $1.23. Yes, $1.23. So anything over $1.20 I like to see. That's really, to me, excellent.
I guys apologize for that. I had to reset because I'm wearing my Samsung earbuds since I'm using my S23 Ultra to stream, and I got to come back in. So anyways, we got the pickup. Food was ready. 10-minute ride to the customer, which puts us a little after 6. We'll see if anything gets offered afterwards, and then we'll start heading in the direction of home and head out of market. But if something good happens, I mean, if we get a good large order program or something, I'd be inclined to take it. This will put us at what, I guess 76, 75, 51.75 after you take out the citation. So it is what it is, guys. I mean, that's what happens sometimes. But if you look over there in the distance, you see the lights coming up. The horse races are about to go off tonight. Every Friday, Saturday night are horse races. I don't think they still do the Sunday afternoon horse races anymore. They used to. I think it's Thursday. I think they do Thursday night or Thursday, Friday, Saturday night now. I think they changed it up. They used to do Sunday afternoon. And then, of course, you've got the casino over there, as noted by our good friend Jeff Dad-Black. He noted it that, yes, there is casino gambling over there. Believe it or not, Dad-Dash doesn't go over there very much because guess what? That casino never really let us film too much. So you only really got to film your bonuses over there. So it wasn't something that it wasn't a place that we would frequent a lot because we wanted to go places we could film because Dad-Dash, believe it or not, was trying to monetize slot playing because I believed, you still do, it's just you run into the issue of being able to get filmable content and you've got to have a bankroll, but you've got certain people in that space that are making bank right now because they can offset the losses and you've got to automate it, but it's kind of not that fun when you start doing all the numbers and stuff and you got to count down your stuff, and that's kind of why we moved away from it. So now it's become more of a situation where when we travel or if we have something to post, I'll post it. But I kind of got more distracted with dealing with the Dad-Dash stuff, and I felt like that was something that I was more enthused about, and I didn't have time anymore to go focus on that. Plus, like I said, one of the big factors too was you couldn't film anymore, so we don't do it very much anymore. Only on recreationally if we travel or we're traveling out to Las Vegas, which we try to do at least once a year. And then it's, believe it or not, may surprise some of you, but we spreadsheet everything we do. So it is very, 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 I'm very in tune with what we're spending, return on pay. I know which area of Las Vegas has the best return, at least based on what we've had trending wise. And I keep track of all that stuff. So just like with DoorDash, there's a smart way and a dumb way to do it. You got to track it all out. And yes, you will take losses. And what my goal was to demonstrate that. But if you know anything about gambling, the idea was that you kept your losses within a certain amount. And then through comps, which is a return on your money. And then if you have a slot channel that you can start to get paid out per video, I believe you could go recoup some of that and then eventually start cash flowing on it. And now you have a situation where you're able to go out, fund your play, and when you hit the jackpot, boom, you're banking those. But anyways, like I said, the landscape changed and they got unfriendly to filming because I think, unfortunately, there's a huge problem in that space. And you've seen, if you watch some of the creators, they've gotten way carried away. And if you watch Dad Dash, I guess I'm kind of boring over there too because we bet pennies. in the slot world, at least. I mean, we're not betting 30, 40, 50. We might do 10 spins on that for fun. But you best believe now that I know I got some interest. I got people that are going to watch. Yeah, I actually have a whole visit we did for our yearly visit this year to Vegas. I have a vlog that I never even really had time to put together. I'm going to put it together. And that was a good trip. That trip we made money on the trip in regards to what we got back out of it. I think our gambling on it, we spent about $150. I have to pull the spreadsheet on it. But we got back because we got 3 free nights at the Venetian in a suite. Man, the value of that through the roof. We got some free play. So when we did what we actually spent, it was like, I mean, for the level of vacation we got, we made back, in other words, and again, I keep track of that because I know what the value of the room is they're giving me. So I'm watching those expenses as we go. And I look at it as I will gamble the hotel money plus a nominal recreational budget. Look at it that way. We never even got into the budget. And we walked away with hotel money. So to me, that's a win-win. But those out there just trying to cause chaos, just trying to be rude, they don't understand that. But again, they also don't even understand the math of DoorDash either. So I don't expect them to understand the math when it comes to that stuff. That's just something that's not going to make sense. They're going to see losses just like they see losses in their DoorDashing. That's why they're on the sidelines. That's why they're watching. Perched at their W-2 or maybe doing nothing at all. Trying to write a book and get people's money that way. And the reality is I could show that whole group, man, they followed, and that's the whole point. If you follow what I'm telling you, if you come into this channel, go be entertained at the lounge, go be entertained on the other areas, come in here, download a spreadsheet. My links are clear. If you don't trust the links, I do understand that. Email me. Okay. And I'll email you back a link, or not a link. I'll email you back the spreadsheet, which I will then give you access to. I am going to eventually at some point start doing some lives talking about this stuff. And if you follow this stuff, man, you can do it. You can trend your area out. You're going to have the information you need to make the best decisions. And this just seems to get lost on everybody out here. I don't know why. I really don't know why. Because it's like that you're unhappy with your results, you're losing money, and then you got somebody out here who can help you with that. You've got, you're driving around, and it's like, hey, pop on one of Dad Dash's videos. There's people that reached out to me that spent hours listening to my videos, and it helped them. And I know it helped them because they told me their stories, the success stories. And I have not gotten a dime from that person. The only thing I got from them was the watch time and the view. That is it. That's all I want. Watch my video. I guess watch time doesn't really matter, but watch my video. That's it. Watch it. I don't require a subscription or membership. I'm never going to require that. I don't ask for any monetary stuff. I don't understand where all the idea is that Dad Dash is some evil person trying to help. No, I'm trying to help people do better with themselves if they want to be in the gig world. And I believe this is going to become a bigger portion of the economy. And I think that the better people understand it. And it's not about understanding the apps themselves. I'm not talking about the mechanics of the apps. I'm talking about the mechanics of understanding your numbers and where you're at and the value of that. In any business that operates, that is valuable information. And that is what you need to be focused on when you're out here. Focus on either collecting the data so you can then break it down later. But if you don't make that investment in yourself, now if you're getting results that you like, do whatever it is you're doing. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to the guy that's out here killing it, right? But if you want to know your numbers, if you think if you are confused by that, if you're not liking your results and you really want to give this a solid try, then follow what I'm telling you. Follow my channel. It is never going to hurt you, and it will only make you better. And you will never get asked for a dime from me. Never. And if I ever do ask you for, a dime, if you want to make a donation of some sort, fine. That's on you. But it will never be asked or required. All right, guys, I'm going to throw you back in stream.
What's going on, guys? Dad Dash Industries back here with a deep dive into the numbers. You've watched the video, you've seen the all the stuff, and now we're going to kind of dig deeper into these numbers. Take a look at each order and really analyze it and see what made sense, what didn't, and then how the final stats turned out. So, as you know, we started out with the famous order there for Tacos Carlito, which was an order from a Mexican place in the mall there that I always normally start my shifts at. And we took a risk on this one. We took a 625 order, hoping there would be more, and boy was there ever. So there was $225 base pay as I anticipated, a $6 cash tip, and a $7.50 in-app tip. So it was a total of $13.50 for the tip. And turned into a $15.75 order, so an excellent way to start it out. Now, those miles, as you know, included the commute into the area, so that we covered the commute completely. Ended up at $1.05 per mile, and we ended up at a 6.65% miles to pay ratio. Kept that under 10%. That's always good, and a $35 projected hourly. So really, really good there. The only negative for the order was the wait time, which was 14 minutes. And we started off with a wait, ended with a wait. In between the wait times were definitely within the range that we want them to be at. So following that order, as you know, there was a lot of confusion about what orders to take. I had accepted.
All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So as you can see, we updated the earnings, 76.75. It's a little after 6 o'clock. So that means we are at the end of the day here. Not the greatest of days here earning-wise. I would have looked, to be out almost 4 hours and only earned $76. A little frustrating, but that's also remembering the fact that we didn't work the full time either. So we look at our delivery value. That does tell a little bit of the story, and it doesn't tell a great one either. Our average delivery order value was only $22.14. So we didn't go big enough, guys. We did not go big enough, and then we didn't get any type of orders to offset the low orders that we were taking on. And again, this is what I find when I work just DoorDash in my area. Now up here, I get a little bit better out of it, and perhaps I'm going to say this: we worked 2 to 6. So 2 to 6 on a Friday afternoon, $22 an hour delivery value isn't the end of the world. You better be working most of the time. And we were working probably 80. I don't have the exact number here yet, but I'd say around 85% of the time probably is a good estimate, because we were working pretty steady, even the commute in. It was just we didn't get a big shop. If you want to go big during that time, in my area, I have to have shops. And I didn't get any shopping opportunities. Now, I did get an opportunity for Spark, and I probably should have stayed in the Martinsburg area doing a 2 to 6, because Spark in that area is going to pop off, and it's going to give you shops that are going to make sense. There was a couple of Instacart shops that maybe I should have done in hindsight. The $50 one, I probably should have snatched it up. There was a $40 one I could have snatched up a little bit ago, but I hesitated, and then it was gone. Those could have made tremendous impacts on my overall earnings, because the reality is I would have got them done in an hour, hour and a half, and then the money's booked. And then you can go off and do the little itty bitty orders that are around during this time of day. Whereas if all you do is focus on little small DoorDash orders, cash flow orders, and then you end up with a gap here, a gap there, a little bit of a commute here, this is what happens. You're not going to work 100% of the time. Everybody knows that in gig work. But anyways, these are little things. I'm not devastated over the day. I am a little annoyed that I ended up having to give $25 back. but it is what it is. All right, let's see where we're at here. I don't know where the heck we're at. So we're going to use our location filter, and we're going to click home, and we're going to click navigate. We are 35 minutes from my home. All right. And it says East Washington Street. Where are we at? I don't know where we're at, but I assume, oh, we're down near Shepherdstown. Look at that. Oh, okay. So it's going to pull us through Shepherdstown. Are we out of area? We are, in fact. Let's end dash. Let's end dash and collect that money. And then we're going to turn on DoorDash for Martinsburg area, because guess what? There is a very fine dining, nice restaurant up here. It could very well reward us with a large order program order as we ride through Shepherdstown. I think that's where it's taking us. We're going to follow Uber home. And man, if that pans out, that would be an outstanding end to the day. And yes, you know, again, ending at 6, getting home. Yes, I acknowledge it's normally probably 6:45, 7 o'clock arrival, but that's the point. You know, that was my goal today, was last order, or I'm leaving the Charlestown market at 6 o'clock to get home. And again, I got my ticket here. I've got to call and pay that. Figure out if I can pay for it. Gosh, $25. So I'll have to call in and do that maybe Monday, I guess, because I don't think they'll take payments on Saturdays. But I'll find out. But tomorrow will be a full day. I am going to try to get out early so I can have a lunch and a dinner and an in-between. And really kick it out, because I got to make up all of the, Uber. So Uber's cut off on iPhone is 25%. That's pretty interesting. It was giving me the warning saying it will log you offline if you go below 25%. That's interesting. But anyways, so that's where we stand on that. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to jump off here, throw you back into the stream. Stream runs till 9 o'clock tonight, guys. I'm keeping it up for you guys out here riding. Stop in, say hi, drop a comment. I'll be streaming live tomorrow and keeping you abreast of what's going on. If I were to get another order between here and my house, I will absolutely come in and take you guys along for it and update you on it. That would be a stroke of luck. That would be wonderful, but we'll see if it happens. Sometimes Dad Dash gets good luck. Sometimes not. This would be really good luck if we got a really good order. So we'll find out. All right, guys. Talk to you soon. Enjoy the stream.
We're basically about 3 hours and 7 minutes. So not bad. The wait time, though, the waits at the beginning and the end ended up throwing this average off. So the wait times were a bit high. Our average per order was very, very nice. $13.43 per order, 45 cents per minute. So excellent there. Average tips per mile were at 75 cents. So that was excellent, excellent, excellent. And our average miles per dash was under 10 miles at 9.43. And like I said, it was overall a very good shift, even though we had the tip baiting that happened. It was not bad at all. So our actual mileage cost for the shift was only $4.61, which isn't bad at all. And the actual take-home pay on this shift was the following. And this is kind of interesting because you see I didn't drive a lot of miles, so we ended up paying a lot of taxes. So $72.68 was the net take home after we took out miles and the actual cost of gas. We walked away with $68.08 of our $95 $3 that we made, and we paid a actual tax rate of 23%. So you can see we gave a lot more in taxes because we didn't drive as many miles. Now, like I said, this is not meant to be represent any type of actual tax advice. This is my own calculations based on my own research, but I do believe it's very close to what is proper tax amounts for each of these categories you see there. As always, if you are interested in these sheets so you can keep track, dad-13@gmail.com. No cost, only ask you to subscribe to the channel. Even if you don't subscribe to the channel, you will still get them if you email me and ask for them, and I will email them back to you in Google Sheets format. So Google Sheets format. I also have them in numbers format as well. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate you watching today. Please subscribe. I would really appreciate the subscription. Subscribe. Hit that subscribe button down below, guys. Hit the like button. Also turn on notifications. There's going to be lots more content coming your way. Lots more dad-alongs. Lots more videos. Videos discussing how to, all aspects of running a gig business. So please subscribe, hit the notification buttons, make sure they're turned on, and also give this video a like or dislike, whatever you prefer. And also leave me a comment. All right, guys, I really appreciate you watching, and I will talk to you soon. Keep dashing, and thanks for watching. What's going on, guys? It's Dad Dash here for another Dad Dash Daily Recap. Wanted to come in here today, go over yesterday. When I left you yesterday, it was a very slow day. That never changed, unfortunately. It was really, really slow, really, really challenging, really, really frustrating. But we dealt with it. I dealt with it. I tried to do things as best as I could. I wanted to give you a quick update before I jump into the numbers on the order we saw yesterday. As you know, with this daily recap, I try to do an order of the day with you, take you along live on an order, show you what's going on. And yesterday, I normally like to try to find a decent order to show you, but yesterday live, I accidentally accepted a less than great Uber order, and we ended up taking that order, and it turned into an absolute disaster, like most of those type of orders do. Had a long wait at the customer's house because it was a handed to me order, and it was looking terrible. Well, there is a redemption story to that, and it's kind of a unique story because I have been doing Uber Eats for over a year now, and I've always seen the $8 max tip that Uber shows you, and it's normally they only show you $8, and when the hour expires, they show you your full tip, and it's normally a couple dollars. Sometimes it's been pretty significant. In this case here, this was an order that was below the $8 threshold, so we knew they were showing me what was there, and I was like, expecting that this was going to be the $1.50 that was being shown to me, and it turns out that customer must have been impressed by the fact that I waited, and they added extra. I got a $5 tip in there, so it ended up being an $8.80 order, and it ended up having an order value increasing the order value from $13 to $22.96. So it went from an order that was okay, but I found that very interesting because most of the time you do not see orders like that has the tip added in after the fact. It was the first time I've ever had that happen, and I just wanted to add that in there. So moral of the story is, sometimes I guess on Uber,
you know, customers do add tips back. And like I said, it was a first for me, having had that happen. So with that said, guys, let's jump into the numbers, and I'll go over the numbers, the final numbers of the day, give you a little recap of the events, anything significant that happened. So it was not a great day at all. It was very, very slow. And we ended up making $117.49 for the day. So well under the $200 goal I'd set. I wanted to do 20 deliveries for the day. I only ended up doing 9. We had a 60% work rate, 49-minute average per order. It was just an absolute disaster in terms of, you know, just in terms of the day and the way it went. But, you know, we even came in under my 120 minimum that I normally like to have. But, you know, it was just one of those things that was just how it was. Now, I ended my day around 8:30. I ended a little early because I was frustrated with what was going on and just how slow it was. But looking at some of the metrics here, we ended up driving, you know, 114 miles for the day. It was a lot of miles for the $117.49 pay. We ended up with $1.03 per mile. We had an average order size of $13.05. Wait time was well under the 10-minute maximum that I like to see for waits, but it was a little over the 5 minutes that I like to see where everything runs pretty smooth. And we ended up working a total of about 7.32 hours, or we were available to work for 7.32 hours, and ended up working about 262 minutes for our total minute time. So it was about a little over, I guess that would be a little over 4 hours we were actually working of the 7 we were out. So that just tells you a lot of downtime. Like I said, it's end of the month. I'm assuming there must be a lot of dashers out. I know it's, you know, they're not, it's hard to get an extension and things. Like I'm out today running a little bit later than a lot later than what I thought, because my wife's going to be having a medical procedure tomorrow. We were getting things ready for that. But, you know, it definitely seems slower than usual out there, or slower than I'm used to. So today, as usual, I'm going to try to take you along with an order of the day, show you the first. It'll end up being my first order. I'm going to try to find a good one for us to go work, take you along, show you what we do, show you the process, etc., etc. So with that said, I'm going to jump off here until I find an order. It looks like DoorDash is sending me something, so we'll see if maybe I can accept it live here with you guys. Let's see here. Get back to my dash. Oh, resume dash. Well, I didn't confirm. Oh, I guess I missed it. And DoorDash is playing games. And I will tell you this, guys. If you have an Android device, keep refreshing your device, because DoorDash on the Android side, I've noticed, you don't see the orders right away. I have this 825 Taco Bell order. Now, this is kind of a deceiving order because it's showing an order count or item count of, 17 items. The problem is it's freaking Taco Bell. A majority of that is probably hot sauce, and it's an 825 6.9 mile order. I don't like that. We're not doing it. Even though it has been kind of slow, it's been a slow start to the day. And I'm going to go ahead and just pop the decline on that. But we're not going to do that. We're not going to waste our time doing the Taco Bell circuit right now. I got a couple nice restaurants that are right around. I'm hoping that something pops off with them. And if we wait and we're patient, Grubhub or somebody's going to give us something, I think. So anyways, guys, unless something comes on in the next couple of seconds here, I'm going to jump off. I'll be back when I find that first order. I'm Dad Dash. My name is Steve. I work and try to show you a real life perspective of the gig economy. So if that's something you're interested in, do me a favor, hit that subscribe button. If you found this video to be interesting, helpable, me showing you my stats, showing you my day-to-day and going over significant things that happen in the day, hit that like button as well. Share this with somebody out there in the gig world that you think could find some benefit from it. And as I always ask you, share with at least one person out there. If you could share this channel, share this video with at least one person that you know of
that's out there in the gig world, and they subscribe, we can double the subscriber count in a week. So I really would appreciate it if you would do that. If you're impressed with the channel, that would be fantastic. And I'd be forever grateful. So here we have an interesting one, guys. I just got it, 725 Cinco de Mayo. It's a sit-down restaurant, and it's 2 miles, 5 items. We are definitely going to take that. The 5-item count, I like that. I see some potential here, and it's 2 miles. Now, there's the potential here that it could be $5 tip.
Total miles 2.1.
Let's see if we can see the.
$7.25. Price per mile $3.45.
Nope, not about. Oh, wait a minute. Cheese dips. All right, we're going to decline that, actually. All right, so we decline that. Once I looked at the items, again, sometimes you got to check that restaurant, because a lot of times they do the same thing as Taco Bell. If you get a dip or something like that, that is like a non, it really doesn't cost anything, and then they add it on the list. So DoorDash is mad at me right now. They're playing their games. They just paused my dash. That's all right. We're going to find the right order here, guys. And when I do, I will be back to talk to you and go over it. But anyways, guys, that's who I am. Do me a favor, subscribe if you can. That way you know when I'm putting videos out. You can join the discussion. I like to share strategy with you. I ask you to do the same in my comments, and we build this thing together. So anyways, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. I guess my light went out. I apologize. And I'll be back as soon as I find that first order to take you along with. All right, guys, so we got our first order. I took a Taco Bell order for $9.25. The reason why I did this is because I looked at the items. I couldn't see a total, but the items were not sauces. Let's put it that way. So I want to see if we can get over $10 on this. I turned down quite a few orders that I did not like, and just decided, you know what, I want to see what this one looks like, what this one brings. So I will be back. It's a little dark, so I'll probably turn you towards the road, but I'll be back to take you along some of this order, and we'll go from there. All right, I might be the order there on the table. All right, guys, so I'm in the car. We're on our way. I figured I'd keep you guys faced towards the road. You guys can see what's going on out here in my community, in my market. So we're on this first order. It's only about a 9-minute drive out to the customer. So this should turn out to be a very nice valued order. I believe, if I've looked at the map correct, and sometimes I don't, that we should be in range to have an opportunity to get some orders.
Take the next left onto
Some
West
order
Virginia
offers
901,
on our way
then
there.
turn right
I've
onto
still
the
got
I-81 North Ramp.
Grubhub on, and I've still got Uber on, so we'll see what happens. Sometimes I think we read way too much into the algorithm and what's going on. In my opinion about the DoorDash algorithm and all this business, Top Dasher and all that stuff is I don't think that's the right read. I think there is prioritization, right? But I think DoorDash is looking, if you read, I've read their information on their site. If you read the information, DoorDash is clear that they're worried about one thing: matching it with the right dasher who's going to deliver that order successfully.
In a quarter
And
mile,
a successful
turn
order
left onto
delivery
Great
is
Road.
not just dropping it off, it's providing the customer with a successful experience of having warm food, hot food, making sure all the items are there and that you're checking your lists and trying to make sure that you have all your drinks, you have all the things that you can affect, and that you're completing the order, that you're not, taking orders and then canceling them out and then leaving them in a situation where they've got food sitting on racks because people are canceling out orders and then they got to match up another dasher. So I think there's a combination of what's driving that algorithm and what drives what gets you an order and what doesn't. I think certainly there could be a case to be made that the prioritization given to a top dasher works at certain times. And depending on the category of dasher you are in their system,
Take the next left onto Great Road.
And that the algorithm reads you to be, there will be obviously there's always tiebreakers, and I think that's where Top Dasher and things like that come in. But the problem
Continue on Great Road
is
for
that, in my
3/4 of a
opinion,
mile.
when you're top dashing, you're having to make yourself available for orders that are not very profitable to maintain that status, and therein is where your orders can end up, or at least the value of the orders you're taking on a regular basis can start to degrade a bit, and you can start to lose money. Again, I know there's a lot of debate. It is what it is. Everybody's got to have their own strategy, and I respect that. But in my market, with the amount of miles you would have to drive, it's really a non-starter. It's just too large of a market. I think I've got almost a 50 square mile market that I work. So you literally will see $4 22-mile orders. I saw a $15 23-mile Taco Bell order that came through that I turned down. There's nothing to see a $6.25 Wendy's order. For whatever reason, Wendy's and Burger
Take
King
the next right onto Nestle Quarry Road.
services areas that are pretty far away, and you see them want to send you 22 miles for $6.25, and you have to wonder, how does that fit with anything? How's that fitting with the earnings, especially if that's the first order of the day? It doesn't. But I think what you have to think about the algorithm is the algorithm is nothing more than an AI version of a manager. So their interest is simply wanting to make sure that they manage you while you're working for DoorDash and you're taking orders. They want to make sure they've got the best employee at that moment working, the best order that fits them. So I think they will start to learn and this is not opinion, this is what is in the facts of the way it works. If you look at your ratings, those are the data points being fed to the algorithm that then looks at the orders that are out there and says, okay, this is you. I think what people are seeing as a cap is because some people do the same thing, especially if you're full-time. They work the same areas, they go to the same restaurants, they work at the same times every single day. And what will happen is, if you read into the DoorDash materials, the goal of the algorithm is to smooth out everything and to make everything predictable and as close to the same as possible. So if you're getting good ratings doing sit-down restaurants, and you're successfully doing those, and you're maintaining positive ratings on all of that, you're going to get a good chance to see all the sit-down restaurants. If you're having problems, if you're canceling a lot of orders, you're having excessive lateness, you're getting order violations on certain types of orders, then the algorithm's going to basically start to take those orders away from you and try out other orders. And they're going to try to collect as much data on you as possible to try to figure out what is the best outcome for you that's going to make you successful as well as them successful. Anyways, I hope that makes sense. But look into it for yourself. Read it for yourself. So here we are, guys. We're arriving
Destination is on the left.
here at the customer's house. I'm going to go up here, get this delivered, and then we'll come back and I'll let you know what the order is.
Delivery completed. Base pay $2.25. Customer tip $7. Delivery total $9.25.
All right, well, we were wrong on that, weren't we, guys? $7, so turned into a $7 tip.
Uber is now online.
Wasn't a bad order value. Like I said, it was lower risk to take it.
Grubhub is now online.
Looks like I did go offline. I guess my driver utility helper took them offline. I didn't realize that. All right, so we're back online, guys. So it ended up being a $26.43 order value, guys. So not bad at all in that light. Didn't quite reach the $10 mark, but that's okay. Like I said, first order of the night. We got to start it. We'll see what DoorDash throws my way. And, of course, I'll be back tomorrow with the recap, go over exactly what happens this shift, and we'll do another order together, and we'll go from there. So, anyways, guys, I guess my hunch wasn't quite on, but that's okay. Like I said, I knew it was going to be a decent order as far as location and everything, and we'll see if the second part of that bears fruit as well, which was that I thought we would be in a good position to possibly see or get thrown some orders. And I think in about 2 minutes, when I get off this road, I'll be back in range again to see some orders, and we'll see what if anything DoorDash has in store for us, or Uber or Grubhub, or maybe we're going to take the Spark order, see what we do here, guys, and go from there. All right, guys, we talking to you soon. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. What's up, guys? Dad Dash coming to you with a video today. I wanted to go over an important topic today, important part of the terms of service that just came out. If you've taken the time to go through it, you're going to see a section in the terms of service that's going to talk about contract failures. It's also going to talk about the new, or I think it's been around for a little while, maybe, but they've further built out the ability to appeal things and to be able to let DoorDash know about irregularities and things that are going on, and the ability to be able to provide evidence backing that up. So I wanted to talk with you guys today about an app that I think is going to be invaluable for any driver to have. I know I have them on all of my phones, my iPhones, my Android phones. And I'm going to show you, excuse me, I apologize. It's allergy season, and I am here surrounded by nothing but I guess pollen. It has been terrible today. I forgot to take my allergy pill. I got to go home and get that in a little while today when I get around my house again, because my eyes are water and it's terrible. Anyways, but this app I'm talking about is called Time Camera. Okay, what does it do? You know, you can go out and buy fancy stuff like this. I have this. I wear this for when I'm vlogging, and I'll wear it for security purposes, especially on handed to me orders. But not everybody says, hey, listen, I'm not going out and buying a separate camera for a couple $100. You know, I can't afford it, and I understand it. I hear you. If you're not vlogging with it, you know, you're using it for business. I mean, maybe you don't have the money to make that investment right now, and that's understandable. You know, and then you're going to, of course, always have and should have, everybody should have, it's non-negotiable. You shouldn't be going out doing this work without a dash cam. So if you don't have one, get one. But the dash cam doesn't walk with you up to the door. The dash cam isn't with you at that moment. It might show you're there, but it doesn't show what you did. It doesn't show, it might show you walking back empty-handed, but still, you want something showing, hey, I delivered this order, or hey, this interaction happened. What I recommend you do is download Time Camera app. It's I believe it's $1.99 on iPhone to unlock the full features. I think it's $2.99 on Android. Well worth it. This is a feature-rich app that has lots of things that are imperative to your security. What I recommend you do with this is run that, have that up and running on especially on handed to me orders. Always have that app running. Don't be shy about it. Have it running. Let the customer see you have it. And if an interaction starts to go south, just have it there. And don't put it up in their face and don't do craziness like that, but have it running. And what you can do, if you buy the full featured version, okay, what that allows for you to get, and this is why I highly recommend it, especially for only being $3, and you can write it off. The full feature version will actually allow you to put not just the address, but a GPS time-stamped imprint on the video and on any photos taken within the app. And that is something that's really, really, really good, because that's going to show later on where you're at. And it's also going to show you the address you're at. Sometimes it doesn't get the address exactly right, or sometimes, especially if you're townhomes or apartments, but it's that GPS stamp's going to show exactly where you're at, what you're doing. And then you can take your picture with it. So even on the non-handed to me orders, you can go up. I always film my walk up. I film walking up with my bag. And that way, if there's ever a question about what I did, condition of the food, how it went, and then I film myself walking back to my car and getting in my car. And I have dual video then of my dash cam seeing me get back, and then I have
the video of me walking back to my car. Now, I'm not perfect, and sometimes you forget, sometimes you don't get it up. The iPhone is a little, harder because you got to be in the app the entire time. Now, this is another reason why I like Android phones for gig work, because what you can do is you can run that app in split screen mode, so you can put it in and put it at the bottom of your screen, and in split screen mode you can be running the camera on every single order. And I have a little folder that when I arrive at the customers, I go out of my screen, I click it, and it's already there. It's already set up. All I got to do is hit record, and then it's running. And then there's a little button there to hit the camera button, and I'll do that. And I'll record in long ways. It's easier to do. And I'll have every interaction I have. And that way, while you can be interacting with the app, you can be looking, you can be doing everything with the app, and you're still recording. And then you can go ahead, once you take the picture, which will be timestamped, imprinted, you can take that picture and attach it into the app on all the drop-offs. Now, Grubhub doesn't let you do that. It makes you take a picture. Uber makes you take a picture, and that's fine. You can do that. But you can just hit stop on the video and then take a picture with your camera. And then I always take a picture, of course, that has an imprint of my GPS location. So that way, if the app wants verification, if the customer wants verification, I will send it. I can send it to them. And I have every interaction recorded, and then I will keep it for 30 days. And it's easy to do because another reason to use a work phone, because if you're using a work phone, it's not going to get commingled with your personal photos and stuff like that. You're just going to have your day. That's your day. That's everything you did. It's every screenshot I did. It's everything I did on that day is saved on that phone. And then, like I said, I use, multiple work phones. But, I can go back and look at different days and see, okay, well, what happened this day? What happened that day? And then I'll go back, and to make sure I don't run out of space, as you're taking videos and photos and all that stuff, I'll go out and delete it every 30 days. So I'll keep a 30-day record of exactly what's going on. And if there's something that happens that I think is a security risk to my business, I'll save that on a hard drive and keep it there until I feel like, hey, nothing's going to happen with this. And then, of course, putting vlogs together, doing these videos for the channel, I'll have information and the information I need to put those together. And share what I need to share for whatever purpose I have. But that is what you need to do, guys. Keep a record. And with the new policies, with the new appeal processes, it is so important that you, as a dasher, have the information you need, screenshots, video. The more you have, the better you are, the more you can protect yourself, the more options you're going to have that if somebody makes a claim against you, and you did everything right, you're going to be able to show and demonstrate and go, hey, no, this is what happened. Because there is now the ability to go onto the DoorDash website under the help section, and they've made it available that you can reach out to them now for further appeals. If you look at the new TOS, you can go in, email DoorDash, start a case, give them all your documentation, and get an individual that you can work with through DoorDash, not just through your contract violation on your app, but anything that happens. And if there's anything irregular, if a customer does something that you don't like, makes you feel insecure, you can go right there and send them the information, whatever it is, whatever backup documentation, videotape, whatever it is. So this is something we as Dashers need to take advantage of. And Uber has, similar things. Grubhub has similar things on their website, and if you call support, of course, they'll give you links, give you places to send that information. This is something that will help make sure that you are protected. And if you're doing this as your main source of income, then you've got to take it serious, and you've got to make sure you're protected. Anyways, guys, hopefully you found this helpful. I'm going to link this app for both the Play Store and iOS in this description. Check it out, take a look at it. There's probably similar ones out there. If there's one you use, let me know. I'd like to check it out. And if there's one that's got features that you think are interesting, let me know. Check it out. And then also, I highly recommend anybody that wants to get a little more serious about things. I'm going to be doing a full, I've done review on it. It's already on there, but I'll do another one on the purpose, the security purpose behind this camera right here, the Insta360, and why it's great for anybody who wants to start vlogging, but it's also great for people who want to capture things and protect themselves. Guys, as always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon.
What's going on, guys? Dad Dash here, and as you can see, we have a little bit of a different format here today. I am in, as you can see here, person-in-person mode, and this is the way we're going to do the ride-along today. And I am using, just turn that off, my vents come on. I am using Filmic Pro's Double Take, just to let you guys know exactly what I'm using with my iPhone Pro 12 Max to film this. So it is a pretty cool thing. I had gotten that app a while back to use for other stuff, and I realized, you know what, why not use this for my ride-alongs, so you can see me in the car and outside the car, you can see where I'm going, and you can actually verify that I'm not just sitting in my car talking to you. I'm actually riding along. And the cool part about this app is it will actually do a lot of the work for you as far as picture-in-picture videos, because if you turn on picture-in-picture mode, it will actually render out the video for you in this format, and then you can go in and do the editing. Now, obviously, it's going to create some editing challenges if you're trying to edit one of the videos or the other. You can actually separate out the two videos if you need to do that. If you want to have the ability to go in from the picture-in-picture video back and forth, you can actually do it as two videos. And then, of course, you can edit it within your editing software to go back and forth. If you do the picture-in-picture, it's going to render only one video. I don't believe it's going to allow you to jump and swap off which one is the big, which one is the small when you're in post edits. Anyways, got that out of the way, guys. Wanted to go over that. But we are here. It is another Wednesday. As you may notice, Wednesdays are my day that I go out for full days. It's just how it works out. Weekends are jam-packed with sports and kids stuff, and I try to just kind of dash around the edges. I know it's kind of backwards, but Wednesdays have been working out quite well for me recently. Hopefully that continues. So we got a lot to talk about today. One of the biggest things that I've seen out there, one of the biggest topics, and I understand why it is obviously gas prices. We're going to talk all about that today, what my thoughts are on it as we're dashing around, as we're delivering around. Also, big update on the Grubhub situation. I am officially in the Martinsburg market. So what does that mean? That means that in the old market I was at, that will now become like the Martinsburg market had been, which is where I'll get a trickle of orders that no one else wants. Now, you may ask, what impact has this made? And it's made a tremendous impact. Grubhub, over the last week, since they've become my official app in my market, I have seen a lot of activity. And the area and terrain that's covered, it's really quite interesting because it has totally changed the way I work that market. And you're going to see some of that today because we are scheduled to go live at about 10:30 today on DoorDash, and we will go see if we can get some Grubhub action as well, because what I will tell you is so far it's been much easier to get on blocks in that new market. So again, the market saturation that's existed in that Hagerstown market, we've gotten away from it once again, it seems. So we got a jam-packed day today, lots to talk about, lots to discuss and get going on. And hopefully we make some money as well. And if you're watching this while you're dashing, which I hope you are, or at least listening, I shouldn't say watching, but if this is on, then I hope you're making money along with me too, and we're learning together. Put some comments in there. If you're watching this while you're dashing, put that in the comments. Just say, dashing or delivering or working. Just that's all you need to put. That way I know that you were watching this as you were working along with me. Now, as you can see there, it is a rainy day, so it should be a good day. I'm hoping that means that a lot of people stay home. And I also believe the gas prices are going to keep people home as well. And I think we need to totally reevaluate our viewpoints for those of us that are going to stay out here and those of us that have prepared appropriately to work in the gig economy and are serious gig business operators. And if you are serious, then you bought a vehicle, hopefully, that supports what you're doing, as I did. I am a driver of a Prius, and man, I've never been happier, because even though it is costing me a little bit more. The gas prices I've seen behind, you can see that what the last person filled up at, substantially less, still keeping me in profitability, still allowing me to work the way I've been working. And I'm blessed for that, grateful for that. And I understand that's not everybody, but I still think, even if that's not you, even if you haven't got that vehicle, doesn't mean you can't change that. And it also doesn't mean you still can't make money. And we're going to talk about all of that, because I think there's huge opportunities coming. Because again, this is not at all close to a mature market. And what we're seeing is the normal business cycle that can happen, and that will happen when, the business cycle develops. And that is, you're seeing a huge boom, people jumping in, and then the free market. I've always said that this is the greatest example of the free market at work. Every day that we're out, the way the market determines the price of our orders and the contracts that we do, all the way down to survival of the fittest, as you sense, of gig business operators that are out there. And again, the people that are not making money will get pushed out, and these gas prices are going to do that. And I think it's going to thin the market out. But anyways, we will get into a deeper discussion of that as we're driving around. So in the meantime, guys, rather long introduction, but I have a lot to go over. And I am going to get busy here getting back into my market where I can start picking up orders. I'm not even going to worry about turning on my apps until I get to my market, until I cross state lines into West Virginia, which is about another 20-minute ride. And we're going to stop by the gas station, get filled up, and get going with our day. So hopefully we can make some money today, and you guys can come along for that. All right, guys, I will be talking to you soon. Thank you so much for watching. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, hit that share button. Let YouTube know you're enjoying my content. Let's build this network out. And let's hurry up and get to 1,000 subscribers, which is my goal. Of course, we need to get to 100 first. We're only 28 away as of this morning, which to me is very exciting. We're moving fast, but I'd love to get to 1,000 subscribers. And once we do, like I said, that's going to really start to move this thing. And I have some huge ideas that I hope we can realize together. Let's also start having some discussions, guys. Tell me what you want to hear. I have recently done and surpassed 1,000 deliveries for DoorDash, surpassed 300 deliveries for Uber Eats. I'm not sure of my delivery count for Grubhub. I'd have to go back and actually count up the physical numbers, because I'm not sure where to find that information in the Grubhub app. But I'm sure I've done something around between 200 to 300 in Grubhub alone. So I'm nearing 2,000 total deliveries in my career between all the apps. So exciting times, guys. I think I've got a lot of information to offer. I'm by no means telling you that I'm an expert. I am simply just saying that I've got some experience. I've seen things, I've experienced things, and if you're new and have questions, hit me up, and I will be more than happy to make a video about your question or include it in a ride-along video and try to answer it if it's something that doesn't need to have a huge all-out video for. So, guys, thanks so much again for tuning in today, and let's get to work. And I will be back soon once I get into market. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash here, and just wanted to jump on here and let you know that I have arrived in the market finally. I am powered up on all the apps, but I thought I'd give you guys a little preview of what we're looking at here. So it's a rainy day, not very nice at all. It's about 10:30, so we'll see what happens here. Normally it's a little bit slow. My hope is that I can get some orders that are decent size. right now to kind of make up for the slowness of time. So we'll see what happens here. Interesting thing right now, I turned on Gas Buddy to see what are the gas prices in this area. And right now, the average gas price in this area is $4.09, which is 2 cents below the highest national average that we've ever had. So this area is quite high. There's a spread of $4.09 to $5. Nowhere, it's like about 20 miles down the road that's close to $5. So, wow, you know, it's definitely tough out here with the gas prices. But I believe there's opportunities to be had, and the reason why I believe that is because I believe that the gas prices are going to cause some of the market saturation that's occurred to resolve itself. And then there are going to be opportunities for those that stick around, right? And those that are working a good source. The other thing I would recommend you do is increase your standards based on what you need, right? And see how it works out. I think what you'll find is if you do that, you may find that you may have a slower day, but at the end of the day, you're going to make just as much money. So today we're going to see where we come in at. Of course, the first objective is to make $100. I'd like to do that in the first session. We take a break at 3:30, then we come back at 4:30 for the evening session. So my hope is we can do 100 for each session. Or see how it goes, see how quick that first 100 comes in. And wow, I'm looking at gas over here, guys, $4.29, and wow, that is crazy. So that's the Martins or the Giants. Actually, no, that's Wise Market gas. So wow, I guess they mark it up a little bit because they've got their store card that helps give discounts, but still, regardless, that's insane. So that's something we'll keep talking about, guys. But, you know, like I said, I do believe there's going to be an opportunity here for gig business operators that stick around and that, you know, adjust their standards. I think that, you know, the one thing I've noticed is, at least with Uber, DoorDash hasn't done it yet, but Uber has somewhat increased their base pay a little bit, I've noticed. And I think it is in reaction. Grubhub, unfortunately, I can't say they've increased their base pay because they've lowered it from where it was this time last year. But I think they're paying a little bit extra too per mile. So that's nice as well. Also, do remember the gas deduction went up. It's a 58.5 cents a mile again. So make sure you've adjusted that for any of your tracking. Hopefully it goes up a little bit more. That is one thing that the government can do to help us out. So if you're listening, government, you know, let's get that increase right away. Okay. Let's do a mid-year increase. We got to do it. 58.5 cents is not enough when we're dealing with the all-time high gas miles. I believe it was at one point was like 66 or 68 cents a mile or something like that, which would be absolutely outstanding because it would really help with our tax bills and help us keep more of that money in our pocket. So anyways, guys, I am going to jump off here. I will be back as soon as I get that first order. As you can see, I am here. I'm heading towards that shopping center that I like to post up at, which you guys can now kind of see that. And there you can see over there as I'm pulling up, it is over there to the left. And it's a good spot. It's just a good spot to pull into. It puts me within proximity to everything I need to be in proximity to in this market. And normally I'm found pretty easily by the apps in this shopping center because my cell phone connectivity remains pretty decent. So we'll see how it goes. Oh, and there it is, guys. You can see Martin's gas. I don't know if you can see that there or saw that when we just passed it. $4.09 for regular and $4.79 for premium and $4.49 for plus. So a little bit better over here. So definitely want to keep that in mind. And that's one thing you want to do when you're in your market, recognize where the low gas is. So you, if you're over there and you're, you know, needing to fill up, get over to that area. You don't want to get into a position where you're locked into the highest gas prices in your market. So it's something to be observing, watching, looking for. and be aware of. All right, guys, I'm going to jump off here, and I will be back and go over, hopefully, a first order here very soon. All right, guys, talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. Good news. Just got my first order. So we got a $7 3.5 mile order. So very solid order to start out the day with from a Mexican restaurant that I'm familiar with. That the drop off is going to be very close to the restaurant because a good bit of those miles will be driving to that restaurant. So like I said, a very, very good order to start out with. I was heading towards another shopping plaza because I saw that it had become a hotspot for Grubhub. So I thought, why the heck not? Let's do it. Let's head down there and see if we can attract a Grubhub order. And then instead, we did get a DoorDash order once we got moving. So I always say, don't sit too long. I will stage for no more than 5 minutes, and then I'll start moving a little bit. I don't try to move too much through the market. You know, I might move just to the next parking lot over, or, you know, I have a couple places up here that I'll move up to. Try to keep it within a mile. You know, you don't want to be loading miles up on your car, moving around too much. But at the same point, you know, I have found that it does sometimes help to be found when you start moving for whatever reason. DoorDash sees you moving, which is kind of counterintuitive from the safety standpoint because, you know, it's kind of like, do we really want you driving around accepting orders? But that is what DoorDash and all the other apps do. So that is a discussion point that I think is something that should definitely be addressed, you know, at some level with these apps, because you have to question how safe is it out there for the drivers and the other drivers to have people, you know, assessing orders and doing things, especially newer delivery drivers who aren't as familiar necessarily with things. But anyways, guys, I will be back as soon as I get this order picked up. I'll come back in, let you know how all that went. I do have Uber and Grubhub on still because it is so slow right now. I figured, and also the area in this market is such that it gives you a little bit of flexibility to know that this order is so short that I should have no problem, even if I accepted an order right now, that it would almost follow the path depending on where it's at. Of course, you got to assess where the restaurant's at that you're picking up from, but that it would almost be on the way based on what I've seen on the map here when I accepted this order. So anyways, guys, I will be back and let's go get this day started, make some money. All right, guys, talk to you in a minute. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash back here. So I just made that drop off and wanted to go over it with you, what I got. So I ended up getting a $3 base pay and a $5 tip, so it wasn't too bad. So a good start today. It was a good valued order, and I like to look at the value in the order because I believe, like I said, right now I've worked so far today. The way I look at it is although I've been out searching for orders, my actual work time today, you know, the time I'm getting compensated for the work that I'm putting in, you know, I only worked that order for 18 minutes and I got $8. So that order, the value of that order, the way I determine it is it's $26.67 on an hourly basis. As far as if I were to have worked continuously, what is my compensation look like if I was working in doing that work on a continuous basis? So I'm looking to drive that value as high as possible because the higher it is, the better it's going to turn out in terms of earning my money faster. That is the only thing I look towards, the what I call projected hourly gross revenue. I am only interested in how fast I can earn whatever sum of money I've determined. For me, I like $100. It's just clean, it's easy. And even if I want to earn $200 today, I always start with $100 in mind because I like to start with smaller numbers. It's easier to get that momentum going with smaller numbers. So I wanted to jump in there. I would encourage you to do the same. And, you know, when I first began this channel, I started out offering my sheets and things that I use, and that offer still stands. Anyone interested in using the sheets that you see at the end of this video and at the end of all my ride-along videos, They are Google Sheet. They're in Google Sheets format, so I can send them out and email them out to anyone. You can add them to your Google Sheets. You can add them to Excel. You can add them to numbers. Now, I will let you know if you do the Apple numbers format, there is some slight changes that's going to go on with the formulas, but it should help you figure that out. And if you're familiar with Apple numbers, it shouldn't be a deal. But this is important information. That is how I find that I can figure out my pace, figure out what I'm looking at. Now, if orders are slow, a lot of times, like right now, I did get a Grubhub order on my way here. It was $14 for 17 miles. Now, a lot of it was highway, so I actually did give it a second of thought. But then I thought to myself, no, because although I think I could get the order done probably in a relatively reasonable amount of time, and maybe Grubhub would have sent me another order. Maybe I would have been able to find something on Uber Eats. It was sending me to a neighboring town and community. But I said, you know what? I'm going to turn that one down because I just don't like, going that far out of the box. Sometimes I will experiment a little bit, but I figured, you know what? We're not even into the heart of lunch yet. Give it a few more minutes. I'm going to head back to the center of the market, and we'll see what happens. And I'm quite confident I'll get another offer of some sort from either Uber, DoorDash, or Grubhub. Something's going to come in. I know that. I have every confidence, and I have an attitude of abundance, and that's what you've got to have as well. I call it an attitude of abundance. You've got to believe that you're going to have abundant orders, and that money will come quickly to you abundantly. And when that happens, I tell myself that as I'm driving around. Even when I get negative, I tell myself that. And I only think positive and I will tell you, it magically occurs that suddenly an order comes, even when you're sitting there slow, and suddenly you're staring at a $22 order from Uber or an $18 order from Uber that totally makes up the time that you just sat waiting. You've just got to have that strong, positive attitude. All right, guys, I'm going to jump off here. I will be back when we get that next order. I'll come back in, talk to you, and we'll go from there. All right, guys, talk to you soon. All right, guys, I am back from making that delivery, and man, oh man, I got extra tip on that order as well. Got a $3 base pay, $6 tip for a total of $21, and I only traveled for this order. I only ended up traveling about 3.5 miles. Guys, listen, I would have missed out on a tremendous amount of money if I would have done that original $5 order, which absolutely had no tip money in it. This would have been a $14 order. I made $7 extra. I drove less miles than I would have in that order. This is why do not be afraid to unassign orders that do not make sense when you have a stack, okay? You are not obligated to do it if it doesn't make sense for your business, for your standards. And in today's environment that we're in, you have to make sure you're working for you and that you're working for what's affordable to you. This order right here, there's no two buts about it. This was just absolutely a profitable order, hands down, no questions. So I am heading to Ruby Tuesdays now. I should be there probably in about 2 minutes to go pick up that order. Now that order is a little bit of a hike. It's about a 6-mile drive going for $9. Now looking at it, maybe I shouldn't have accepted it, but I accepted it, obviously thinking that, not expecting the amounts that I got, but this keeps me working. This means I'll have a guaranteed $30 hour of profitability. And I should be hopefully done with that order. According to Grubhub, they're estimating that I'll be done with that order in about 10 minutes. I don't know if that's going to hold true or not because the order, we'll see. That was the original estimate. So I'm going to jump over here to Ruby Tuesday, see if the order is ready. Hopefully it is. And if it is, I'll be on the road and I'll be trying to obviously make good on the estimate that's in the app for Grubhub. They wanted me to pick it up at 12:02. I'm running a little bit late. I'm going to be officially 10 minutes late. I guess we're going to see how it all works here with this new contract violation. I did drive by the restaurant when I did. A little pro tip there. I actually arrived and hit 20 to 30 minutes. I have not gotten the alert that the order's ready. This restaurant, has a very big reputation of making you wait when you come, especially if you're picking up for Grubhub, because Grubhub sends it out like as soon as it's received. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully there's no contract violation or anything of that nature, but we'll find out. So, all right, guys, I will be talking to you soon. I'll be back to update you. Hopefully we can get an order relatively quickly. I will be powering up the app, the Uber app on my way out to see if I can attract something from Uber, and then the DoorDash app as soon as I get within about a minute or two of my destination. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you shortly. Hopefully you're making money if you're watching this and listening to this as we go. And, remember, keep that positive mindset, a mindset of abundance, guys. All right, let's go. I'll be talking to you in a minute. All right, guys, I had that order and I just picked it up, and a thought came to mind I wanted to share with you. So, because I'm thinking about this order when I accepted it, and you probably saw it. It was like $9, I think like 6 miles or something like that. But the important part to me to this order is looking at it from a value perspective. And although the miles seem a little high, my GPS is telling me I'm going to make it there in 10 minutes. The order was already ready. I was able to, provided I don't get in trouble for the wait time, which I don't believe I will, because like I said, I actually was going by the restaurant and I checked in at the restaurant and checked it in as still needing additional time. But we're safe. However, what I'm saying is that now I grabbed that order. It took me about 3 minutes or so to get to the pickup, or to go from the last pickup to the restaurant. And now it's going to take me 10 minutes. So for 13 minutes of work, and we will put it in, and I'll tell you the value of the order here once I put it in and get all the finals. But the value of that order for 13 minutes of work and to make $9 and some change, staring at that order and looking at the miles and stuff, it's like the value doesn't necessarily scream out if all you're doing is looking at mileage. And what I looked at in this case is I said, I think I can make this work and make this a valuable order by the fact that I think I can pick this up and get out to that drop-off location pretty quick. And to me, I think that's something that you got to take into account. So when you're valuing out an order, I think the most important thing that you have to do is you have to calculate the value of the order. And the best way to value the order is in time, quickness, and speed. So how does that help you? Number one, what's the amount you want to earn? Number two, how fast do you want to earn that? And number three, how are your orders and the order selections that you're making contributing towards that? So if you decide you want to make $90 over 3 hours, then you know you have to generate $30 each hour that you're out. So therefore, you've got to make sure that your orders are either you're working the entire 90 minutes or your orders have to be valued at higher than that $30 rate to make up for the wait time. So you might need $45 or $46. The way you're going to be able to tell it is if you achieve that, or say you achieve, you got to go backwards with the numbers. So say you achieve $110 in 2.5 hours, okay? Well, that's going to tell you, and then you look at the order values of each order that you did over that period of time, you're going to be able to get an average, and then you're just look at the average of that period of time, and maybe it comes out to $38.70, or maybe it's $41 or so. That's going to tell you that that's what you need to be looking at. That's kind of, that if you want to go out in the future, that's the target you need to have in mind. And then you can take it a step further and say, well, how many orders did I do over that period of time? Maybe it was 7 orders. So now you take that 7 orders, and you can divide it by the amount you ordered, and there's your order, your minimum order amount, okay? And those are the things you can do to really try to hone in on what metrics you're looking for. So when you're looking at an order, you can say, okay, I'm going to try to do this. I'm looking for this size of an order. I'm looking to be able to complete this amount of orders an hour. And is this going to allow me to do that? And if it doesn't, or it does, you're going to be able to have a lot of information that's going to be able to tell you where you're going with that day. Now, maybe you figure out that today it's not working. Maybe you're in and you're like, okay, at this point, I'm earning. They're not making those offers. You can go back one thing you can keep track of is keeping track of the area you're in. Maybe you're in a different area. But anyways, the point is, those are the numbers you got to keep track of. And I was just thinking of that. This order made me think of it because on paper, if you look at this order, it would not make sense. But to me, this makes perfect sense because of the fact that the value in this order for the quickness and speed, I can pick it up, and then I should stay right in the area, right near where I can get orders. I mean, boom, it's a valuable order, right? But it's a valuable order that I think probably 60 to 70% of the delivery drivers out there would have probably overlooked. Anyways, guys, I just want to share that. I will be back. As you can see, it's raining heavily. We're heading into the storm, so we'll see what happens. Hopefully, this makes people tip better, and this makes people not want to come out in the rain and let me go out in the rain and bring their food to them. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon, and I'll be back to tell you what the final value of this order was once we get it done. All right, guys, I'll talk to you in a moment. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here with some excellent news. And again, like I told you, having an abundant, positive mindset absolutely makes a tremendous difference. And why do I say that? Because I just got off this order, and I told you I saw value in this order, and I took it for $9. When I got here, the lady tipped me $5 cash. It turned into a $14 order. The order value on this for an hourly basis of work was $50.46. That's the hourly value. So absolutely an amazing order. Absolutely amazing. Like I said, absolutely a great order. Now, I just got an offer from Grubhub, and it's not very good. It's $15 for 14 miles. I'm not taking that. I've got, I'm going to put it down as offer too low for distance. Offer's no longer available. It means they're going to re-offer it to me, and maybe they might even repackage it. I don't know. A lot of times what they'll do is they'll drop it, and then it'll come back and fly back through to me. And there it comes right now, just like I predicted. Oh, whoa. Holy moly, it gets worse. $10 for 13 miles. I mean, Grubhub, come on. Jeez, from Wendy's. And to be honest with you, Wendy's has problems, especially at lunchtime. But anyways, that's a story for another video. But the point is, the thing I want everyone to take away from this is look for value in your orders. Understand the value proposition. I felt like this had a fantastic value proposition, and I was right. And ultimately, my instincts proved to be absolutely through the roof because I got that $5 cash tip, which made this order a $14 order. It made it just an incredible value. And it's made today to be a day of just so far very good, very solid day. Now, got a Grubhub order, guys. Grubhub is very, like I said, I am now officially, this is my official area. But man, am I getting some really bad orders. 9.7 miles, $8.59. And my issue is I wouldn't necessarily have minded that if it kept me in the area, but it's actually taking me out deep, which in Grubhub's world, I'm working the Charlestown area. It doesn't know I'm just working the Charlestown area, but it's taking me out to the middle of the market. And I'm sure when I got out there, it's going to try to pull me back towards Martinsburg area, which is really, really red hot right now. If you see on my map, I don't know if you can see that, but if you see on my map, I'll take a little screenshot of that. You can see what it's doing. It's actually trying to draw me out of this area, which is slower. You see that's a little very light colors, and it's trying to draw me towards that hot red. Now, maybe maybe I should consider that. I don't know. But I did get a 9-item, $9.50 order from Panda Garden, which we are definitely going to accept because I have a very strong suspicion that we may have overtip there. Now, this one is Yate Hibachi. Kim's order is ready for pickup. And this one is 1424, 10 miles. Now, what I like about this one is it's actually taking me out there. I'm going to accept this and see what time I have to pick it up, because that's actually the pickup and drop off. So it's not requiring me to pick up 14 minutes. Should I keep it or not? Let's see here. Where am I dropping everything off? I think I might be able to pull this off. Drop this off, Breezy Acres. I need to figure out where the drop off is and how far away. Okay. So I think it's actually heading in Yate Hamachi's direction. We're going to try to pull this off, guys, because we've got some time on the pickup, right? They've given me the order with enough time, and that's the nice part about Grubhub sometimes is they give you a lot of time, a lot more time than other apps do. So you have a little freedom, you have a little leeway, and we'll get there and handle business. All right, guys, I am going to jump off here. Obviously, I have created a very complicated scenario for myself. So I've got to do some analysis here. I'm going to get to Panda Garden, which I know is right around the corner. I'm pretty certain the drop off on this thing, it's 8 miles. So I'm hoping if it's heading, I've got to get in here, like I said, do some analysis, because I've got to make a decision on the Grubhub order, because Grubhub will give you a little bit of time to get out of an order. They just don't want you holding that order, running late on the order, and then canceling it, and then it gets you into trouble with contract violations and such. So, anyways, that's where we stand. All right, guys, I'm going to jump off here. Money is flowing abundantly, quickly, and guys, positive mindset. You can do it too. Make the right decisions on the orders. Collect the information you need to analyze these orders so you have the information up front. Be in command of your market. Understand your market. Understand the ebbs, flows. Understand where you're going, and understand your map. You do that, you can make money in any environment, including this environment with high gas prices. All right, guys, because there's huge opportunities coming for those who are ready. So get ready and stay with it, and don't get frustrated. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you in a minute. I'll come back, and we'll break it all down, exactly what we've done, what we've got going on, as soon as I get back and we get going. All right, guys, talk to you shortly.
If you sell on Amazon, you need to start using AI. Tools like Sellozo use AI to help sellers grow. It can automatically optimize your ads based on your target ACOS. Easily customize your automation with Campaign Studio. Link campaigns to automate harvesting new keywords. Use dayparting to run your campaigns during the most optimal time of day. It even has its own community of sellers and experts. Book your free demo today.
What?
Just come on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Ah! Oh my God, what? Tell me.
I wanted to bring you guys here because having spent the time that we did in Italy and when I was visiting Sicily, it really made me think about who my family was, why they came here, what they created. And there's a lot I don't know, and you never know till you ask.
I'm excited to learn more.
Me too.
I think the most fun for me is watching you and Delia in the War of the Worlds.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. What about you?
I really love Chessie. She's great, but I think Melissa's my favorite.
I've done a lot of characters that I love, but nothing compares with the crazy characters in our family. This is at 90 Thompson Street. This is my great-grandma's apartment, so your great-great-grandmother. But the street didn't look like this. It didn't have fancy cafes or stores or anything. There was literally like a bakery on the corner, and this doorway right here, there was a guy who was the bookie in the neighborhood. He had like a newsstand behind him. He sat on a folding chair and he took the numbers. Let's go in. You want to go in?
Yeah.
Let's go in. Oh my God, it looks exactly the same. Oh my gosh. Can you believe this? This is what they lived in. She came over from Sicily and lived here the entire time that she was alive. 13 people. She had 12 kids on the kitchen table in the apartment.
How did they get here?
To America? I don't know. Let's find out, because I have no idea. Let's see what we can find. She sailed on the SS Liguria age 14. She was 14.
Wow.
She left out of Napoli. She traveled alone to join her aunt, another Caterina, who was already living in New York, and she arrived May 27, 1903. She traveled by herself on a boat from Italy to New York at 14. I wouldn't let you guys go to the store at 14. Wow.
Did you know your great grandma?
I did. She barely spoke English. She still only spoke Sicilian when I was growing up. She was 4'10", would go around this apartment like a little hummingbird, serving everybody. Never sat down during any meal. She was incredible. All right, let's see what else we can find. Okay, this is the 1930 census. I don't know if this is all of her children, but it's got my grandpa, Dominic. By 1930, he worked in a factory where they dyed silk. That's what he did. Oh, and the last two of my great-grandmother's children were twins. Yeah.
It runs in the genes.
So, but they were not identical like you guys anyway. But maybe it does run in the family. I don't know.
Don't tell me they did the whole like twin switch thing with their parents as well.
I don't know.
All right, guys, when I had left you last, I had accepted a Grubhub order and a DoorDash order. So I wanted to update you because I took some little bit of time here at the restaurant for the DoorDash pickup and did an analysis. And I got rid of the Grubhub order. I had enough, Grubhub, as I mentioned, does give you a little bit of time before they wallop you with a contract violation or something. As long as you're not causing the order to be, late. Obviously, they had like a 15-minute window there from when I was going to go pick it up. But looking at where I was going to end up on the DoorDash order, I was going to be 10 miles away from the restaurant for the Grubhub order, and it was going to be a 17-minute drive. So obviously, that made no sense at all. I'm not going to do that to the customer. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to put my relationship with Grubhub at risk. So I went ahead and got out of that order and made the decision to stick with the order I was at, because when I ran the stats and figures, I was only 5 miles from the restaurant. So when I pick this up, I'll have this delivered in the next 8 minutes, and then I'll be available to go back live with Grubhub, go back live with Uber Eats, and I'm going to go ahead and go live actually right now as we speak with Grubhub and see if I can find something